seemed to be the only way out. Fortunately, I had a wonderful woman to help me.
A few days later, Larry Moore received a similar letter. In this one, Brad wanted to make sure his wife Weenie was taken care of.
Personal property we owned, loved her and had everything. Life with a new person.
But investigators noticed a slight problem. The name of Brad's wife, Weenie, was misspelled.
The letter to the sheriff that congratulated him to his appointment as representative. So there were huge mistakes. They were just huge mistakes.
Investigators tested the letter with anhydride, a chemical solution that reacts with the amino acid in the After it was applied, the documents were dried thoroughly. Scientists found numerous fingerprints on the two documents, but none matched Brad Brisbane. They weren't Larry Moore's fingerprints either. Next, the letters were analyzed by a forensic document examiner. The letters were typed with the same typewriter. The paper was inexpensive, often used in high schools. The type showed no defects, making it difficult to identify the typewriter used to create them. And only the signature was handwritten.
The signature itself is a full cursive signature. It is full of tremor. It looks labored, it looks slow, and it does not look like it is the product of habitual movement. Could be disease, could be drugs, could even be stress. And you get that tremor when somebody sits down and tries to duplicate the handwriting of another person.
Compared this question signature to several documents Brad signed shortly before his disappearance.
The handwriting sample I saw for Brad Brisbane was a greeting card, and he wrote a short note at the bottom and signed Brad. His handwriting was done all in uppercase capitals. It was printed, in essence. All the printed capitals were connected. It was sort of printed capitals and cursive mixed together.
But the question signature was quite different.
The uppercase B in the name Brad is actually constructed in three pieces. There's a break that has the up and down spine on the left side of the letter, but between the top and the bottom of the letter there's a break. Interesting, the break is in a place where you would naturally stop if you wanted to look to see how you were doing and continue writing.
Police suspected Larry Moore may have written the letters, but it was difficult to tell since the question signature wasn't actually handwriting.
This is a drawing of somebody's signature. It's not handwriting at all. And it's very difficult sometimes to actually determine who it was that made the drawing.
Although document examiners were unable to tell conclusively who signed the letter, they were certain it wasn't Brad Brisbane.
I knew that the letter was completely false. There's absolutely no way that my father would just up and leave.
Investigators still had no idea where Brad Brisbane was or what may have happened to him.
Now's the time to review your Medicare plan. Are you getting the benefits you want? Are you spending more than you need to? We know finding the answers can get confusing, but we make it easy for you. It all starts with one call to Reliance, where you'll be connected to a licensed insurance agent ready to help. So make the call today at 866-316-7907. The licensed insurance agents we work with are Medicare Advantage specialists. They can help explain the difference between original Medicare and convenient Medicare Advantage plans, which offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus additional benefits you may want. They also keep up with yearly changes to Medicare Advantage plans, right down to your zip code. So you get truly personalized help in finding the plan that's right for you. We are on your side every step of the way, reviewing your Medicare plan options, the tests, doctors, prescriptions, and as well as detailed information about leading insurance carriers offering Medicare plans. Humana, United Healthcare, and WellCare. We compare Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in one convenient place, so you don't have to. When you're ready, all it takes is one call, and they can even guide you through enrolling if you're eligible. Call 866-316-7907 or go online. And don't forget, the annual enrollment period ends December 7th. It's your Medicare plan, your health care. Now make it work for you. Call 866-316-7907 or visit shopperlines.com today.
What should we do?
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply. Drive Time makes it easy to buy a car. We've got thousands of cars under 15 grand.
I can change my down payment.
I've never had this kind of power.
I'm making my own deal on all these cars.
This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com. Coming up next on True Crime.
Police now knew that the letters mailed from Spokane, Washington, weren't written by Brad Brisbane. They strongly suspected Larry Moore may have been involved in Brad's disappearance. On the step of Moore's campus, police noticed what looked like blood spatter. Under a microscope, scientists found it was more than just blood. It was tissue. This was identified as human.
So they sent this tissue to a fellow named Mark Cullen, who's a neuropathologist in Ohio. He looked at it and said, yeah, it's mammal and it's cerebellum. It's brainstem.
The cerebellum sits at the base of the brain and is primarily responsible for memory and motor movement. Since the cerebellum controls the heart muscle, no human can survive without it. A ballistics expert compared the location of the brain tissue in the camper with the bullet holes. Using a 2-point laser, he marked the center of the bullet hole and then followed the bullet's path. It showed that the shooter was firing from a standing position.
Clearly, few people shoot holding the gun up over their head, and if you realize that a body was interposed between that, we've only got a few feet to deal with, so it can't be a standing man, for example. It could be a collapsed man.
Next, ballistic experts examined the bullet fragment found in the floor of the camper.
Marley,
and
get out of
discovered
there.
what is called
No.
soft damage.
It deforms in a very different way than it would if it hit wood, concrete, metal, and it slows down. The longer the path through a victim or tissue, signal it, the more velocity is lost.
To find out whose brain tissue was in the camper, investigators sent the sample for DNA testing, but they didn't have a body to compare it to.
We can help you to determine whether this tissue is from the missing person by comparing the DNA from the tissue to the family members and the children and the mother of the person who's missing.
Children get half of their DNA from the mother and half from the father. Taking a DNA sample from Brad's wife, his 4 children, and his mother, scientists could isolate Brad's DNA profile through a process of elimination. For this, scientists used an RFLP test, at the time, the most sophisticated DNA test available.
Whoever tissue sample that was completely consistent with being the father of both sets of children and consistent with being the son of the mother of the missing person.
Next, scientists tested the tiny fragment of brain tissue. It was too small for RFLP testing since it was about the size of a pinhead. scientists amplified it using PCR, a process that duplicates a small sample to make it large enough to test. The PCR DNA tests revealed that the brain tissue in Larry Moore's camper was Brad Brisbane's.
I knew it was going to be matched. The official confirmation that the blood matched was huge. I never felt anything like that before.
With this discovery, the medical examiner ruled Brad Brisbane's death a homicide. Larry Moore was arrested and charged with murder. The prosecutors knew their case would be difficult to prove without a body.
Have you compared your Medicare plan recently? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So we invited people to give eHealth a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
This is pretty amazing. I can go on a vacation with this money.
I had quite a few people.
That's why people call me and compare plans. I'm going to try to get you as much bang for your buck as possible.
That's great.
This one here covers all your prescriptions, your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today, we recommend this plan.
You're so helpful.
I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sam. If you have any other questions,
That's your English. No, yeah, that was super easy.
See how your
Baby.
Medicare plan stacks up with the big changes for 2026.
What are you hollering
Just call
for?
this number or get started at eHealth.com. Compare plans that cover your doctors, prescriptions, pharmacy, and budget. Compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies. They pay us to help you. How much do you think you'll be able to save using eHealth?
At least $300 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. You explained to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Cham, come on out.
Oh my goodness.
it's a pleasure to meet you today.
What does it feel like to be face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
Call to meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live Device. Or get started on your own at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service. See if you could get more for less with eHealth, like these folks did.
The savings are unbelievable.
I could see the costs side by side. eHealth is wonderful. $500 savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
Call 1-800-568-2261 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
If you are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, annual enrollment is here and ends December 7th. So now's a great time to consider reliable all-in-one coverage with a United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan. It could give you even more benefits than original Medicare. Call now to see if you're eligible. Medicaid gives you benefits and Medicare gives you some too. But a Dual Complete Plan can help you get more of the extras you want, such as $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care. And the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's your member ID and so much more. Use it to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities for qualifying members. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. Don't wait. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call or click now to connect and see how you can get comprehensive and affordable coverage with United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
The whole church operated as a scam.
Why isn't someone doing something?
What we did not want was Waco. We didn't want to stand up.
Without justice, why does it hate? Drunk and disorderly? Check. Shoplifters caught red-handed? Oh yeah. From spring break bust to unhinged arrests, not every criminal is a mastermind. Most outrageous crimes, only on True Crime Network.
Prosecutors believe that the motive for Brad Brisbane's murder was jealousy. Larry Moore suspected Brad was having an affair with his wife. Moore admitted he called Brad at work to ask for a ride. The forensic evidence suggests the two met at the diner, and Moore somehow lured Brad into the back of his camper. Once inside, Brad was ambushed.
Show you in a second. Maybe those blinds down there.
Brad was on the floor when Moore shot from a standing position numerous times. prosecutors had to do was convince a jury of that.
As a prosecutor, clearly, you want to make damn sure that this is the right guy and there has been a murder. I can't think of anything worse than being in a position of finding out you've convicted the wrong person.
Larry Moore denied killing Brad Brisbane and pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors argued that Larry Moore killed Brad Brisbane in a jealous rage, convinced Brad was sleeping with his wife, Shelley. To throw investigators off the trail, Moore forged Brad's name in several letters. The forensic evidence convinced the jurors of two things. One, that Brad Brisbane was dead. And two, that Larry Moore
What are you doing
was his
in there?
killer.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of the offense.
Moore was sentenced to 60 years in prison. It was the first murder case in Montana to be tried without a body.
Hello?
And it was also the first time in the state that DNA was used in a criminal case. Just 2 years after his conviction, Larry Moore made headlines. He was charged with conspiring to build a bomb in prison. To avoid federal charges, Moore agreed to lead authorities to Brad Brisbane's body. Moore directed officials to a campground where he hid the .57 Magnum pistol he used in the murder.
It was found at the base of a tree in one of the campgrounds in Gallatin.
Moore also led police to a gravel pit a few miles outside of West Yellowstone, where they unearthed Brad's body.
He didn't tell us anything about the homicide. When we did find Brad's body, Larry did turn a little pale and go and sit in a vehicle, but he never did tell us the real reason or the story behind how he died.
The determined cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds to the head and upper thoracic region, in other words, the chest area or the back.
Even though Moore led police to the body and the murder weapon, he never confessed until now. In an explicit letter to producers of this program, he admitted his guilt.
I am guilty as charged, and I'm thankful that the truth finally came out with the help from modern technology. I have learned that telling the truth is the only answer.
His words bring little comfort to the Brisbane family.
Party's been the kids. It's not right to have to grow up without a party.
I don't be the same old thing anymore. And ask him why and get a straight, honest answer about why he killed my dad. Because I think he owes it. I think that's the least he could do to this family.
As a teenager, I was completely the rest of your world. Even if someone doing it.
Each forensic test was a piece of the mosaic, and when put together, showed clearly what occurred during Brad Brisbane's last moments of life.
Without it, we couldn't have proved that Brad was even dead. He would still be a missing person.
She'd been murdered.
Uncover the truth with forensic files. Next.
Even before the attack on the World Trade Center in New York, intelligence agencies were watching a number of suspected terrorist cells throughout the United States. The FBI uncovered evidence of a terrible crime by some individuals using the cover
Hello?
of the same
Leo?
forensic autopsy and the tape to reveal the entire story.
No, leave her alone.
16-year-old Tina Issa was the kind of person most parents dream of. She was a high school athlete, popular,
what?
studied, and wanted to attend college and
You don't need
airline
to be
pilot.
messing around over there.
Tina
wanted to be in America. Tina wanted to be independent. She wanted to have a career. She wanted to travel.
Mother and father, Zane and Maria Issa, were immigrants from Palestine and ran a small grocery store in downtown St. Louis.
Like most immigrants, the Palestinians went into the food business. But that's a tradition in America. Food service is one of the easiest types of business to operate. What was especially appealing to the Issas and their relatives is it was another way to rip off America. They could avoid paying taxes, they would play little games with food stamp fraud, grocery coupons. I mean, Zane even said he loved America because there were so many ways to rip it off.
On November 6, 1989, Tina was working the night shift at a fast food restaurant. According to the Issas, Tina arrived home around midnight and there was an argument. Tina said she wanted to live on her own and demanded that her parents give her $5,000 to support herself. When they refused, they said Tina pulled a knife from her backpack and threatened her. In the tussle, Zane said he turned the knife on his daughter in self-defense.
The father was saying it was self-defense, and the wife was saying yes, it was self-defense. I was standing there watching. So the only two witnesses to the crime had their stories kind of together that their daughter had attacked them and then defending themselves, and the father had killed them.
News of Tina Issa's death stunned her friends and classmates.
Just her charisma, just her attitude overall, period. I mean, she was just too nice of a person for anything like this to happen to her.
Tina's classmates told police that Tina often rebelled against her parents and their old world traditions. They also said the Issas objected to Tina's choice of a boyfriend.
He was a student. He was very, very bright. He was at the magnet schools, which is a sophisticated program in St. Louis public schools. He was an artist. He painted. He drew. He wrote poems. I don't think it was just for his job. I think the real issue was that she had a boyfriend who no longer controlled her.
When the FBI heard about Tina's death, they called lead investigator Harry Hager with some astonishing news. U.S. intelligence had photographed Zane Issa attending a meeting with known terrorists in Mexico. All had ties to the Palestine Liberation Organization and international terror worker Abu Nidal.
Abu Nidal means father of war. Abu, father, Nidal, and he was one of the most vicious terrorists around. He's responsible for simultaneous bombings in Vienna, Rome.
Over a 2-year period, Zane Issa traveled overseas 14 times to Caracas, Athens, London, Israel, Zurich, and Madrid.
The FBI, among others, were maintaining a watch on Middle Eastern families, some that might presumably have connections with terrorist cells. The Issas were maintaining what might have been a safe house for one of the Middle Eastern terrorist groups.
So the Issa family were well known to U.S. intelligence. Investigators now wondered whether there was more to the story of Tina's death than her mother and father were saying.
No.
Interested in a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan.
You could be eligible to receive more benefits
I need
than
to get
original
something to
Medicare,
eat.
like dental,
You have your
vision,
food.
and hearing coverage at no additional cost.
Would you like to get more from Medicare? Now is the time. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th. Don't miss your chance to see if you qualify for additional coverage and services that a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan can provide. Plus, if you are Medicare eligible and you're also qualified for Medicaid, you could receive even more benefits with the WellCare Spendables card, like an allowance for over-the-counter health items, like antacids, diabetes accessories, pain relievers, sun protection, first aid products, and so much more. Here's an important fact. Original Medicare only covers 80% of most costs, leaving you responsible for the other 20%. Those costs can really add up. A WellCare all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan can help cover some of the costs that original Medicare does not. A Medicare Advantage plan
million Americans chose to get a Medicare Advantage plan this year. WellCare has been in healthcare for more than 35 years. We're passionate about helping people get the right coverage. Call WellCare now to find out how you could receive dental, vision, hearing, and prescription coverage. You can even choose to receive those prescriptions by mail if you'd like to avoid waiting in line. Call WellCare now for an all-in-one guide to learn more and for a one-on-one consultation with an experienced WellCare licensed agent. If you wait, you could miss out on valuable benefits you deserve, like dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage.
WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call the number on your screen or visit our website today.
Earn my degree online at Southern New Hampshire University.
It's possible to raise a family, to pursue other things, and still further your education.
And you can do too from all over the country.
I live in Massachusetts. I live in Texas.
I live in California. I live in Pennsylvania.
I'm from Florida. I'm from Virginia.
North Carolina, St. Louis, Tennessee.
And I'm from Georgia.
Regardless of where you live across the country. Learning degree of SNHU.
Visit snhu.edu.
Tina's parents insisted that her death was in self-defense because she shot them with a knife. Tina's father was covered in blood and had cuts on his hands, which he said were defensive wounds that resulted from his daughter's knife attack.
But when I reviewed a little bit of history that I knew at the time, it sounded extremely suspicious to me.
Medical examiners have long referred to the autopsy as the silent witness, a way for the victim to tell her story, things that the suspects in a crime usually leave out. Tina's autopsy. Forensic pathologist Dr. Philip Birch started his examination with a forensic technique known as wound pattern analysis.
I didn't look just at one wound in this case. I looked at all of the wounds as a whole.
Tina sustained 6 deep stab wounds to the solar plexus, all in close proximity. Dr. Birch believed that any one of them could have caused her death.
The serious injuries to her were all tightly clustered right around her lower central chest and abdomen. And I was told that she was supposedly involved in a wild, free-for-all type fight with a knife. And that seemed to be very odd that all of the fatal injuries were very tightly clustered within a specific area of the body.
That's because stabbing victims usually move during an attack.
I didn't feel that she was involved in a fight where she was able to move her extremities freely. That is, either she stayed stock still of her own volition for whatever reason, or she was unable to move, or she was actually restrained.
Dr. Birch's theory was supported by paramedics who said Tina's arms were above her head on the floor as if she had been restrained.
Zane couldn't have held her. He was not a big man. His daughter was probably as big or bigger than he. He could not have inflicted that kind of injury pattern on her and held her at the same time.
The only other person in the room was Tina's mother, Maria. Maria said she was on the sofa when the fight occurred, but the forensic evidence indicated otherwise.
There was body hair and blood from the girl on the insides of a white sweater that Maria had been wearing at the time. And that supported our theory that Maria was holding her while things happened.
It went beyond self-defense. This was like driven by anger or passion or some purpose other than self-defense.
Investigators then took a closer look at the wounds on Zane's hands. Wounds that he said were defensive.
This story didn't match what we saw. It was a small, like I said, looked like paper cut.
I think that in stabbing her, his hands were so bloody and slippery that what really happened is his hand slipped down on the blade of the knife and cut it right across the outside of his palm there, right below the little finger.
This explains why Zane's blood was found on the handle of the knife found beside his daughter. But prosecutors had a problem. Would a jury believe that a father and mother would kill their own child simply because she had an outside job and a boyfriend?
Sounds so average, so strange, and she's a model student. We're talking about absolute control. Zayn Issa still mentally was listening to tapes from circa 1945 in a Palestinian village, and that's the way he thought his daughter should behave.
And the FBI discovered secret information that Tina Issa may have known some family secrets her father didn't want revealed.
Reviewing your Medicare plan year after year may seem like a lot of work, but doing nothing could be risky. Your current benefits may have changed, and new plans might be available in your area. Rely on Reliance. We'll help you find a Medicare Advantage plan that's right for you. Call us at 855-576-9891 to talk one-on-one with a Medicare Advantage specialist who knows all the ins and outs. There's no obligation for this free service. That means no more guesswork. Just knowledgeable, licensed insurance agents who specialize in Medicare Advantage plans and who are here to help. Our agents keep up with yearly changes in Medicare, right down to plan options available in your area, so you get truly personalized help. Together, we'll find the right plan for your needs. When you call 855-576-9891, you can rely on our agents to explain the difference between original Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans, which can offer extra benefits. You may be eligible for a plan with more benefits than you thought. We compare Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in one convenient place, so you don't have to. You'll get information on plans from top carriers like Aetna, Humana, United Healthcare, and WellCare. We can help you find a plan with benefits, doctors, and copays that fit your budget. So why rely on luck? We are by your side step by step, reviewing the Medicare Advantage plan options, their costs, doctors, and prescription coverage. There's no obligation to enroll, but when you're ready, we can help make that easy too. This is your Medicare plan, so to make sure you have a plan that's right for you, rely on Reliance. Call 855-576-9891 or visit shopreliance.com. The annual enrollment period ends on December 7th, so call or go online now.
The forensic evidence clearly showed that 16-year-old Tina Issa had not been killed in self-defense, as her parents claimed. Dr. Victor Levine is an expert on the Middle East and says Tina's death sounded tragically familiar.
Zayn Issa comes from a small town in Palestine, and he carried with him that whole baggage. Every day, there are dozens and even hundreds of women who are in some fashion killed for the commission of some crime involving the sexual honor of the family.
Although dating is common in the United States, it's discouraged in parts of the Middle East where arranged marriages are the norm.
When a man and his family have daughters are the purity of these women, of these daughters, then guarantees a marriage. You see, and the delivery of the girl intact, virginally intact, which then commands a higher dowry. A girl who has been violated does not command a dowry. In fact, may not be able to find a husband.
Tina's death may have been part of an old tradition, the honor killing.
She stands for honor, and blood is what they say, blood must cleanse blood.
In societies where honor killings are common, it is generally a killing done by a male member of a family, presumably to avenge a depredation on the honor of a female member of the family. She had a black boyfriend, and this was enough to cause the anger of her family and of her father to rise to the boiling point, where indeed he felt that the family had been so shamed by her indiscretion that the only way to avenge it was to kill her.
Prosecutors were convinced she had been murdered in cold blood by her own parents. Isa's story of self-defense against the opinion of the medical examiner. But soon, investigators got an unexpected break. The FBI admitted they had wiretapped the Isa's home because of Zane's suspected ties to known terrorists.
Wiretaps were put in under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA. FISA allows the FBI to tap you, wiretaps, that run reel-to-reel, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Isa was not considered important enough to monitor these wiretaps 24 hours a day. So the FBI wasn't sure what was on them, and they would need to be translated since the Isa spoke Arabic. Fortunately, the FBI used the best listening devices available.
The device at the top of the line. They could pick up a whisper at 50 feet, some of these things, if they're placed properly.
Placement of any listening device is crucial. After breaking into the Isa apartment, agents did not have much time to plant the bug. They needed not only a place to hide the device, but also a power source. A battery-operated device is the easiest to plant, but with a long-term surveillance, the battery would need to be replaced periodically.
Get in there once, you're lucky. If you get in there twice, you're even luckier, and the third time you're bound to get caught.
The FBI had been able to connect the devices to electric inside Isa's apartment, and prosecutors learned that the wiretaps clearly picked up the altercation between Tina and her parents. But the FBI was concerned about releasing the tapes for a public trial, fearing they would compromise their electronic surveillance of other suspected terrorists. Ultimately, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Richard Thornburg, decided to release them.
It was the most chilling, cold-blooded, horrifying thing I've ever heard, or ever probably will hear.
You don't have to have it translated. You don't have to turn the volume up. In fact, at several times you want to turn the volume down.
But would the tape reveal whether Tina Isa was killed in self-defense or murdered in cold blood?
Have you compared your Medicare plan recently? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So we invited people to give eHealth a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
This is pretty amazing.
Very helpful. So that's covered. I love that. I can go on a vacation with this money.
I have quite a few prescriptions.
That's why people call us. We're going to compare these different plans, and I'm going to try to get you as much bang for your buck as possible.
That's great.
This one here covers all your prescriptions, your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I don't have a hard time with this.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today, I would have you recommend this plan.
That sounds very good.
Are you happy with our selection?
You're so helpful. You don't know.
Perfect. I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sham. If you have any other questions, give me a ring.
Thanks very much. No, man, that was super easy.
See how your Medicare plan stacks up with the big changes for 2026. Maybe it feels like you pay too much for too little. Maybe your current plan is changing, or your needs are changing, or you simply have questions. Either way, eHealth can help. Just call this number or visit eHealth.com before December 7th. Compare plans that cover your doctors, your prescriptions, your pharmacy, and your budget. Compare your current plan to newer plans and benefits. And compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies, including Humana, United Healthcare, and more. They pay us to help you find a match. Service. Well, today the eHealth experience together.
Yes.
How much do you think you'll be able to save using eHealth?
At least $300 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. What Sam did, she explained to me exactly what I needed to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Cham, come on out.
Oh my goodness!
What does it feel like to be face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
I'm very happy that we got connected today. Now it's your turn. Call meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live Advice, or get started on your own at eHealth.com. See if you could get more for less with eHealth, like these folks did.
The savings are unbelievable.
I was impressed with how much coverage you could get. I could see the costs side by side. This made it so much simpler.
My advisor, he answered all my questions.
eHealth is wonderful. $1,200 savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
Call 1-800-586-0117 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Does a physical or mental health condition keep you from working? Do you need help applying for disability benefits? Or have you already been denied disability? Call Disability Help today. Get the Social Security disability benefits you deserve. Get connected with disability representatives nationwide without leaving your home. Social Security disability cases are time sensitive. Don't wait and call the number on your screen now.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
Prosecutors now had something almost unheard of in the history of American justice. An audio recording of the events before, during, and after Tina Issa's death. Several weeks before the murder, the FBI surveillance recorded this telephone conversation between Zane and his relative, in which they discussed ways to make Tina's death look like an accident.
As you have said, she threatened me and I killed her.
She threatened me, and I'll put the knife in her hand after she falls. Leave the story to me.
5 hours before Tina's death, Zane called his daughter from a previous marriage.
One can fight the whole world, but who wants to fight an enemy in your own house?
When the news comes to me, I will put on my best dress and go out. My worries will be gone forever.
In the Middle East, shame is something which is felt collectively by a family. It is the discovery of the act. You've done something bad. The community knows about it, your entire family.
The tapes revealed the Issas were angry Tina took a job at a fast food restaurant without their approval, and they were also upset she continued to date her boyfriend. When Tina arrived home, this was the welcome from her mother.
That's going to be the last time she's ever going to leave that apartment.
Zane and Maria then confronted Tina about her boyfriend. The argument escalated. The evidence suggests Zane went into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Tina then screams, pleading with her mother to help.
Tina, pleading. Mother, please help me. Mother, can't you make him stop?
And then he said, die, my daughter, die, when she was dying. Maria held Tina while Zane stabbed her to death.
And the telltale signs was the mother's response. What help? No. Shut up.
Nowhere on the tape did Tina demand $5,000, and there was no reference to Tina having a knife. The tape also reveals The Isas waited for close to 30 minutes to call police after the murder. Zane and Maria Isa were both charged with first-degree murder.
Sir, what did your brother say to you?
You know, with all due respect, I do respect the news media, but I think you're overdoing it.
Authorities speculated that the Isas were afraid of what Tina might reveal to others had there been a permanent rift in the family.
This, in fact, alleges that there were other reasons because of her knowledge of their terrorist activity. There are plans to talk about those activities. They're concerned that she might talk about it.
Ellen Harris wrote a book about this case called Guarding the Secrets.
The prosecution offered Zane a deal that if he pled guilty to murder in the first degree, they would go lighter on Maria, and he refused to do so. So he had no interest in saving his own life.
After hearing the tapes and the medical examiner's report, the jury found Zane and Maria Isa guilty. They were both sentenced to death. Zane died in prison of natural causes in 1998, before his execution could be carried out. Maria's death sentence was later reversed on a technicality, but she will spend the rest of her life in prison without parole. As for Tina Isa, those who knew her are left to mourn.
Tina was a natural-born leader. She would have done great things for this community and the Arab community had she lived.
Had it not been for Zane Isa's suspected ties to terrorism, the prosecutor's theory about what happened to Tina Isa would have been just that. But the audio tape proved what many jurists would have found difficult to accept.
You can hear in her voice, her parents were murdering her. There's not a whole lot you can say. It's just, as I said earlier, the most horrifying thing I ever hope to hear. And it's incomprehensible.
It's the kind of thing that once you hear it, you cannot forget it. And once you hear it, you don't want to hear it again.
The medical examiner did not hear the audio tape until sometime after the trial. But he wasn't surprised by what it revealed.
I was able to parallel the information that was provided on the tapes with information that I simply saw with my own eyes looking at the dead body on the morning that I did the autopsy.
As far as I'm concerned, it's intentional homicide.
A young woman died under suspicious circumstances. And there were no witnesses, even very few leads. But investigators hoped a tiny red fiber, some paper towels, and a tire could solve the mystery. Interstate 97 runs along the eastern side of the Cascade Mountains in the Pacific Northwest.
Highway 97 is very well traveled and truck traffic is unbelievable, but it's a major state highway.
Early one June morning, a man driving along the interstate in Oregon spotted something on the side of the road. When he stopped to investigate, he discovered it was a sleeping bag.
Went back to check it out and see if it was any good. It was a decent sleeping bag, so he threw it in the back of his truck.
But later that day, he took a closer look at it. Inside, he found a pair of women's sneakers and a purse. Both were covered in blood.
The first thing I thought was we had a dead body somewhere on 97. I mean, women don't leave their purse and sleeping bags.
There was no money inside the purse, but there was a driver's license. It belonged to a 20-year-old woman named Carrie Love, who lived in a small town near Seattle, about 400 miles from where the sleeping bag was found. Carrie's mother told police that her daughter left home a few days earlier to visit her father in Los Angeles.
She told me that she was going to be staying with her father down there. And she was really looking forward to that because it had been a while since she had seen him.
We walked for miles up 97 on both sides to scenario, that's what I would have done. I would have dumped her there.
There was a drag mark in the gravel where it appeared that something had been drug through the gravel in the parking area.
And that's where they found his body, buried beneath a mound of gravel. Nearby, investigators found sheets of green paper towels with pieces of duct tape attached to the ends.
When I held this up to my face, I could see the nose and the chin, because whoever was wearing this had expired all this mucus and liquid into the paper, and then it dries.
We wanted to make sure anything that we had was preserved for the forensic aspect of this thing. Blood obviously has to be preserved, fingerprints have to be preserved. So when you start realizing you're dealing with a homicide, then everything is ratcheted up 100% in terms of making sure you take care of things.
Investigators were certain that something at the crime scene would lead them to the killer. All they had to do was find it.
Why should you be interested in a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan?
You could be eligible to receive more benefits than original Medicare, like dental, vision, and hearing coverage at no additional cost.
Would you like to get more from Medicare? Now is the time. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th. Don't miss your chance to see if you qualify for the additional coverage and services that a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan can provide. Plus, if you are Medicare eligible and you also qualify for Medicaid, you could receive even more benefits with the WellCare Spendables card, like an allowance for over-the-counter health items, like antacids, diabetes accessories, pain relievers, sun protection, first aid products, and so much more. Here's an important fact. Original Medicare only covers 80% of most costs, leaving you responsible for the other 20%. Those costs can be a WellCare all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan covers
I just called to tell you that
which may include checkups and clinics. And you can receive these
WellCare Medicare Advantage plans for your body and mind. This is covering the cost of care services and annual tests.
Plus, fitness benefits, telehealth services with online doctor visits, and mental health services with Dario, a mental health and social support resource. Remember, the Medicare annual enrollment is December 7th. So now is the time to call or visit our website today.
Now you can understand why over 30 million Americans chose to get a Medicare Advantage plan this year.
WellCare has been in healthcare for more than 35 years. We're passionate about helping people get the right coverage.
Call WellCare now to find out how you could receive dental, vision, hearing, and prescription coverage. You can even choose to receive those prescriptions by mail if you'd like to avoid waiting in line.
Call WellCare now for an all-in-one guide to learn more and for one-on-one consultation with an experienced WellCare licensed sales agent.
If you wait, you could miss out on valuable benefits you deserve, like dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage.
WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call the number on your screen or visit our website today.
Before Skyline, it was the constant reiteration of what are you doing, what's going to happen this time.
I love the calendar. It manages us all and it keeps us organized.
It's just so simple. It's just very intuitive. We want to live life, not manage it, and we appreciate that. And the calendar can do that for us.
This young woman is dead. She shouldn't be dead. That was my life's job. I should have just dismissed punishment. Was discovered in the hunting area of one of the most prolific serial what we had to do. We set the pattern and the tone, and the group of guys that work with us are the best you can get.
Under Carrie's fingernails were several red cotton fibers, an indication that she had fought her attacker. Petechial hemorrhages in Carrie's eyes indicated she had been asphyxiated. There were also 2 deep stab wounds to her chest. And on her left arm and chest, investigators discovered what was perhaps the most telling piece of evidence. These were contusions that brought blood up to the surface of the skin. The pattern looked to some like tire impressions.
This came from the side of the tire being pressed down on her arm. But it was a very geometric pattern, and you could see it. It was square, and then there would be a rounded part, and then a square part, and it just spoke to me that said, that's part of a tire.
The paper towels found near Carrie's body were a common brand, nothing unusual, but forensic scientist Mike Howard did find something distinctive.
You could just hold the towel up to the light, and there were little holes, and they were random along one edge.
Has a unique pattern. It's produced by large rollers in the manufacturing process.
This roller will start to wear, and when it does, sometimes it will actually punch clear through the paper towel and leave holes. And this particular case, the paper towels, did have a blemish in it where the roller had been punching through and leaving random holes in the towels. I went out to various stores. I probably bought about 100 rolls of towels. None of them had holes in it like that did.
Investigators learned that Carrie Love worked as a dispatcher for a trucking company called Northern Star. The owner of the company was a man named Jesse Pratt.
When I first saw his picture, I thought he was a reject from Hell's Angels. Was my first impression. He had this bushy, permed, long hair and scruffy looking, just a real scary type person.
Pratt told police that he offered Carrie a ride to Los Angeles in his truck, but Carrie declined. She wanted to take an airplane instead.
Carrie decided, according to Jesse, that she wasn't going to drive to LA. She now wanted him to drop her off at SeaTac Airport in Seattle.
None of the flight manifests showed Carrie Love on board.
Obviously, being in this business, you knew that was a crappy story, but he had to make up something.
A background check revealed Pratt had been married 4 times and had a history of violence towards women. All of his victims claimed he had beaten them. Even worse, in 1981, Pratt was sentenced to 10 years for kidnapping one of his girlfriends, but was released only 10 months in prison.
He'd served time in Walla prison. Unfortunately, he was let out way earlier than he should have been let out.
Some of his past girlfriends told investigators Pratt had been involved in prostitution.
He tried to make a hook out of it. It was just a matter of time, and frankly, I'm stunned that there aren't more victims out there. Jesse Pratt is the most pathological, destructive criminal that's come through here, and we've had several.
When police looked inside Pratt's truck, at first they found little of value.
It was obvious the truck had been cleaned up. It was too clean. There weren't even hardly fingerprints in that truck.
So forensic scientists would have to look elsewhere, because evidence is often in the most unlikely spot.
Here's good news about Medicare. The Reliance Medicare helpline can make it easy to research, compare, and shop for Medicare Advantage plans. Just call to speak with a licensed sales agent and tell us what matters most to you. And we'll help you find a Medicare Advantage plan with the plan benefits, doctors, and co-pays that fit your budget. You see, every year, Medicare Advantage plans change, and new ones may arrive in your area. It can be overwhelming, but Reliance makes it easy. Just call and ask for our free, no-obligation Medicare plan review, and we'll show you in one convenient carriers like these have to offer in your area and how your current plan stacks up. You can count on us to explain all of the plan details and variations between plans. We can check to see if your preferred doctors are in network. We can even explain the difference between original Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans, which may offer extra coverage and benefits. Whether it takes 5 minutes or 55, we'll help you get the answers you need. And there's no pressure and no obligation to enroll. We're by your side step by step, reviewing your Medicare Advantage plan options, their costs, doctors, and prescriptions. We can even help you enroll. More good news? Our knowledgeable licensed insurance agents are just a phone call away. They're Medicare Advantage specialists, and their service is at no cost to you, regardless of the plan you choose. Nick, every year, your choice of Medicare Advantage plans changes. Let us compare the Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in one convenient place, so you don't have to. Call today at 888-986-3057. But don't delay. The annual enrollment period ends December 7th.
No matter where you live across the country, you can earn an affordable degree online at Southern New Hampshire University.
I'm the first in my family to go to college.
I have 4 kids, and I wanted them to see me earn this degree.
SNHU is committed to your success. If you're thinking about going back to school, you can do it.
I'm very proud to be here today. It's nice to see all our families happy for their loved ones.
I'm very proud of you. I am so proud of you.
I love you. Visit snhu.edu.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
Jesse acknowledged that Carrie Love worked for him as an administrative assistant while Pratt hauled freight with his 18-wheel truck. Pratt said he offered Carrie a ride to Los Angeles to visit her father, but Carrie refused. And he said he dropped her off at the Seattle airport and drove to Los Angeles alone.
When we examined the truck, there were 2 rolls of paper towels in the truck, one of which was open, and it just happened to be Bounty brand.
It was the same brand and color of paper towels used as asphyxiation.
I stripped some of the green out and did an analysis of the dye, so the dyes were the same. I ran them on an instrument called an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer to look for the metal elements that were present, even though there weren't a lot.
What are metals doing in paper? When the wood is made into pulp, the excess fibers are removed with sulfur, some of which remains in the paper. And sodium from the wood remains in the paper end product too. In a process known as ashing, how each sample to ash was added, then placed in the fluorescent spectrometer, where the metals fluoresce as the X-rays pass through. Both identical amounts of sulfur, potassium, and other trace metals.
They had the same metallic components in the towels, so we were able to link those towels from the dump scene
I'm starting to breathe hard because I can't believe that these were calling. And I says, is there anything else? He says, yeah, that young, good-looking little girl that was with us.
When faced with this eyewitness testimony and forensic evidence, that quickly changed his story. He now admitted that Carrie had been in the sleeper compartment of his truck because the two had consensual sex. Said Carrie had stolen some money from him during the trip.
He was angry at her, had some fights over it. After they got up on Highway 58, he just couldn't take it anymore. And he booted her out of the truck at night. And find your own way. Now, to me, that was the stupidest story you could have. If I'd have been on the jury, I'd have convicted him of murder just for that.
But investigators wanted to do one more test. They wanted to examine the tires on Pratt's truck. Could they hold the key to the death of Carrie Love?
If you're covered by both Medicare and Medicaid, it's time to get to know the U card, only from UnitedHealthcare. It's a new ID card that can help open doors to comprehensive and affordable coverage. And it's all yours when you join a UnitedHealthcare Dual Complete plan. With this plan and your U card, you'll get more benefits than original Medicare. It's a $0 monthly plan premium. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. To learn more, give us a call. We can tell you about plans in your area. With your U card in hand, you can use your credit every month to help pay for over-the-counter products like pain relievers, cold remedies, or your daily vitamins. Shop at thousands of participating stores nationwide or online. The U card can also be used to help pay for healthy foods and utilities for qualifying members. And as your member ID card, the UnitedHealthcare U card opens doors to a large network of Medicare Advantage providers, including doctors and specialists. To help manage your whole health, Dual Complete also gives you $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care, plus $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions, and you can earn rewards for healthy activities. It's not only a great deal with more benefits than original Medicare, but with UnitedHealthcare by your side, you'll get our support every step of the way. See why more people with Medicare and Medicaid choose UnitedHealthcare and get the UnitedHealthcare U card. As part of your plan, you can use your credit on your U card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus for qualifying members, all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Annual enrollment ends December 2nd, so call or click to connect with us today to get the reliable, all-in-one coverage of a UnitedHealthcare Dual Complete plan.
Here at Drive-Time, we approve 99% of people who apply. With no credit.
Over thousands of amazing clients to get 15 grand.
Okay, that's fine. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know it's you. You go to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day. Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-502-5300. Crime Lab Secrets. Forensic breakthroughs. And the agents who cracked the cases. The FBI Files. Only on True Crime Network.
Others knew that Carrie Love's killer had driven over her body after was that all 18 tires had recently been retreaded. And for some unexplained reason, all the tread patterns were different. The tire mark across Carrie Love's body appeared to resemble the right rear tire on Pratt's truck. The question now was whether the side pattern on that tire could be matched to the burn mark on Carrie Love's left forearm. The tire is retreaded. A new sheath of rubber tracking is glued onto the tire's core and is then spliced together. McDonald was most interested in the place where the retread was glued together on the outside of the tire. He laid paper over the side of the tire and pushed it down to lift the impressions. The side pattern on the tire was a short bar followed by a rounded square. But at the point where the retread was spliced together, the bar was shorter than anywhere else on the tire.
One particular bar that I focused my attention to was unique, and that only would occur where there's a splice of the retread.
Back in his lab, McDonald cut out the pattern, mounted it on a rubber stamp, then applied it. He pressed it on his left forearm. The pattern was identical to the pattern on Carrie Love's arm, and identical to the side pattern on the tire from Jesse Pratt's truck. Both patterns had the same shortened bar at the spot where the retread was spliced together.
That same short bar showed up on Carrie Love's arm. If it hadn't been for these unique features, I couldn't have made a positive identification.
McDonald noticed a serial number, XZA9219, on the new retread. He traced that number back to the company that treaded the tire. The manager revealed the tire was retreaded just 2 months before Carrie's death. And he also revealed who had paid for the work.
The check was written for $278 for a retread and was signed by the victim, Carrie Love.
It's been shown by the number of women that he has hurt in the past before Carrie that he can't be in society and he needs to be held accountable for what he has done.
Prosecutors believe Carrie accepted Pratt's offer of a ride to Los Angeles. Along the way, Pratt demanded sex. Carrie refused, and there was a confrontation. The forensic evidence suggests that Pratt cut her nose and mouth with the paper towels and stabbed her to death. But in the struggle, Carrie grabbed Pratt's shirt. Cotton fibers helped tie Pratt to the crime. In a final act of vengeance, Pratt drove over her with his truck. He later hid the body underneath the gravel at the truck stop and discarded Carrie's sleeping bag and personal items along the side of the highway. Every piece of forensic evidence pointed towards Jesse Pratt. The red cotton fibers under his fingernails were the same as the on Pratt's shirt. The paper towels held over Carrie's mouth were from the open roll in Pratt's truck, and the tire impression on Carrie's arm matched the tire on Pratt's truck. All told, the same story.
Friday night in October of 1993.
I might be coming
And
up
in
that
Northern
way
California, 3 junior high school girls are having a slumber party.
to look at a couple of houses.
Halloween's around the corner, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Within seconds, their lives will change forever. October 1st, Polly Flex and Jillian Ellen were waiting for another friend outside of Polly's house in Petaluma, California. It was around 8:30 when Kate McLean and her mother showed up. The 3 girls were ready for fun. It was Friday night. There was ice cream in the fridge, and they were going to stay up all night long. This was going to be a party. No one had any idea of the danger that lurked so close by. The girls kept in Polly's bedroom, but they couldn't suppress the noise as easily. At about 9:45, Polly's mother, Eve Nickel, looked in on the girls and asked them to keep it down. She was suffering a migraine headache and thought she'd turn in early. Eve's bedroom was right across the hall from the girls, and although she was tired and about to noise, she was pretty sure it would only take a few minutes for the 12-year-olds to get noisy again. Before going to bed, Eve took her prescription pills to block out all distractions and get her fast asleep. The party continued on for almost an hour before the nightmare began. When the intruder entered the room, at first Kate and Jillian thought it was a joke. And then they said he told them if they screamed, he'd slit their throats. Who's up? Immediately he tied them up and started asking questions. Live here. He wanted to know which girl lived here and who else was in the house. Polly spoke up.
Polly around this place?
The girls were terrified. Anybody else home? And he assured them that he wasn't going to hurt anyone, that he was only there for money.
Somebody else is supposed to be here.
But when Polly told him where some cash was hidden in a jewelry box, he made no attempt to find it. He gagged the girls and took the cases off some pillows to use as hoods.
What?
He made Polly get up and told the others to count to 1,000. By the time they were done, he said she'd be back.
1,000. He's pretty back by that.
Then he took Polly class and disappeared into the night. Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girls managed to free themselves and wake Polly's mother. They responded in minutes. Investigators entered Polly's room and began to look around. The bedroom was in disarray and told of the events that had happened just minutes before. On the floor were binding materials, cut strips of cloth. The boards from the Nintendo game had been cut, and a strap that was clipped from a purse lay on the floor. Pillowcases were strewn about.
I'm now.
What Petaluma Police Detective Mike Meese saw wasn't encouraging. So I remember standing at the doorway to Polly's room and looking at these few bags of evidence that we had been able to collect and thinking that was just such a pitiful amount. And I looked down at the rug and I talked to my partner Larry Pelton and said, let's take the rug. And he said, why? And I said, I don't know why, but let's just take the rug. We just don't have enough evidence. Okay. Police were in desperate need of assistance. Fortunately, help was on the way. After being contacted by the Class family, the Federal Bureau of Investigation offered its expertise.
Have you all talked to the mother?
Yeah. Shortly after midnight, the FBI appeared at the house of Polly Class. Typically, the Bureau handles kidnappings, and with 800 a year to investigate, they have plenty of experience.
But good to know.
Because he was familiar with the community and experienced in kidnapping cases, Special Agent Ed Fryer became the lead investigator. But he knew something about this case was different.
It had all the earmarks of a stranger abduction case because the statements from the two girls were consistent. Stranger abduction cases are the hardest cases to solve in my experience because, again, there's no connection between the perpetrator of the crime and your victim, or the victim's family, or somebody even associated to the victim. It's a random act.
Surprisingly, a vast majority of kidnappings involved disgruntled family members. And though Polly's parents were separated, her father, Mark Class, was immediately cleared of any responsibility. Abductions involving total strangers are exceedingly rare and leave little for investigators to go on. In this case, however, there were witnesses.
Was his hair long or short?
A police sketch artist was called in from the San Rafael Police Department. For 2 hours, Jillian and Kate tried to recall the face of the man who had barged into the building. The girls were still terribly upset, but they managed to give the artist a pretty good description. Authorities now had their first idea of what the stranger looked like.
His nose and mouth, right?
After 4 a.m., the girls were taken to the police station like this, and the FBI called in one of its special forces, the Evidence Response Team. Tony Maxwell leads the crew.
In looking at cases across the United States, we have found that when somebody is kidnapped, especially a young child, that they will generally be harmed within the first 24 hours, and probably within the first couple of days could even be killed. So time is of the essence. In that kind of work, the investigator needs to move quickly.
The Evidence Response Team is designed to provide forensic resources at a major crime scene. Their sole responsibility is to collect evidence. And they use the most sophisticated collecting equipment available to do it. An electrostatic dust print machine collects tiny hairs and fibers off the floor when a positive charge is passed over a sheet of mylar. Any loose debris clings to the mylar and is sent to a lab for careful inspection. Although the police department had already dusted for fingerprints, they had come up with nothing particularly promising. But they didn't have access to the same equipment as the FBI. The alternate light source was a new method that employed a unique fluorescent powder, which when combined with a distinct ultraviolet light and amber-colored goggles, could illuminate many things that otherwise would remain hidden. The team found 4 dozen fingerprints that police were unable to see using conventional equipment. But even those were of no use. They were attributed to family and friends. After hours of meticulous searching, something finally turned out.
They were still working on
Evidence?
Yeah, after Rich detailed the back to the spear, it looks like this pretty good Rich detail.
What are you doing?
The first real piece of forensic
That handprint was found on the bed, on a crossbar, of a bed.
Hurry up.
So just a second to lean on it.
Come on.
To hold himself as he
Come on.
was grabbing something. And with the alternate light source and the fluorescent fingerprint work that we did, we were able
gathered that point without the point. At that time, the FBI's fingerprint database, AFIS, didn't contain palm prints, only fingerprints. But even a palm print won't catch a suspect. It will only identify one once he's captured. In short, the FBI Special Agent Mark Mershon explained this. People often think that when you have a fingerprint or a palm print that you quickly establish the identity of a criminal. The truth of the matter is, in most instances, you have to identify a suspect, have fingerprints for that suspect in order to compare with a latent fingerprint.
I chose Oak Street because they focus on older people. They're really good at following all my multiple conditions, at testing when I need it, and just making sure I maintain my health.
At Oak Street Health, we specialize in healthcare for older adults with care that focuses on keeping you healthy, catching issues early to keep you healthy longer.
I heard about Oak Street Health. I thought, wow, this is a nice place. They take time to talk to you and find out about you. They actually found out that I had a 99% blockage in my main artery of my heart. I had no idea. I had no symptoms. I would not be sitting here without them digging deeper.
When I'm meeting a patient for the first time, there's a lot of getting to know each other, right? There's not just about your medical health, although that's really important, but I also want to know about them as a person, what's important to them, how they grew up, and how they like to spend their time. Having that really deep connection is really important for just the relationship.
We go beyond what you'll find in most doctors' offices. Along with doctors and nurses, our care team also includes social workers and mental health support, just to name a few. They all work together to coordinate your care.
What I love about Oak Street is that they take care of my body, my physical, and also my mind. They gave me somebody to talk to. I used to beat myself up all the time. I don't do that anymore.
Oak Street is really good at everything in the big picture, all the big picture things, making sure socially, emotionally, physically, that all of those pieces go together and they all make up a good life and help us be our best.
At Oak Street Health, we provide health care for older adults like you. And we accept Medicare and most Medicare Advantage plans. Call 844-222-1538 to schedule your visit.
So my provider at Oak Street, she makes sure that she covers any problems I might have, what to expect in the future from things, how to treat my arthritis, how to make sure that my body is strong.
When I told my friend about Oak Street Health, I said, why don't you give it a try? And sure enough, he came in, he went through the same procedures that I went through, and he is with Oak Street Health for over a year.
I made the transition to Oak Street because I really like how they focus on older people, and I know that's going to help me reach for. I feel physically strong, I feel emotionally strong. I'm in the right place now because they're the right people at this time of my life.
Ready for care that puts you first? At Oak Street Health, we specialize in healthcare for older adults like you. With care that focuses on keeping you healthy, call 844-222-1538 to schedule your visit.
What should we do?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
The hunt for the suspect prompted authorities to cover Holly's neighborhood inch by inch. By dawn, more than 100 agents and officers had begun a 24-hour search for Polly and her abductor. Helicopters and bloodhounds had been called out, and an all-points bulletin was issued by local authorities and the FBI. Systematically, the authorities searched every house in the neighborhood. Agents went to Polly's school to talk with teachers and students in the hopes that somebody might have some useful information. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood in pairs, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious that night. One by one, they interviewed all of Polly's neighbors. Several people recalled seeing a stranger around the neighborhood that fit the description given by the girls. Louis, Georgia's, and his friends were on their way to the video store at around 9 o'clock that night when he noticed a stranger standing in the shadows in front of Polly's house. Thomas knew everyone in his neighborhood, but he had never seen this man before. Returning home a few minutes later, the boys saw that the stranger was still there. The description Thomas gave to the authorities matched the suspect they were looking for. Sean Bush was playing video games with some friends who lived in a small rental cottage directly behind Polly's house. It was about 10:30 when Sean happened to glance out the window. He was surprised to see a strange man on the back porch of Polly's house. He appeared to be going for the back door. His description of the man also fit that of the suspect. There were others who saw the suspicious man that night, but unfortunately none of them alerted the authorities. As Petaluma Police Chief Patrick Parks explains, time was working against them.
In stranger abduction cases of small children, there is no more critical factor than time. Time is absolutely a deal. And for that reason, you have to get out as many resources as you can. You have to put out the word as far as wide as you can. You have to roll out as many agencies as you can, get them focused, get their efforts channeled, and hopefully, bring about a successful resolution.
While officers continued to comb the neighborhood, FBI investigators began executing the standard operating procedure in cases like these. After eliminating family and friends as suspects, they focused on ex-cons who were registered as sexual offenders throughout Sonoma County. Gradually, they branched out to surrounding counties, carefully questioning and investigating each registrant. But nothing turned up. The following day, the search for Polly Klaas had escalated into the largest manhunt in the nation. A massive community volunteer network was formed to assist authorities. While hundreds of citizens searched, others passed out flyers, trying to cover the entire city as quickly as possible. Back at the FBI's Trace Evidence Lab in Washington, D.C., forensic expert Chris Allen was carefully surveying the items collected from Polly's house.
I noticed that in untying the pieces of bindings with the thin nylon strips of bindings that were used to tie up Polly's girlfriends, that they had jagged edges to them. And I was able to line them up perfectly so that I was able to determine that these all came from one piece of cloth originally, and it was a piece of cloth like a lady's nightgown or a slip material.
Other pieces of evidence found in Polly's room were not so easy to classify. Tiny fibers collected with the electrostatic dust print machine proved to be a challenge to identify. After painstaking examination and comparison, Allen concluded that they had come from the interior carpet of an automobile. Eliminating the cars that could be accounted for at Polly's house, Allen suspected that these carpet fibers were most likely from the kidnapper's car. One more item Allen found was a little more personal to the suspect.
I found in the vacuum of the area rug that was in Polly's bedroom that she was playing on with her girlfriends, a dark brown, forcibly removed headgear. And I say forcibly removed because it had a 3 or 4 millimeter root sheath on it, actually skin material that comes out of the scalp when the hair is forcefully pulled or yanked out.
If Polly had pulled the hair out of the suspect's head, it was evident that she didn't go without a struggle. But even a hair with DNA evidence couldn't bring investigators any closer to finding a suspect. The palm print lifted from the bedpost was sent to Michael J. Smith, a fingerprint specialist with the FBI. Examining the print under laser light, Smith determined that the print had enough ridge detail to photograph. But the light emitted from the laser turned the print orange and first needed to capture a black print on a white background. He instructed the photographer to reverse the color so that the finished print would appear the way it would on a fingerprint card. Now the print was indelible and could be filed until the suspect was apprehended. Investigators had unearthed some solid evidence, but it wasn't enough. Time was running out, and Polly Klaas was still out there, somewhere.
Now's the time to review your Medicare plan. Are you getting the benefits you want? Are you spending more than you need to? We know finding the answers can get confusing, but we made it easy for you. It all starts with one call to Reliance, where you'll be connected to a licensed insurance agent ready to help. So make the call today at 866-316-7907. The licensed insurance agents we work with are Medicare Advantage specialists. They can help explain the difference between original Medicare and convenient Medicare Advantage plans, which offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus additional benefits you may want. They also keep up with yearly changes to Medicare Advantage plans, right down to your zip code. So you get truly personalized help in finding the plan that's right for you. We are by your side every step of the way, reviewing your Medicare plan options, their costs, doctors, prescriptions, and helping you enroll. When you call, you will get clear answers to your questions, as well as detailed information about leading insurance carriers offering Medicare plans. Aetna, Humana, United Healthcare, and WellCare. We compare Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in one convenient place, so you don't have to. When you're ready, all it takes is one call, and they can even guide you through enrolling if you're eligible. Call 866-316-7907 or go online. And don't forget, the annual enrollment period ends December 7th. It's your Medicare plan, your health care. Now make it work for you. Call 866-316-7907 or visit shopreliance.com today.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Have both Medicare and Medicaid? Now's the time to explore your options and choose the coverage that's right for you. Choose a Medicare Advantage plan that offers you more benefits at no additional cost. Millions of members turn to WellCare for benefits and services that go beyond original Medicare and help them lead better, healthier lives. Choose a plan with $0 low monthly plan premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. And with WellCare, you don't just pay less, you get more. More dental coverage, more vision and hearing with an eyewear allowance, plus prescription drug coverage. Call us at 877-268-6394 to speak to a friendly licensed representative and request a free all-in-one guide. There's no obligation. We're here to help you review your options to see if a WellCare plan is the right decision for you. WellCare has a large network of doctors and specialists, and WellCare Medicare Advantage plans come with this all-in-one WellCare Expendables debit card to use for over-the-counter health items and dental, vision, and hearing costs. Get convenient access to care with telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource, and free fitness benefits with online classes. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to provide Medicare Advantage plans. It has been serving those with Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and prescription drug plans for more than 35 years. Call now. We're here to answer your questions and even assist enrolling you over the phone. Choose the company that puts your health first. WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call now and get a free copy of our all-in-one guide. 877-268-6394.
The True Crime Network. Download the free app.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
48 hours after the abduction of Polly Klaas, her father, Mark, got a call. Polly? It sounded like Polly.
Kid, mate.
She told her father that she was in a hotel room somewhere and that her abductor had stepped out for a moment.
Tell me where you are. Holly.
Then the line went dead. He'd offered the first glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, since Mark's line wasn't set up for a trace, all authorities could do was wait for another call. Word of the abduction spread rapidly. In 2 days, 50,000 flyers had been distributed. Community volunteers quickly organized a search command center to work in tandem with the police and FBI. It was an unprecedented grassroots effort. A telephone bank was manned 24 hours a day to field calls and tips. A copy of every lead that was phoned in was shared with the FBI and Petaluma police. Before long, the search center had screened 60,000 calls. Out of those, authorities were compelled to follow up on over 12,000 leads. Processing that amount of data would have been virtually impossible without help from an FBI computer processor. Even with so many leads, there was one in particular that investigators were anxious to follow up on. When Mark Class received the first call, the FBI was powerless to do anything about it. The second time she called, they were ready. Like the previous call, it sounded like Bob, and she could only talk for a short time before she had to hang up. But it was long enough for authorities to make a trace.
Holly.
You go. The FBI had traced the call to a house 30 miles away. There hadn't been enough time to collect an army of agents. The job would have to be handled by a few. But something wasn't right. This was just a normal family home. There was no sign of Polly or her abductor. A terrible realization dawned on the agents. When they sat down with one of the girls in the house, she confessed to making the call. She admitted that friends from school had dared her to call and impersonate Polly.
Serious?
The entire incident had been a cruel joke. This was the only indication we had after a week's time that Polly just might be alive still, and we all were poised and hopeful that this would yield a solution and her safe recovery. Of course, it didn't. In mid-October, Kate and Jillian were brought in to give another description of the man who tied them up. A highly acclaimed forensic artist was flown in to make a second sketch.
It was pretty well cut.
The artist was known for relaxing witnesses enough to coax an accurate description from them. The girls were less stressed than they had been that night, and were able to give her more to work with. The second sketch was much more precise. This sketch looked like a person. In flyers we distributed immediately. There was no time to waste. But if you look back at true stranger abductions, we have this rule of thirds. The children who are abducted, typically 1/3 are recovered alive, 1/3 are recovered dead, and 1/3 is simply never heard from ever again. That's what we faced in this particular investigation, and that I think was one of our motivations to keep the sustained effort up. After a reward had been offered for Polly's return, authorities received a call demanding a $10,000 ransom. They traced the call to a Petaluma apartment complex. This time a SWAT team showed up in force. They were not going to take any chances.
Do not move. For a night, I'm home at you in the hell, baby.
20-year-old James Hurd was arrested for attempted extortion and posing as a kidnapper.
Yeah, please don't.
It was a crushing blow for everyone.
Josh, be right there.
It became very frustrating. It was certainly distracting towards the main thrust of the investigation, but you had to deal with it. There was no way around it. You could not ignore those things. It certainly chewed up a lot of time and resource.
We had a 24-hour operation going. We conducted searches sunny days, foggy days, rainy nights. Whenever the information came in, we reacted to that because in a case like this, physical evidence is crucial.
Are you getting the most from your Medicare plan?
It's overwhelming, actually.
Really confusing. There was always a struggle for us trying to narrow it down.
With Matchfinder by eHealth, it's easy to see if you could get more coverage for less money. So we invited people to give it a try.
This is the first time I've been able to see the major plans side by side. Put your doctors in, put your prescriptions in.
I'd like to add a doctor. Oh, and there he is.
Yeah, that's a good deal right there.
I'm all about saving money.
See if you could get more for less with a new Medicare plan. Go to eHealth.com and try Matchfinder. Compare your current plan to new 2026 plans from the nation's top insurance companies. Enter your doctors and prescriptions and choose from plans ranked for you by cost, coverage, and satisfaction. Or call this number to compare plans with the help of an eHealth advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose.
Thanks for calling eHealth. How can I help you today?
One thing I'm looking for is lowering prescription costs.
Awesome. We can do this together. This looks like this is going to be pretty cost effective for your prescriptions. So you're saving money across the board while also increasing your benefits. What do you think?
All right, sounds good. Thank you. That was amazing. I mean, it's a great plan.
How was that?
It was easy.
And would you recommend this to other folks?
Heck yeah, if they're paying high prices like I am now, let me tell you, none of these guys.
Call this number for your Medicare plan comparison or get started at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service.
They weren't pushing just one plan. They're going to look for what's perfect for you.
It's gonna save me close to about $400 or $500 a year. Matchfinder, that's the greatest idea I've seen in a long time. The fact that it was free makes it a whole lot better.
Call 1-800-910-4713 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
What should we do?
I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
The search never stopped. The Navy and search and rescue experts joined the thousands of volunteers who were constantly looking. Police and volunteer task forces worked tirelessly. But it would be nearly 2 months before anything broke. November 28th, 1993. It was 2 months after Polly Klaas was kidnapped that authorities got their first real lead. In Sonoma County, the sheriff's deputy was called out to the house of Dana Jaffe. It sat at the end of a long, winding drive off Bithany Road. Dana had been out inspecting the property when she noticed something unusual and thought it might be of use to investigators. She led the deputy through a densely wooded area to a clearing just a few yards from the long, winding drive to her house.
Yeah, the type looks like a little girl, thought maybe that's something you can.
Scattered in the woods were a few items that seemed somewhat suspicious.
And that's what you must go on, but it's had and making a deal with it, right?
There was a large piece of silk cloth that had been fashioned into what appeared to be a hood. A couple of strips of packing tape were on the ground.
Yeah, about 2 months ago. He was quickly dragging it out and they ran his place, didn't it?
A pair of young girl's tights had been tied into a knot, and human hair was entangled in the knot. Other debris surrounded the area. Then Dana recalled the night she caught a trespasser on her property not far from where they stood. It was nearly 2 months before. It all started when Dana's babysitter, Shannon Lynch, had left Dana's house and was making her way back down the long driveway. A man was walking down the middle of the private drive. His stranded Pinto was off to the side.
Bro, get out of the car now.
He said that he was stuck and insisted that she get out of her car and help.
If you drive a car,
He also wanted to know what was up the drive.
must, yeah.
But Shannon immediately sensed something wasn't right.
She's up that hill, man. Look out.
She later described him as looking like a wildcat. She drove on, leaving him there, determined to get to her phone. Shannon found a payphone about 2 miles down the road and hurried to call her friend. She was anxious to get a hold of Dana and warned her of the scary man trespassing on her land. Dana didn't waste any time. She grabbed her daughter and a baseball bat and took off down the road. She saw the car, like Shannon had said, but the strange man was nowhere in sight. She continued down into town and called the police. A few minutes after midnight, 2 Sonoma County Sheriff's deputies showed up. Dana explained that she didn't really want the intruder arrested for trespassing. She just wanted him off her property.
Yeah, that's fine.
The deputies found the trespasser a little agitated. There was alcohol on his breath, and he was sweating profusely.
Ask for a little bit of alcohol.
He blurted out that he'd been under the car trying to free it, but the deputies didn't believe it. The way his car was strapped, there wasn't enough room for a person to get underneath.
Can move on to your house. We do, 1,003, 1,000.
The deputies administered some roadside sobriety tests, but he passed them all.
Yeah, that's fine. And what cost me? I'm sorry for the rob.
Looking in his car, they found some cans of beer in a plastic bag and a small duffel bag in the back seat.
It's weird.
He became extremely upset.
All right, time me a lot. Just keep that stuff away. But put that cigarette out for me.
To make him comply, the deputies told him they would be within their rights to run him in on trespassing.
I accept my tenders.
After he heard this, he calmed down considerably. They searched him carefully and continued questioning him, but could find nothing incriminating.
We can do that key there.
He was just fine. The deputies remained suspicious, but when they ran his license, it checked out.
He told me.
His driving record was clean, and he had passed some sobriety tests. They had held him for about 45 minutes already, and they had no legal means to detain him any further.
We've had, you don't want to do this much. It's like, no, like that.
There was nothing left to do but pull his car out and send him on his way.
Hey, the right inside, right in the back.
Yeah. Well, they look like tides, and they look like...
That had been 2 months ago, the same night that Polly Class had been abducted.
That's nothing good, that's for sure.
A hood, bindings, a young girl's pair of tights. It was too much of a coincidence. Putting it all together, the deputy quickly put a call into the Petaluma Police Department.
Look, Your Honor.
Within an hour, Detective Mike Meese and Agent Ed Fryer arrived to check it out.
I'll never forget the scene. It was late at night then. By this time, Mike Meese and I are standing up on the hillside there on 50th on the road. It was beginning to get a little misty and foggy, and the rain started to come down. And we looked at each other, and we knew in our hearts that we had basically uncovered a very critical crime scene which was going to lead us to the resolution of this case.
After the evidence was collected, investigators immediately began searching the Pythian roadside for any signs of Polly.
We spent days searching the mountain with over 300 volunteers. I believe we had 25 to 30 search dogs, and we conducted extensive ground searches for Polly, believing that she was still alive, which was the premise that we were working on.
As the search commenced, everything began to snowball. Authorities checked with the Sonoma County Police to get the full report of the incident that happened on Dan Jaffe's property. The man deputies had questioned was Richard Allen Davis. Accessing his criminal record revealed he had recently been paroled from an 8-year sentence for kidnapping.
What we learned about Davis initially was 1976 he had been arrested for robbery and kidnapping.
Would you
and,
stop?
Assault with intent to commit rape. Learned in 1978 he'd been arrested for another kidnapping. as well as a couple of counts of assault with a deadly weapon. 1984, he'd been arrested for a kidnapping case, assault with a deadly weapon, including the use of firearm in armed robbery.
The arrest photo on file matched the girl's description. His mother lived in Parrots, giving him reason to have been there. The pieces were falling into place. The items discovered near Pythian Road were immediately flown to forensic specialist Chris Allen in Washington. Of the most interest was a strip of cloth that was found in the woods.
You're gonna go back in your
Allen was
shade.
quickly able to confirm
I'm
what
getting to bed.
detectives had suspected.
Essentially what we're trying to do is establish whether or not the cut edges would line up or match. The middle strips represent the fabric that was found in Polly's bedroom, which were used to bind Polly's girlfriends. And subsequently, on the second submission, we received the cloth that was found at the Pythian Road site. These all fit together like a puzzle with the edges and the pieces of fabric matching up end to end.
The strips meant more than likely Polly Klaas had been out at Dana Jaffe's after her abduction. Without a doubt, Richard Allen Davis had been there too.
He says.
Though it wasn't enough to arrest Davis for kidnapping.
No!
Detectives felt if they could just get him in custody, they could quickly gather the evidence they needed to tie him to Polly's disappearance.
Everything else fell away, and we focused on what we had with Mr. Davis, what happened out there at Pythian Road, and what we were going to do next.
No.
When investigators discovered Davis had an outstanding warrant for breaking parole and DUI, they decided to bring him. But he wasn't at home when they arrived. Then the deputy sheriff, who was securing a perimeter around the area, stopped a van. At the wheel was Richard Allen Davis.
No, sir. Just sit tight, babe.
Authorities reported to the scene, and Detective Meese approached the van and asked
No.
Davis to step out.
Step out of the bay.
They informed him that he was under arrest for violation of his parole.
No. I'm Detective Meese. I'm arresting you.
One thing I think is important to understand how Richard Allen Davis was taken into custody, because it was such a low-key event, and because Mike Meese, when they had to handcuff him, he did it in a very professional way, and he started a rapport calling with Richard Allen Davis that later was very useful in bringing resolution to the case.
You're
It
going
had
back.
been 2
Stop
months
it.
since Kate and Jillian had seen the man who took Polly Klaas, but they had no trouble picking him out of a lineup.
And one step forward, please.
Even without the beard, his was a face they could never forget.
One step back, please.
Though he'd been arrested for parole violation, Davis was questioned about the kidnapping. He vehemently denied any involvement, but authorities let Davis know that if he wanted to talk, the door was open. Back at the FBI latent fingerprint lab, Mike Smith was comparing the palm print found in Polly's bedroom with one that had been taken from Davis since his arrest. This was a crucial piece of evidence. Matching the 2 prints would undoubtedly link Davis to the abduction. After careful examination, the results were called in to Agent Fryer.
I just got a call from FBI laboratory. They matched Davis's palm print to a palm print taken off of Polly's bedroom, or her bed post. It was again one of those moments where with butterflies in my stomach, again realized that this was really very powerful evidence. So I hung up the phone, and again there was a lot of noise and commotion in the command post. I stood up and I asked everybody, "Can I have your attention, please? Can I have quiet for a moment?" I said, "We just got confirmation from our laboratory that we've matched this palm print taken from the bedroom to Davis. We can place him in the bedroom." And it was just a huge cheer from everybody. Papers were flying. it was just great news to everybody.
Confused by the Medicare ABCs? If you have Original Medicare, then you have Parts A and B. Have you considered Part C? Medicare Part C is sometimes known as a Medicare Advantage plan, and it's one of the best ways to help protect yourself from out-of-pocket Medicare costs. If you only have Medicare Parts A and B, there are 3 things you should do. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3, see what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy. Medicare Part C plans are available with benefits you may not be receiving with your current plan. Call now to enroll during the Medicare annual enrollment period. There may be a plan available in your area with benefits, but you won't know unless you 1, call the number on your screen now. 2, give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3, see what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy. Medicare Part C plans may be available where you live and may include benefits you are not currently receiving. Call today for your free Medicare benefits review. You don't get a new Medicare Advantage plan automatically. Call now to enroll during the Medicare annual enrollment period. If you already have a plan, call to find out if any changes have been made to your coverage for 2026. If you only have Medicare Parts A and B, there are 3 things you should do. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3, see what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy. The Medicare Benefits Helpline is accepting calls right now to see what 2026 plans with benefits are available to you. If you have Original Medicare, then you have Parts A and B. Have you considered Part C? Medicare Part C is sometimes known as a Medicare Advantage plan, and it's one of the best ways to help protect yourself from out-of-pocket Medicare costs. Medicare Part C plans may be available where you live and may include benefits you are not currently receiving. Call the Medicare Benefit Helpline today at the number on your screen. Everyone on Medicare can call today for a free Medicare benefits review. The call is free. There's no obligation. If you only have Medicare Parts A and B, there are 3 things you should do. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3, see what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy. Everyone at Medicare can call today for a free Medicare benefits review. The call is free. There's no obligation.
Call 800-792-0626. That's 800-792-0626. 800-792-0626.
They thought they got away, but time had other plans. New science, new clues, and new witnesses turn cold cases into justice. Finally caught, only on True Crime Network.
Though news of the matching print had gone public, Davis was being held in isolation and had not heard anything about it. And then one day, a friend of his showed up for a visit. But he urged Davis to talk to authorities and tell them where Polly was. But Davis continued to deny responsibility.
That's Conures with you.
Then his friend gave him the news the rest of the nation had already heard. It came as a complete surprise. Davis realized it was going to be impossible to explain how his palm print got in Polly's bedroom. There was only one thing he could do.
In Davis's mind, he's now got to do something, and that is try to make whatever deal he can make with the authorities, because we know that he was in Polly's bedroom. We can put him.
While on his way to the massive search for Polly near Pythian Road, Detective Meese was paged to call the jail. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, and Meese was anxious about what he might find out.
Yeah.
After this wait, Davis comes out and phone, and I recognize the voice.
Detective Meese and Special Agent Larry Taylor met with Davis in the interrogation room, where Davis related the details of the night of October 1st. Though he was living in something like a halfway house, he had applied for an overnight pass to go visit his mother in Petaluma. On unable to find her house, he had a few beers and walked the streets of Polly's neighborhood. Mick Davis had come to the neighborhood prepared. He brought a bag packed with findings and tape. Forensic experts were able to determine that he had cut the strips with a pair of scissors, a fact which implies intent. Then Davis said he randomly picked a house in the street and crawled into an open window. He remembered hearing TV voices and said he may have picked up a knife in the kitchen. He said he didn't remember anything after that. He claimed the next thing he knew, he was driving in his car and was surprised to find a young girl sitting next to him. She was complaining that her hands were tingling. According to Davis, he adjusted the straps for her and drove around wondering what he'd done and what he should do next. Then he drove off the side of the road and got the car stopped. Once he realized he was stuck for good, he says he got Polly out of the car and carried her up the steep embankment 30 yards away. Get out of the car! He planned to leave her in the darkness until he could figure out a way to free the car. The rest of Davis's story about what happened at Bithyam Road matched the witnesses' accounts. Davis recalled how the deputies pulled his car out and escorted him to the main gallery. You want me back? But he claims that he waited for 15 to 30 minutes and returned to the site to find Polly. At long last, authorities found out that they'd been desperate to know. Polly Glass was dead. And Richard Allen Davis was the man responsible.
Hey!
Davis agreed to take them to the site in a deserted area of Gaineville where he left the body.
What are you doing?
It was not. The inspectors felt the need to confirm Davis's story couldn't wait until daybreak. He led them to a field near an abandoned lumber mill. Out in the field, under some boards, investigators found the body of Polly Glass.
It was an odd feeling. You're in the presence of somebody like Davis, and just a few yards away is what's left of a very beautiful, innocent 12-year-old.
The Polly Glass case was special because people cared. Because the whole community stepped forward and said, this is the last child you're going to take. And that this is our child, and that we are going to go out and look for her until we find her.
I used to think all doctors were the same. Then I switched.
What are you doing? Huh?
This isn't your typical doctor's office. Instead of waiting around for me to get sick, they focus on keeping me healthy and feeling good. Hey, still got it.
The sugar, right?
And the best part, everyone at Oak Street Health is experienced with people my age.
At Oak Street Health, we specialize in caring for older adults like you, with a focus on keeping you healthy. So don't wait. Call today. Diane, we're ready for you.
Here people get to know me the old-fashioned way. By listening. This guy takes all the notes, so our doctor is all eyes on me. And never rush back.
Ready to go?
We get to know you better with longer appointments, including same-day and next-day appointments.
Everyone gets their own personal care team. Whether it's doctors, nurses, social workers, mental health support, even someone to help me understand my medical benefits. They all work together for me, myself, and I. Not to mention a 24/7 patient support line.
We customized the plan for him, and we can do the same for you.
Getting the care you need has never been easier because our team members members work together to handle all your healthcare needs.
And you get all this for no extra cost.
Then you can gather all your medical records and health history.
So switching to their doctors is easy.
And you can keep living your life your way.
At Oak Street Health, we specialize in caring for older adults like you. Call 866-530-9951 to schedule a visit and see why we are the only primary care provider to carry the AARP name. Oak Street Health.
I'm happy. I'm happy to have gold. I have gold as a hedge against inflation. I know that this is the only thing that represents real money. I've had a portfolio of course, stocks, but no one ever talked about gold as part of your portfolio. To make a long story short, I ended up buying gold for the first time. And boy, was I excited. What I like about owning physical gold is that I'm in control of my life. No one else has his hands on it, but I can put my hands right on it right now. If I need it right away, it's there.
If you'd like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy of the new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA, backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. All you have to do is call U.S. Money Reserve, America's Gold Authority, to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
The case wouldn't come to trial until 1996. After 10 weeks in the court, a jury found Davis guilty on 10 counts, including kidnapping, robbery, burglary, murder, and attempting to commit a lewd act on a child. The law trial Davis continued to deny during the entire trial. Investigators strongly believe that the car was already dead at the time that he checked into his car. He was sentenced to death and continues to sit on death row at San Quentin Prison. Class left behind a legacy to save other lives. The way missing persons cases have been forever since the investigation. At routine pullovers and traffic stops, officers can access history for criminal records as well. Implementation of the three-strike legislation is a direct result of the case. As was the first He knew he'd been caught walking towards Robin's empty car.
Yeah, I'd like to report a 2829. Yeah, license number 561. FVD.
It was the first in a long line of lies covering his actions for the official record.
Copy that. Good point.
Hearing court dates right here.
He drove along a parallel access road to a point where Robin could walk back to her car. He removed the cuffs, then let her out of the car. He'd gotten what he was after, and was simply going to let it go. Now she suddenly looked like a perhaps fear now that she released. Perhaps she threatened him with exposure, but whether it was a prosecutor or not. Regardless, it would be very weird against him. But then, as he stood next to his vehicle, he was suddenly caught in the spotlight of a passing police sheriff's car. The deputy may well have noticed Robin's patrol car from the highway nearby. Robin could not know whether he was recognized. Suddenly, Robin's thoughts became more real. How could he explain being out there on the access road? Officer George Wolby decided Robin had to be silenced. Wolby took a final and irrevocable step. To distance himself from the dead girl. Frantic, he devised a way out. He called the dispatcher and reported finding a dead body, a possible suicide. Knowing he had only moments before other officers would arrive at the scene, he searched under her head for the bullet that had killed her. As evidence, the girl had the power to destroy him, but there was no exit wound. Homicide Detective Milt Rhodes of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department was sent to investigate the dead body found by Gordon. On his way to the crime scene, the dispatcher asked him to examine the abandoned car. As the body had been found a short distance away on the access road and was visible to investigators already at the crime scene, the police suspected there was a connection between the car and the body.
I did not see any obvious signs of any malfunctions. No mechanical breakdowns. The tires were all in good condition. The vehicle was in gear. The keys were inside the vehicle. Why did the vehicle stop at the location it was at?
Reviewing your medical plan year after year may seem like a lot of work. But doing nothing could be risky. Your current benefits may have changed, and new plans might be available in your area. Rely on Alliance. We can help you find a Medicare Advantage plan that's right for you. Call us at 855-576-9891 to talk one-on-one with a Medicare Advantage specialist who knows all the ins and outs. There's no obligation for this free service. That means no more guesswork. Just knowledgeable, licensed insurance agents who specialize in Medicare Advantage plans and who are here to help. Our agents keep up with yearly changes in Medicare, right down to plan options available in your area, so you get truly personalized help. Together, we'll find the right plan for your needs when you call 855-576-9891. You can rely on our agents to explain the difference between original Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans, which can offer extra benefits. You may be eligible for a plan with more benefits than others. We compare Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in a convenient place, so you don't have to. You'll get information on plans from top carriers like Aetna, Humana, United, and WellCare. We can help you find a plan with benefits, doctors, and copays that fit your budget. So why rely on luck? We are by your side step by step, reviewing the Medicare Advantage plan options, their costs, doctors, and prescription coverage. There's no obligation to enroll, but when you're ready, we can help make that easy too. This is your Medicare plan. So to make sure you have a plan that's right for you, rely on Reliance. Call 855-576-9891 or visit shopreliance.com. The annual enrollment
by both Medicare and Medicaid, it's time to get to know the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's a member ID card that can help open doors to comprehensive and affordable coverage. And it's all yours when you join a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan. With the U-Card, you can use your credit every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, like your vitamins and cold remedies, plus healthy foods and utilities for qualifying members. So give us a call today. Learn how you can get more benefits than original Medicare, like $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care. Plus, as part of your plan, you can use the U-Card to help pay for over-the-counter products and more. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. So call or click to connect with us today to get the reliable, all-in-one coverage of a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan.
You need some help.
I know. I'm going to cashmanUSA.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashmanUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
We earn a degree at Walton University to enhance our lives. We also do it to enhance their lives too. Get the W.
Walton University. Set a course for change.
Shot at the crime scene, Officer Wolpe was now composed and professional, though he described how he found the victim, checked for a pulse, and looked in her purse for identification. In the vehicle registration and driver's license identified her as Robin Gill, owner of the abandoned car he had called in early. Although Officer Wolpe had reported an apparent suicide, Detective Rose quickly ruled out that possibility. The victim had been shot in the back of the head at close range, then moved slightly. 4 inches from her head was a stream of blood on the ground. This was a homicide. Recent rainfall made tracks and footprints from Waltney and his cruiser clearly visible in the back side.
In this general area, we found a couple of footprints that appear to come around the front of the vehicle. They travel around in the front of the vehicle and off in a direction sort of towards the middle area of the vehicle. We travel over here into an area about where this bush is located, or right in this general area, and that's where Robin Bishop's body was found. The other footprints that we found were leading from the driver's door on the Irish Trillium to an area towards the front of the vehicle, and then over towards Robin's body, kind of facing off in the easterly direction.
The first officer arriving on the scene criticized Waltney for the profusion of his footprints, a clear contamination of the crime scene, and an uncharacteristically sloppy footprint.
Further examination, I noticed there appeared to be marks on a wrist.
The marks were familiar from any police officer. 2 thin marks across the top of the wrist and one across the back, typical of those made by Parrots. Detective Rose examined the contents of the victim's purse. He could find no signs of robbery, but the vehicle registration and driver's license were lying on top of the person's contents, as if they had been thrown to someone and quickly thrown back into the purse.
It indicated to me that we need to take a look at some type of vehicle stop or somebody in some type of position of authority possibly stop this car.
To Rose, the evidence pointed to the involvement of a police officer or someone posing as one. Every investigator at the crime scene was either a friend or a colleague of Officer Walton. That he might be connected with the crime was not even considered at this point. An autopsy was performed. The results confirmed that the body had been moved slightly after he was shot, and that the bruises were in fact made by handcuffs. The fatal bullet was found lodged in Robin's jaw. Though it was the caliber of a standard police service revolver, the brand was not the standard ammunition. The autopsy also showed that she had had sex within 24 hours of her death, but there were none of the normal physical signs of a forcible rape.
The first thing we needed to do was to eliminate people that had been to the scene or could have been in the area. Other highway patrol officers, other deputies, whoever was in that particular area around that time frame. We needed to start with Officer Gwaltney to begin with because Officer Gwaltney was the person who found the body.
Gwaltney's survivors depended on staying one step ahead of the investigation. When he finished his shift that night, he struggled to remove the gun barrel from the murder weapon. It was the one piece of hard evidence that could conclusively implicate him in the crime. Gwaltney knew his gun barrel left identifiable markings on the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The next morning, he went to a local gun shop to order a new barrel, which would confuse a ballistics test. But the barrel was not in stock and had to be ordered. Then he took his uniform to the dry cleaner and his holster to the repair shop for re-dyeing and restitching. All that remained was to stall for time until the gun barrel arrived. In Barstow, Rose held a briefing that morning with the police and sheriff departments to discuss the case. He asked all officers on duty the night before to turn in their weapons so that ballistics tests could eliminate them as possible suspects in the crime. Gwaltney made sure to attend. During the briefing, he learned that the fatal bullet had been recovered. By early evening, Gwaltney was the only officer who had not turned in his weapon for testing. The detectives went to his home and asked for his service revolver. He returned moments later with the wrong gun, his off-duty weapon.
George, this is your service revolver, that's what we need, sir. Oh, get that service.
The captain sent him back for his service revolver, but he returned empty-handed.
You're not gonna believe this, it's been stolen.
What do you stole?
Stolen. Well, George, some burglars.
The house must have been burglarized. The gun was missing.
Have to ask.
The story sounded dark, but because Gwaltney was a highway patrol officer, Detective Brian English with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department was inclined to believe him. I kind of empathized with him because we were, in my opinion, we were looking for evidence to show that he didn't do it. It was some criminal that Gwaltney agreed to come to headquarters for questioning. But first, the detective searched his locker for the missing weapon. They found nothing.
Then we sat down and we started talking with Officer Gwaltney. And to him, it didn't appear important that his gun was gone, which was very significant. And if I was in his position, I'd have been extremely worried, and it didn't seem to bother him.
By now, it was almost 2 days after the crime. The missing weapon and Gwaltney's odd behavior made it impossible to deny the current person. Gwaltney was advised of his constitutional rights. Although this may have been the primary suspect in the case, there was insufficient evidence to actually arrest him. Insisting he was innocent, Gwaltney agreed to give a tape recorder to him so that we can record on tape about the night that robbed and shot.
Yeah, no problem with it.
He said he worked his regular beat patrol on the interstate on January 11th. After his dinner break, he had picked up a young boy he knew, Preston Olson, who was seen walking home alone. After dropping Preston off at his house, he was by 8:50 p.m. back on the interstate. But about 9:15, he found the abandoned car, ran a stolen vehicle check, then turned onto the access road. Seeing the pale shape, he had pulled over. It was the body of the victim, Robin Bishop. He was not reacting normally for a person who had been accused of committing this kind of crime. Had it been me, I would not be talking to them. When I tell them to prove it, I'd be very irate, I'd be very upset. Officer Gwaltney had repeatedly insisted on taking a lie detector test. He reiterated his statement and then answered a series of critical questions, including the direct question, had he killed Robin Bishop?
No.
The examiner could find no sign of deception in the polygraph exam. Gwaltney had just crossed another hurdle in his cover.
We transferred Joe from Barstow Station back down to San Bernardino for the question. At that time, George gave his consent to go in and search his house.
And I'm coming back from Japan.
Sheriff's deputies investigated Gwaltney's claim that his house must have been burglarized, but they could find no sign of forced entry. The homicide detectives then began their work. At dawn, they found the frame of a Smith & Wesson Model 19 .357 Magnum revolver inside Gwaltney's truck. The frame was badly damaged with shooting marks. He appeared to to have been dismantled by someone who had no knowledge of how to take it apart.
Thank you, Greer.
The barrel, which would have been used for a ballistics comparison, was gone. Therefore, there's no ballistics match could be built.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Have both Medicare and Medicaid? Now's the time to explore your options and choose the coverage that's right for you. Choose a Medicare Advantage plan that offers you more benefits at no additional cost. Millions of members turn to WellCare for benefits and services that go beyond original Medicare and help them lead better, healthier lives. Choose a plan with $0 low monthly plan premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. And with WellCare, you don't just pay less, you get more. More dental coverage, more vision and hearing, with an eyewear allowance. Plus, prescription drug coverage. Call us at 877-268-6394 to speak to a friendly licensed representative and request a free all-in-one guide. There's no obligation. We're here to help you review your options to see if a WellCare plan is the right decision for you. WellCare has a large network of doctors and specialists, and WellCare Medicare Advantage plans come with this all-in-one WellCare spendable debit card to use for over-the-counter health items and dental, vision, and hearing costs. Get convenient access to care with our telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, our digital mental health and social support resource, and free fitness benefits with online classes. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to provide Medicare Advantage plans. It has been serving those with Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and prescription drug plans for more than 35 years. Call now. We're here to answer your questions and assist enrolling you over the phone. Choose the company that puts your health first. WellCare, the coverage you need. Call now and get a free copy of our all-in-one guide. 877-268-6394.
What are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same time, same cell phone, simple.
So what am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network.
Same tower, same coverage.
I'm saving over $100 a month.
That's over $1,000. Not only did I save money, but our coverage is vastly improved. It was fantastic. There's gotta be a catch. I'm gonna find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans.
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are used to us tickets and our pricing. What the big prayer on the networks.
Oh, I love that. My job is to help you save money, even if you're on a media plan.
Deal with the big carriers was over $300. Consumer Cellular, it's about 100 bucks.
Our customers are number one in network coverage satisfaction. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes.
Really?
We had to go back. Here with Consumer Cellular. Call now. Now you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25 and AARP. Call 1-800-918-6355. That's 1-800-918-6355. Next on True Crime
But the evidence was still only circumstantial. A link between the revolver and the tools used to dismantle it had to be found. The detectives returned to Grafton's home for another search. But evidence was collected. Gripping type tools and a pipe box found behind the garage that showed fresh signs of metal transfer. In the victim's pocket, detectives found 5 boxes of bullets bearing the CHP insignia. In the boxes among the standard police rounds, they found 27 bullets of another brand. 357 caliber 158 grain soft concrete the same kind of bullets that killed George.
Most of the people knew George, and they could not believe that George Walton could have done something so bad.
I recall a couple of years in tears when I was interviewing because they didn't want to believe that George killed us. But the evidence continued to mount. In the backseat of Walter's Cruiser, hanging Robin's jeans. A paper by Sheriff's Deputy Roger Coffin, who had been on the day following the crime and had only just learned of Gordon's arrest. He described the exact crime scene area about the time of the murder. From the interstate, he spotted a car's parking light from the little used shining his spotlight on the car and an officer standing by it, but was driving too fast to identify him. Barely minutes later, he heard a very upset Walton calling in a possible suicide on the radio. He'd been surprised to hear Walton, a man known for his unshakable presence, sounding so agitated, but had not given the incident any thought until he learned of the arrest. As the investigation progressed, what became apparent that Walton had used his knowledge of investigative procedure to thwart detectives' efforts to collect evidence against him. His uniform had been dry cleaned. His holster re-dyed and re-stitched, allegedly for an upcoming inspection. Any evidence of blood or tissue transferred from the gun had been destroyed. His footprints had altered the crime scene. When detectives questioned the owners of gun stores in the area, on the theory Walton would have tried to buy a replacement barrel for his service revolver, none could recall him in their stores. After several months of an internal investigation, Walton was fired from the California Highway Patrol. Okay, right. Now convinced that he had committed the worst imaginary crime, detectives were still unable to prove Walton was lying. His wife and friends still silently supported him. 9 months later, the trial began, with prosecutor Betty Kennedy confident that the considerable evidence, though mostly circumstantial, was strong enough to result in a quick conviction.
Miss Bishop.
In his opening statement, defense attorney George Porter told the jury that George Michael Walton was the victim of a frame, possibly by someone in his own department. Further, someone stopped Miss Bishop as he would show, but it was not George Walton. The defense produced a key witness, railroad worker Dennis Google, who testified that he passed Robin Bishop's empty car on the highway shoulder that night from a light colored car with 50 feet away. Google described to the jury a man carrying a flashlight who was approaching Bishop's car. His description, however, seemed to eliminate Walton as a man himself. Other suspects, Porter contended, must be considered. The prosecution believed its case in court. Travel times, the pickup with legal symbol, the deputy's section, the radio calls, everything. Walton's attorney counted by producing dozens of witnesses, CHP colleagues and personal friends, and testified to his impeccable character and record. But nevertheless, the prosecution believed the bullet evidence and the dismantled gun frame would be enough to convince the jury.
The strongest evidence that we had in the particular case was the frame. How can you explain the frame? How can you explain why it was in the vehicle? Why was it taken apart? Why was the barrel missing? Why was the cylinder missing? The grips, the hand, the trigger? Why?
It's mere circle was prepared and providing the defense with its best witness, himself.
He had an answer for everything that was questioned to him. And every answer he had was feasible. And what their defense tactic was to put a small amount of doubt into each one of the items of evidence that we presented. And that's what they did. And George did an excellent job of tying up all the loose ends when he testified.
In the end, the testimony 100 years of expertise and all the accumulated evidence failed to convince the local jury. After 4 days, a deadlock was declared, 8-4 in favor of acquittal. George Walton in the free man. Nothing is, as some people say, a slam dunk. And you never know which way the jury's going to go. You never know which evidence the judge is going to let in and which evidence the judge won't let in. So, because I wasn't involved in the daily routine, I was very much surprised that George was not found guilty.
We spoke to a number of the jurors, and a few of the jurors thought there was a good possibility George was the one responsible, but they couldn't believe he actually did it. And if he did do it, he was a highway patrolman. He worked hard. He worked for the community. He was respected. We just couldn't find him guilty.
Still believing George Walton was guilty, prosecutors were determined to get a conviction. Less than 1 year after the mistrial, Walton was tried again in Superior Court. But with little new evidence presented, the trial ended in another deadlock jury, 7-5 in favor of acquittal. George Walton walked away, seemingly out of reach of the law. From the moment of Walton's arrest, the FBI had been watching this case with great interest. Anytime a homicide involving a police officer takes place, the FBI monitors the investigation. After Walton was acquitted a second time, there was enormous public pressure to find the truth surrounding Robin Bishop's murder. The FBI's Los Angeles field office decided it was time to intervene. The FBI knew that George Walton would never be tried again for Robin Bishop's murder in the state of California. But in a federal, he could be charged with violating her civil rights. By killing Robin Bishop while he was on duty, George Walton had committed a federal crime. By taking her life, he had violated her civil rights. This has never been argued in a criminal trial before. But the FBI and federal prosecutors believed the Bishop murder was a perfect test case. The case was assigned to Special Agent Michael Reynolds.
Walton was like a wolf in a sheep pen. Law enforcement didn't know that he was the perpetrator. He was the person who committed the murder, so he would stay one step ahead of them, destroying evidence. And this is a significant reason that the locals were unsuccessful in the prosecution. They didn't realize what they were dealing with.
Exhaustively reviewing the crime scene photographs, Agent Randolph's attention was caught by a photo. It revealed the contents of the trunk of Walton's patrol car the night of the murder. In it, he spotted a small box of ammunition. He sent the photos off for enlargement and analysis.
We were notified by the FBI laboratory that photographic analysis revealed that was a box of .357 Magnum ammunition and was in fact illegal ammo of the type that Walton had testified he did not carry and was not carrying the night of the murder. It was also, we believe, the same box of ammo was collected from his house.
Are you getting the most from your Medicare plan?
It's overwhelming, actually. Really confusing. There was always a struggle for us trying to narrow it down.
With Matchfinder by eHealth, it's easy to see if you could get more coverage for less money. So we invited people to give it a try.
This is the first time I've been able to see major plans side by side. Put your doctor in, put your prescriptions in.
I'd like to add a doctor. Oh, and there he is.
Yeah, that's a good deal right there. I'm all about saving money.
See if you could get more for less with a new Medicare plan. Go to eHealth.com and try Matchfinder. Compare your current plan to new 2026 plans from the nation's top insurance companies. Enter your doctors and prescriptions and choose from plans ranked for you by cost, coverage, and satisfaction. Or call this number to compare plans with the help of an eHealth advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose.
Thanks for calling eHealth. How can I help you today?
One thing I'm looking for is lowering prescription costs.
Awesome. We can do this together. This looks like this is going to be pretty cost effective for your prescriptions. So you're saving money across the board while also increasing your benefits. What do you think?
All right, sounds good. Thank you. That was amazing. I mean, it's a great plan.
How was that?
It was easy.
And would you recommend this to other folks?
Heck yeah, if they're paying high prices like I am now, I would tell you, go to these guys.
Call this number for your Medicare plan comparison or get started at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service.
They were pushing just one plan. They're going to look for what's perfect for you.
It's gonna save me close to about $400 or $500 a year.
Matchfinder, that's the greatest idea I've seen in a long time.
The fact that it was free makes it a whole lot better.
Call 1-800-910-4713 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Working closely with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, Agent Randolph began re-examining virtually all of the evidence from the first two state trials.
Instead of handling it as a usual criminal investigation, we took an exhaustive approach, sort of like a TWA Flight 800 approach. Every rivet had to be looked at, every rock had to be looked at.
The mountain of reports, transcripts, photos, and physical evidence would be painstakingly re-examined by the FBI labs and Bureau field agents. The gun frame was sent back to the Firearms Toolmark Unit of the FBI labs in Washington. Unique in the world, the lab has a collection of over 2,000 guns, from John Dillinger's pistol to the newest military assault rifle. Every bullet manufactured for the last 50 years is here too. Power point and steel jacket, 22 to 50 caliber. Like the guns, they're all here for testing and comparison. Jim Catkin of the FBI Firearms and Toolmark Unit was brought into the case to conduct a toolmark analysis of the gun frame and the 15 different wrenches and tools, including the pipe vise, taken from Gwaltney's home. In looking at the tools that were submitted from Gwaltney, I noticed that one of those tools, a pipe wrench, had a broken tooth, and the tooth was broken off in the middle, and there was a small island of metal left on the tooth. And that looked very similar to the mark that was on the frame. So using that as a pivot point, I started making impressions with that tool and comparing those impressions under a microscope, the tool marks, with the impressions that were on the frame, and I was able to come to the conclusion that that particular tool was used to the exclusion of any other tools to make the marks that were found in the frame. In addition to the tool marks testing, the FBI lab conducted extensive testing on the particular bullets found in the Gwaltney home. The lack of a barrel on Gwaltney's gun made a ballistics test impossible, a problem that had hurt the prosecution in the state trials. So the FBI lab devised a test that had never before been used forensically, a radical new use of nuclear technology in forensic science.
When a manufacturer of lead like Remington Arms makes a batch of lead, they throw things in much as you would when you're making meatballs. That makes each batch of lead unique. We then took over 200 rounds that the locals had collected when they did their investigation of George Michael Gwaltney. We submitted those to the lab. The lab made those radioactive and got their molecular weight, their chemical fingerprint. And lo and behold, we find approximately 27 rounds that are the exact match as the lead taken from the head of our victim.
The samples in the reactor absorb neutrons and become radioactive. This radioactivity is measured and gives a precise reading of the chemical elements in the lead from a bullet, an atomic fingerprint. The radioactive tests were indisputable. Each of the 27 bullets found in Gwaltney's closet, bullets he had sworn under oath he did not own, had come from the same batch of lead as the bullet that killed Robin Bishop. The FBI lab worked to establish a definite match between Gwaltney's gun frame and his pipe wrench, and between the fatal bullet and the bullets found in his home. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Gwaltney, but Robin Bishop. It was important that the federal jury perceive her as a genuine victim. Sorry. Robin Bishop was raped by someone she was taught to respect and trust, an officer of the law.
This made it very easy to understand the lack of force of violence that was evident in the crime scene other than the trauma. And she was compliant. She respected law enforcement authority. She's the type of person that pulled over and opened her wallet and handed her and stood out and was handcuffed even though she knew all she had done was a speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
In the same way, the FBI examined every aspect of Gwaltney's background to gain an understanding of his behavior around women. by questioning a woman who admitted to having an affair with Walt, it was learned that she would meet him at his regular spot along the isolated highway for sex. The same exit to the access road where he had taken Robin Bishop. Every woman who received a summons from Gwaltney in the last 2 years was contacted, and a pattern emerged. Nearly a dozen women claimed that Gwaltney had solicited them for sex or touched them suggestively.
This indicated to us that this was not an isolated sexual assault with Mr. Gwaltney. This is a type of pattern of behavior. When he put his uniform on, he became predatory towards females, was our conclusion.
Witness testimony from the state trials was also carefully re-examined for discrepancies that could lead to breaks in the case. In some instances, the FBI leaned hard with the weight of federal authority.
Many witnesses were reluctant to testify, fearful. It's a small community, everybody knows everybody. We had to let them know that a federal investigation is just not a local matter that's going to blow away with the wind out in the desert. We're going to be here until this is resolved.
This persistence led to one of the most crucial breakthroughs in the case. San Bernardino Sheriff's detectives had originally interviewed the owners of Barstow gun shops for signs that Gwaltney might have tried to buy a replacement barrel for his service revolver the day after the crime. None claimed to have seen it. One of those interviewed was a Mr. William Addington, owner of the Powderhorn gun shop. He had denied during both state trial investigations that George Gwaltney had been in the shop the day after the murder. The printouts from the shop's phone bills caught Addington in a lie.
And we found toll records that show the day after the homicide, late in the afternoon, after the briefing that Gwaltney had attended, Mr. Addington had made a phone call up to this gun shop in Sacramento, attempting to order a barrel for the type of weapon that Mr. Gwaltney carried that was now missing the barrel.
Now confronted by the FBI with this evidence, Addington admitted that Gwaltney had been in his store trying to buy a barrel for his revolver the day after robbing Bishop's uniform. Addington had previously lied to state investigators in an effort to avoid getting involved. Fearing that lying to the FBI was a felony, Addington broke down. Reviewing the timeline of events, the FBI found that Gwaltney had created a false alibi to cover his visit to the gun shop and shoe repair shop where he had his holster cleaned and dyed. Claiming to be on duty at the time, Gwaltney's story was falling apart. But the most important part of the timeline that the FBI reviewed was the pickup and delivery of the neighborhood boy Preston Olson.
The problem with that story was nobody had ever sat down with Preston Olson. He testified at 2 trials, and he verified what Gwaltney said.
But as the FBI went over the events with Preston and his mother, minute by minute, they realized that Officer Gwaltney had actually left the boy's house a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
Watch television.
Preston never owned a watch, and he never timed it. And nobody had ever done a timeline analysis with it.
This new information and the resulting revision of the timeline was one of the most important developments in the FBI's case.
I chose Oak Street because they focus on older people. They're really good at following medical conditions, testing when I need it, and just making sure I maintain my health.
At Oak Street Health, we specialize in healthcare for older adults with care that focuses on keeping you healthy, catching issues early to keep you healthy longer.
And then about Oak Street Health, I thought, wow, this is a nice place. They take time to talk to you and find out about you. They actually found out that I had a 99% blockage in my main artery when I had no idea. I had no symptoms. I would not be sitting here without them digging deeper.
When I'm meeting your patient for the first time, there's a lot of getting to know each other, right? There's not just about your medical health, although that's really important, but I also want to know about them as a person, what's important to them, where they grew up, and how they like to spend their time. Having that really deep connection is really important for just the relationship.
We go beyond what you'll find in most doctors' offices. Along with doctors and nurses, our care team also includes social workers.
of my body, my physical, and also my mind. They gave me somebody to talk to. I used to beat myself up all the time. I don't do that anymore.
Oak Street is really good at putting everything in the big picture, all the big picture things, making sure socially, emotionally, physically, that all of those pieces go together and they all make up a good life and help us be our best.
At Oak Street Health, we provide health care for older adults like you. And we accept Medicare and most Medicare Advantage plans. Call 844-222-1538 to schedule your visit.
So my provider at Oak Street, she makes sure that she covers any problems I might have, what to expect in the future from things, how to treat my arthritis, how to make sure that my body is strong.
When I told my friend about Oak Tree Health, I said, why don't you give it a try? And sure enough, he came in, he went through the same procedures that I went through, and he is with Oak Tree Health for over a year now.
I made the transition to Oak Street because I really like how they focus on older people, and I know that's going to help me age well. I feel physically strong, I feel emotionally strong. I'm in the right place now because they're the right people at this time of my life.
Ready for care that puts you first? At Oak Street Health, we specialize in healthcare for older adults like you. With care that focuses on keeping you healthy, call 844-222-1538 to schedule your visit.
When the closest buzz become the cruelest betrayals, it's the victims who give the clues. I'm Newman Winter, Saturday at 11 a.m. on True Crime Network.
With the revised timeline, Officer Gwaltney now had ample time, 20 to 40 minutes, to stop Bishop, handcuff her, force her to have sex with him, then shoot her. Finally, Dr. Edward Blake of Forensic Science Associates was contacted to re-examine the semen evidence from the first two trials. Prior to the use of DNA in criminal trials, the use of semen as evidence was problematic. But the FBI felt there might still be a way to use what they had. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed. Was there any way this information could be used in the identification and matching of his semen with the crime scene specimens? Federal prosecutors asked Dr. Blake, a forensic serologist, if there were any new scientific developments that might help the investigation.
He said, well, I mean, science does progress over time, does it not, Dr. Blake? I mean, maybe there's something we should be willing to just look into the matter. Well, he said, well, I happen to know some people that are involved in fertility work, and one of the elements that's involved in this case is the idea that Mr. Gwaltney had a vasectomy and had it reversed.
Dr. Blake learned from colleagues at the University of California that a vasectomy reversal can sometimes cause the production of anti-sperm antibodies. The body reacts to sperm seeping into the bloodstream as if it were invading germs. The phenomenon is highly unusual and could conceivably be used as a marker in seminal fluid. He sent samples from Gwaltney to the University of California lab.
We found that not only do those fluids contain the anti-sperm antibodies, the antibodies were there at very, very high levels. And that provided the incentive to then explore the evidence itself.
Dr. Blake learned of a new test used in fertility studies. It was called the immunobead assay test and could determine the presence of anti-sperm antibodies in the crime scene samples. Because this kind of evidence had never been used in court before, Dr. Blake videotaped the test to show the jury in the federal trial.
Ultimately, extracts that were prepared from a pair of genes that were on Robin Bishop's body, samples that were taken from the Highway Patrol car seat were prepared, and these samples were tested for the presence of these anti-sperm antibodies, and in both of those samples, the anti-sperm antibodies were found.
During the 6-month FBI investigation, all of the re-examined evidence and all of the new witness testimony led to one bedrock certainty for the special agents working on the case.
We know we've got the right guy, and we're going to get him.
George Walden, was going back to court. George Michael Gwaltney was indicted by a federal grand jury for violating the civil rights of Robin Bishop and arrested. He was the first California law officer to be charged under the federal civil rights statute. But once again, he pleaded not guilty. But for the first time since the ordeal began, Robin Bishop's parents had hopes for a different outcome. This time, George Gwaltney faced a federal court and the FBI. It was clear from the beginning that the federal trial would not be a repeat of the first two trials. The federal trial began on January 17th, 1984, in the U.S. District Court in Los Angeles.
Clear forensic evidence.
George Gwaltney was represented by public defender Carl Douglas, who chose not to have his client testify. He knew George Gwaltney was in serious trouble.
And then he subsequently murdered her.
Gwaltney knew that we were breaking his alibis, breaking his stories, and that he was going to have to concoct a new story. He had painted himself into a corner, and we were going to use his brush to paint him into a jail cell.
If you are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, annual enrollment is here and ends December 7th. So now's a great time to consider a United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan. It could give you even more benefits than original Medicare. To find out if you are eligible, it's easy. Call now to talk with us. We can help answer your questions. Medicaid gives you benefits, and Medicare gives you some too. But a dual complete plan can help you get more of the extras you want. You'll have $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions, as well as $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care. And you can earn rewards for healthy activities. And to make things easier, there's the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's your member ID and so much more. Use your credit on your U-Card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities for qualifying members. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you could get a dual complete plan. So call now to talk with us. Our Medicare plan experts can help find the right coverage for you. We know healthcare can be confusing. United Healthcare can help straighten things out. And with over 45 years of experience, count on us to be there every step of the way. With Dual Complete, you'll have access to a large network of Medicare Advantage providers, including doctors and specialists, plus $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions. And use the credit on your U-Card to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities if you qualify. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, learn more about America's most chosen dual special needs plans. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. Call or click to connect now and see how you can get comprehensive and affordable coverage with United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary, call now to see how a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan could get you some big benefits. Find out how easy it is to get all of your original Medicare coverage plus extra benefits. A WellCare Medicare Advantage plan is designed to fit your needs so you can be your best every day. You could have medical coverage, prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage. Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource. And here's more good news. You can get a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. How can WellCare offer all of those benefits for a $0 or low monthly plan premium? It's simple. Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 844-975-0005. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you are eligible to enroll today. And call today to get your free copy of the All-in-One Guide with absolutely no obligation. Your free guide will provide information to make a smart choice for your healthcare coverage. Just call 844-975-0005. Remember, there's no obligation for requesting this free information. So call 844-975-0005. Call today.
This is a frame-up. As the trial progressed, the FBI punched a hole in every strong point of Gwaltney's earlier defense. The prosecution told the jury that Gwaltney had marked Robin Bishop as prey the first time he saw her in the fast food restaurant. With the testimony of the other women he had abused, Gwaltney's Officer of the Year image crumbled. After dropping Preston Olson at home, he pulled Bishop over and ordered her into his patrol car. The new testimony now gave him plenty of time. Following an established pattern, he drove to a familiar secluded spot and forced her into a sexual bargain, corroborated by the semen stain on the backseat of his new patrol car. As she sat struggling to put her boots back on, the blinding spotlight of Deputy Kaufman's patrol car hit Gwaltney, placing Gwaltney on the access road with Robin Bishop away from her car. Having no idea of who had seen him or what they had seen, he panicked and killed Robin Bishop. Then he breathlessly called the dispatcher with a possible suicide. The autopsy and the crime scene photos showed that he had not moved her head to check for a pulse. The movement was too great. He was desperately searching for the bullet that killed him, one in a series of actions in which he tried to cover up his crime. That night, Gwaltney roughly removed the barrel from the murder weapon, which left the microscopic tool-marked fingerprints that matched the gun frame with Gwaltney's tools. But perhaps most damning in the courtroom was the controversial immunobead assay test. Videotape of tested samples from Robin's jeans and the car seat showed the tiny beads attaching themselves to the sperm.
What you can see in these videotapes for the appropriate specimens, that is, specimens that contain the anti-sperm antibody, is the final stage of the analysis.
The live sperm were shown swimming through the medium with the beads attached, indicating that the antibodies were present in both specimens. Dr. Blake was allowed by the judge only to indicate percentage results of his testing. He testified that Gwaltney's blood type put him in 12% of the population. Of that 12%, only 5% of those would test positive for the presence of anti-sperm antibodies. Less than 1% of the population could possibly have had sexual intercourse with Robin Bishop that night. As much as the defense might argue that the rest of the evidence was circumstantial, the scientific evidence was overpowering. The verdict was returned swiftly.
When the jury walked in, they would not look at Gwaltney, and it was very clear that they had a guilty verdict.
As far as I was concerned, I was pleased, and that George had to suffer the consequences of his action, and that Robin Bishop's death didn't go uninvestigated.
It was, it's a case you'll never forget.
You took advantage of a vulnerable person.
The judge gave George Gwaltney the stiffest possible sentence.
He sued him
A maximum federal prison term of 90 years, and a minimum term of 30 years before becoming eligible for parole.
Mr. Gwaltney, that's all you need.
George Gwaltney died in prison of a heart attack. To the end, he claimed he was innocent and had been the victim of a friend.
Go inside the high-tech world of forensics. The new detectives. Next.
Only 16 miles from Portland, the quiet town of Hillsborough, Oregon, is far away from the problems of big city life.
91,480.
2 hours before dawn on October 9, 1992, dispatchers from the Hillsborough Police Department received a 911 call. Scientists at the Oregon State Police Crime Lab began scouring the Volkswagen for clues. Trajectory analysis showed that Martha Bryant had driven through a hail of bullets. Examiners determined that 17 rounds had pierced the car. The attack had come from two positions. From the right rear of the vehicle, and from just outside the passenger window. It looked like an all-out ambush by someone determined to kill her. Next, examiners compared the bullets collected from the vehicle to those recovered from the victim. They matched. And the markings left on the bullets told investigators that a Browning 9mm handgun had probably fired them. Examiners also confirmed that the fatal shot had been fired from a different weapon, a .22 caliber handgun. This suggested two shooters. With no motive and no obvious suspects, Hillsborough police believed this would be a difficult case to solve. Detective Michael O'Connell of the nearby Washington County Sheriff's Department was asked to assist in the investigation.
It was extremely unusual. The extreme violent nature of it, the senseless, random nature of it. It was unlike anything that we had or unlike anything that had happened in the whole Portland metropolitan area.
News of Martha Bryant's murder sent shockwaves through the community. The public came forward with dozens of tips, but they all led nowhere. 2 months after the shooting, the Martha Bryant investigation ground to a halt. But Detective O'Connell refused to let this senseless murder go unsolved. Believing that Martha Bryant had been randomly targeted, O'Connell began reviewing another cold case he was working from a year earlier. That victim also seemed to have been targeted by a stranger. He began looking for signs that the two cases may be connected. On April 19th, 1991, Washington County investigators were dispatched to the home of an elderly Hillsborough resident. There, they discovered 62-year-old Margaret Schmidt. She had been sexually assaulted, strangled, and then suffocated with a pillow. The only piece of evidence recovered from the scene was a man's size 8.5 Reebok sneaker print collecting some spilt talcum powder. Subsequent investigation into Margaret Schmidt's murder had uncovered no solid suspects.
Margaret Schmidt had no enemies, led a very quiet lifestyle. There were no actual witnesses that night to this person sneaking into her house. And shoe prints. We had nothing else to do.
After reviewing the case file, O'Connell could find no similarities between the two murders. The MO in each was radically different. The only thing Martha Bryant and Margaret Schmidt shared in common was the fact that they were unlikely victims. Investigators at the Washington County Sheriff's Department needed to find a way forward these two investigations. Their caseload was about to increase.
Have you compared your medical plan? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So we might be able to give eHealth a try and see how easy it can be to find your Medicare.
This is pretty amazing.
Very helpful. I love that. I can go on vacation with this money.
I have quite a few prescriptions. That's great.
Wonderful.
changing, your needs are changing, or you simply have questions. Either way, eHealth can help. Just call this number or visit eHealth.com before December 7th. Cover your doctors, your prescriptions, your pharmacy. Compare your current plan to newer plans and benefits. And compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies, including Humana, United Healthcare, and more. They pay us to help you find a match. That's why eHealth is always a free service. Well, today you guys had the eHealth experience together.
Yes.
How much do you think you'll be able to save using eHealth?
At least $300 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. Your son just explained to me exactly what I need to do.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Champ, come on out. What's it feel like to meet face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
I'm very happy that we got connected today. Now it's your turn. Call to meet your advisor. They're the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live events, or get started on your own at eHealth.com. See if you could get more for less with eHealth, like this health stick.
The savings are unbelievable.
I was impressed with how much coverage you could get.
I could see the costs. Some of them was maybe so simple.
My advisor, he answered all my questions. Even if it was wonderful. I was savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
586-0117 to compare Medicare plans in your area. Or visit eHealth.com.
I'm John Morgan. With so many mesothelioma warriors on television, how do you choose the right one for you? Our goal is to get you as much as you desire. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so your team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan Morgan.
502-5300.
2 months after Martin was killed, a passenger truck driver spotted something on the side of the road. As he got closer, he realized he had found the lifeless body of a young woman. He immediately called the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Detectives received the call. The information on the data comics was not specific. The people on the scene did not know if it was a hit and run or if the body had been dumped for some other reason. Officers arrived at the scene. They found that the victim had been shot at point-blank range from underneath her chin by a .22 caliber pistol. She had also been badly beaten and sexually assaulted. Other than the bullet used to kill her, no physical evidence was recovered. Investigators had no idea who this woman was or why she had been murdered. Looking to identify her, the victim's fingerprints were run through the police database. They got it. Records indicated this victim had been charged on a minor violation a few years earlier. She was identified as 23-year-old Shanti Woodman of Portland, Oregon. Detectives interviewed Woodman's friends, but no one had any useful information. She was known as a free spirit, and everyone police spoke with liked her. Like the Margaret Schmidt and Martha Ryan's investigations, the murder of Shanti Woodman quickly threatened to go cold. To keep the number of unsolved murders from growing higher, Washington County authorities organized a task force comprised of officers from area law enforcement agencies. The difference in the ages of victims and the different MO in each murder led the team to conclude these cases were unrelated. And though a .22 caliber handgun had been used in 2 assailant and fled. The woman was certain that her attacker was a man who used to live in her apartment building. 30-year-old Caesar Baroni. The second victim was also able to identify Baroni as her assailant. A warrant was issued for his arrest. Investigators quickly tracked Baroni to a local bar. He was placed under arrest for the two assaults. Unlike the unsolved murders of Margaret Schmidt, Martha Bryant, and Shanti Woodman, it seemed the latest rash of violence would be quickly resolved. At the weekly task force meeting, Detective O'Connell learned about Baroni and details of the recent assaults. Baroni had an extensive felony record, which included a number of assaults and rapes on elderly women. As he continued listening, Detective O'Connell realized that the MO of the recent assaults bore striking similarities to one of the unsolved murders. That of 62-year-old Margaret Schmidt.
Right away, we're speculating, could he be responsible, at the very least, for the murder of Margaret Schmidt, because of the age of these victims that survived and the fact that the one victim lived only a block away from Margaret Schmidt.
Although it was only a hunch that the cases may be connected, detectives interviewed Baroni in jail. He claimed he had never heard of Margaret Schmidt and denied any involvement in the recent assaults on the elderly women. Having been positively identified, investigators were convinced that Baroni was lying. Looking for any useful information, they asked him if he owned any weapons. To their surprise, he admitted to owning several. One, he said, was a Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Investigators had been searching for the same type of weapon in connection with the shooting death of 41-year-old midwife Martha Bryant. The hunch that Baroni was connected to the murder of Margaret Schmidt had uncovered a possible link to another unsolved case. Looking for evidence that could tie Baroni to the two murders, police obtained a warrant to search the house he shared with the roommate. The man led them to Baroni's Browning 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
We sent that gun in to be test fired and compared to the Martha Bryant ballistics evidence. But at that time, it was only a hunch. There was nothing that directly led us to believe he killed Martha Bryant.
Police continued searching for evidence that could tie Baroni to the unsolved murders. In his bedroom, they found another potentially vital clue. A pair of Reebok tennis shoes. The same type of shoe that had left the print at the Margaret Schmidt crime scene. At the crime lab, examiners analyzed the shoes recovered from Baroni's house. They were determined to be Reebok ERS tennis shoes, size 8.5. Examiners overlaid Baroni's shoes onto transparencies of the print lifted from Margaret Schmidt's house. The unique characteristics present on the treads of Baroni's shoes were identical to those found at the crime scene. Examiners concluded that Baroni's shoe had left the print.
If you're covered by both Medicare and Medicaid, it's time to get to know the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's a member ID card that can help open doors to comprehensive and affordable coverage. And it's all yours when you join a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan. With this plan and your U-Card, you'll get more benefits than original Medicare, all for $0 monthly plan premium. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. To learn more, give us a call. We can tell you about plans in your area. With your U-Card in use your credit every month to help pay for over-the-counter products like pain relievers, cold remedies, or your daily vitamins. Shop at thousands of participating stores nationwide or online. The U-Card can also be used to help pay for healthy foods and utilities for qualifying members. And as your member ID card, the United Healthcare U-Card opens doors to a large network of Medicare Advantage providers, including doctors and specialists. To help manage your whole health, Dual Complete also gives you $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care, plus $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions, and you can earn rewards for healthy activities. It's not only a great way to get more benefits than original Medicare, but with United Healthcare by your side, you'll get our support every step of the way. See why more people with Medicare and Medicaid choose United Healthcare and get the United Healthcare U-Card. As part of your plan, you can use your credit on your U-Card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities for qualifying members, all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Annual enrollment ends December 5th, so call or click to connect with us today to get the reliable, all-in-one coverage of the United Healthcare Dual Complete plan.
Coming up next on True Crime. Suspected that he had inadvertently exposed a serial killer. Investigators found a gun recovered from Baroni's house. The one suspected in the shooting of Martha Bryant. Criminalist Chris Johnson fired the Browning 9mm weapon into a water recovery tank. Under a comparison microscope, the samples were compared to the 9mm bullets recovered from Martha Bryant's lungs and from her Volkswagen. Detective O'Connell was contacted and given the results of the analysis.
Chris Johnson test fired that Browning 9mm pistol and determined that gun and that gun alone had fired those bullets, removed from her Volkswagen, and had ejected those casings down along Cornell Road, to the exclusion of any other gun in the universe. It was an absolute, solid, positive match.
Though it was powerful evidence, it didn't prove that Baroni fired the fatal shot, which had come from a different weapon, a .22 caliber pistol. As police searched for that gun, they got a break. An inmate locked up with Baroni came forward. The inmate said Baroni had been bragging about the murder of Martha Bryant. Baroni told the inmate that he was the lone gunman. He used the 9mm to shoot up the victim's Volkswagen, and then the .22 to deliver the fatal blow. And that wasn't all. Baroni had bragged that he and another man had committed yet another murder several months before that had remained unsolved. The details of that homicide also sounded familiar to investigators. Detective Scott Ryan reviewed the inmate's statements.
One of the cases that Mr. Baroni had described to the inmate was a case of a female who was picked up in Portland, transported out west, and raped and murdered. There was only one case that could be consistent with, and that was the death of Shanti Elise Woodman.
The investigations into three seemingly unrelated homicides were converging, exposing a trail of murder that led to one serial killer. Now, police needed to find hard evidence to make sure that Cesar Baroni would never be free to kill again. Having conclusively tied suspected serial killer Cesar Baroni to the unsolved murder of Margaret Schmidt, police in Hillsborough, Oregon now sought to link him to the murders of 41-year-old Martha Bryant and 23-year-old Shanti Woodman. Baroni's alleged accomplice in the Woodman murder was tracked down to a local an unrelated charge. At first, Leonard Garcelle was uncooperative. But after being confronted with the inmate's he decided to talk. Garcelle told the detectives that he and Baroni had met Shanti Woodman in a Portland bar the night she was killed. They once inside, Baroni beat and raped her. Then they drove her to a remote location. Police begged Baroni to just leave her alive. Using a .22 caliber pistol. Though police were getting close to making their case, they needed to find the weapon used in the Martha Bryant and Shanti Woodman murders. In the course of interviews with Baroni's acquaintances, the police learned that he had scattered guns all over town. With ex-girlfriends. Police tracked down and weapons, including a number of .22 pistols. The weapons were forwarded to Chris Johnson at the Oregon State Police Crime Lab. Before the test fire was decided to first swab the barrel of consistent with the gun used to kill.
We knew that the heroin to Martha Bryant was a contact and no contact, and that was the high velocity blood flow. We swabbed the outside of the barrel and the inside of the barrel first before we test fired to check for backstabbing. We were able to find blood inside the barrel.
The blood on the inside was consistent with blood recovered at autopsy from murder victim Martha Bryant. This was proof that Baroni's gun delivered the fatal head wound. Crime lab were also able to conclusively tie another of Baroni's .22 caliber guns to the murder of Shanti Woodman. In all, Oregon authorities had linked serial killer Cesar Baroni to 3 unsolved murders. Detectives marched into the Washington County Jail and charged Cesar Baroni with the murders of Margaret Schmidt, Martha Bryant, and Shanti Woodman. And also with the assault on the 2 elderly women. Based on the evidence, police believe that Baroni constantly searching for vulnerable women to abduct, molest, and kill. He targeted elderly women, anyone who crossed his path.
Not only had he gone after so many older people that should have had some type of peace in the later years, but he performed some very terrifying attacks on some people that were just totally unsuspecting as to what a predator he really was.
Cesar Baroni stood trial for the murders of Martha Bryant, Shanti Woodman, and Margaret Schmidt. In all 3 trials, he was sentenced to death. For his involvement in the Shanti Woodman kidnapping and murder, Leonard Garcelle was sentenced to 20 years without the possibility of parole. Serial killer Cesar Baroni waited until his victims were alone before attacking. Other killers strike whenever the opportunity presents itself.
Why should you be interested in a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan? You could be eligible to receive more benefits than original Medicare. And now, during the annual enrollment period, is the perfect time to see if you qualify for the additional coverage and services that a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan can provide.
Plus, if you have both Medicare and Medicare, you can qualify for even more benefits and support with a WellCare D-SNP. D-SNP stands for Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. It's a special plan that gives you access the lots of extra benefits, resources, and assistance. The kind of assistance that can help you every day.
Interested in learning more? Don't wait. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th. You can have a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. Plus, dental, vision, and hearing coverage at no additional cost.
Plus, if you're Medicare eligible and you also qualify for Medicaid, you can receive even more benefits with the WellCare Spendables card, like an allowance for over-the-counter health items and dental, vision, and hearing costs. With the WellCare Spendables debit card, you'll receive an allowance that help pay for many of the over-the-counter items you need every day, like antibiotics, diabetes accessories, pain relievers, sun protection, escape products, and so much more.
Here's another important fact. American Medicare only covers 80% of most costs, leaving you responsible for the other 20%. Those costs can really add up. A WellCare All-in-One Medicare Advantage plan can help cover some of the costs that original Medicare does not.
Let's look closer at the benefits.
You could also receive dental coverage to help cover some of the costs of dental care. This may include checkups and cleanings, vision coverage. This can help pay for eye exams and even pay for new glasses or contacts if you need them. And hearing coverage. And mental health support with DARPA, a digital mental health and social support resource. Keep in mind, original Medicare does not include Part D, the prescription drug coverage. That is something you need to purchase separately. WellCare All-in-One Medicare Advantage plans do include prescription drug coverage to help lower your prescription drug costs, and so much more.
Call WellCare now to receive the all-in-one guide for more information.
WellCare Medicare Advantage plans deliver care for your body and mind, so you can live your best life possible. This includes covering the costs of preventive care services and annual tests.
Plus, fitness benefits to help keep you active. You can also get telehealth services with online doctor visits. We also cover mental health services. And remember, if you're Medicare eligible and you qualify for Medicaid, you could receive even more benefits, an allowance for over-the-counter health items, plus dental, vision, and hearing costs. With the WellCare Spendables debit card, you will receive an allowance to help pay for many over-the-counter items like antacids, diabetes accessories, pain relievers, and sun protection. Even with all of these added benefits, you could receive a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 and low monthly plan premium.
Now you can understand why over 30 million Americans chose to get a Medicare Advantage plan this year.
If a company that stands behind the plan makes such a difference. WellCare has been in healthcare for more than 35 years, and WellCare is passionate about helping people get the right coverage. We contract directly with Medicare to provide plans that can help keep you active and healthy. That's why you should use your phone right now to call WellCare for an all-in-one guide and for a one-on-one consultation with an experienced WellCare licensed sales agent.
Hi, I'm Cindy, one of the WellCare licensed sales agents you'll be speaking to when you call in today. I'll explain your Medicare options and determine what's right for your situation. You can then review WellCare Medicare Advantage plans to find what you're looking for. It can be an exciting process to know what benefits you are entitled to receive. Your healthcare is too important for you to not be sure it is the right plan. So, grab your phone right now, give us a call. You'll be glad you did.
WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call the number on your screen or visit our website today.
Atascadero is known as a small, peaceful town nestled in the foothills of California's beautiful Central Coast. A handgun will shatter the tranquility of any town. Is no exception.
That's where 8
clues continued, police discovered another victim in the rear of the building. He was dead, the victim of a gunshot wound to the chest, and an execution-style shot to the back of the head. He had also been gagged with a stocking. Neighbors later identified him as Laura's husband, 25-year-old John Rainwater. Police made their way to the couple's apartment. There, they discovered that the bedroom was on fire. This killer had gone to great lengths to obliterate any trace of himself from the crime scene. Police in Atascadero, California, continued searching for clues in the double homicide of John and Lori Rainwater. After extinguishing a fire that had been deliberately set inside the apartment, police began processing the scene. Blood spatter found throughout the apartment suggested a vicious attack. No fingerprints were discovered. Police did find evidence that the murdered couple had been bound. Yards of duct tape used to bind them were recovered. They also found two makeshift mittens made from socks wrapped with duct tape, probably used to keep the victims from loosening their bonds. As the search continued, police noticed two empty jars on the table. All of the items were collected and sent to the crime lab for a closer examination. At autopsy, the medical examiner determined that each of the victims had suffered deep, blunt force lacerations. They were also found that they had been sexually assaulted. But it was a 38 caliber gunshot wound to the head that killed both John and Lori Rainwater. The recovered slugs were forwarded to the California Department of Criminal Justice Crime Lab. As examiners started processing the evidence, investigator Bill Hanley of the San Luis Obispo County DA's office began looking for leads. With no eyewitnesses to the double homicide, there were no immediate suspects to pursue.
The homicide occurred at approximately 6 a.m. It was a very foggy, dark morning, which hindered eyewitness' ability to see anything clearly.
With little evidence to go on, investigators turned to the victims' families for information. Mrs. Martinez, Lori Rainwater's mother, could not imagine anyone that would want to see her dead. She said that John and Lori were a happy and religious couple. They worked several jobs, one of which included taking care of the apartment building for their landlords. They carefully budgeted their money. In fact, they had recently saved enough to move to a bigger apartment in order to raise a family. Mrs. Martinez said Lori had stored their savings in small glass jars. Investigators realized that those jars had been found empty. The information led investigators to theorize that robbery was the motive behind these savage murders. They hoped the evidence could tell them more. The duct tape and the empty jars believed to have contained the Rainwater savings were analyzed by latent print examiner Marty Collins. The inspection of the jars, however, revealed no signs of fingerprints. Next, Collins turned to the duct tape. But the tape was stuck together and crushed.
Once you get the tape that is stuck together, although there are ways to try and take it apart, the chance of getting fingerprints is greatly diminished.
Traditional methods of locating and raising a successful. But Collins had one technique left. The dye staining process. After applying the chemical rhodamine 6G to the tape, a laser light was applied to the evidence. The dye adheres to any latent prints present on the tape. Under the light, a small section of a fingerprint emerged. But the discovery was not that encouraging. Collins realized that this evidence could not be compared to prints already on file. The print from the tape was from high up on the tip of the finger, not on the pad of the finger, where inked prints of suspects are taken.
Have you compared your Medicare plan recently? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So you invite people to give eHealth a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
This is pretty amazing. Very helpful. So that's covered. I love that. I can go on a vacation with this money.
I have quite a few prescriptions.
That's why people call us. We're going to compare the plans and I'm going to get you as much bang for your buck as possible.
That's great.
This one here could your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I have a hard time with this.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today. And this plan.
That sounds very good.
Are we happy with our selection?
You're so helpful.
Perfect. I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sam.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, that was super easy. Oh.
See how your Medicare plan stacks up with the big changes for 2026. Maybe it feels like you pay too much for too little. Maybe your current plan is changing, or your needs are changing, or you simply have questions. Either way, eHealth can help. Just call this number or visit eHealth.com before December 7th. Compare plans that cover your doctors, your prescriptions, your pharmacy, and your budget. Compare your current plan to newer plans and benefits. And compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies, including Humana, United Healthcare, and more. They pay us to help you find a match. That's how eHealth is always a free service. Well, today you guys have the eHealth experience together.
Yes.
How much do you think you'll be able to save using eHealth?
At least $300 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. You know, Sam, she explained to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Cham, come on out. What does it feel like to be face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
I'm very happy that we got connected today. Now it's your turn. Call to meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live Advice or get started on your own at eHealth.com. See if you can get more for less with eHealth, like these folks did.
The savings are unbelievable.
I was impressed with how much coverage you could get. I could see the costs side by side. This made it so much simpler. My advisor, he answered all my questions. eHealth is wonderful. $1,200 savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
Call 1-800-586-0117 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Drunk and disorderly? Check. Shoplifters caught red-handed? Oh yeah. From spring break bust to unhinged arrests, not every criminal is a mastermind. Most outrageous crimes, only on True Crime Network.
Over the next few months, police developed several suspects. They were all brought in for questioning, but eventually fingerprint analysis eliminated all of them. For Detective Hanley, it seemed that the investigation into the deaths of John and Lori Rainwater was at a standstill.
Due to the high publicity of the case, for approximately the next 2.5 months on a daily basis, up to 16, 17 hours a day, we ran down leads. These leads were from different parolees or offenders in the area to people calling up and saying that they believe that their neighbor did it, although having no really proof on it. All the leads run into came up to be dead ends.
But then, on April 29th, 1987, 2 months after the murder, police received a phone call from a woman who claimed to have information about the rainwater homicides. She agreed to come in and answer questions. The informant said that she had met the Rainwaters a few days before they were murdered. While looking for an apartment, she and her boyfriend, Dennis Dwayne Webb, had spoken with them. The Rainwaters explained that they only collected rent money from the tenants for the landlord. They didn't actually rent out apartments. But while in the apartment, the informant noticed that her boyfriend was constantly glancing at the money jars on the kitchen counter. For investigators, the story hardly proved murder. But there was more. She went on to say that a week or so after meeting with the Rainwaters, she and Dennis Dwayne Webb were arrested in a drug raid. Police had collected drugs and several weapons, but failed to find a hidden .38 caliber pistol. Having followed the double murder investigation in the media, the informant knew that was the same type of gun used to kill John and Lori Rainwater. The informant was released on bail the following day. Shortly thereafter, Webb called her from jail. He wanted to talk about the hidden .38 caliber handgun.
She advised me that at Dennis Webb's insistence that she was to dismantle the gun, take it to the coastal area in California, and throw it off the cliff into the ocean.
The informant did as she was told. After taking the gun apart, she drove to a remote area along the coast and threw the gun over a 300-foot cliff. After months of having no solid leads, police now considered Dennis Dwayne Webb as the prime suspect in the murders of John and Lori Rainwater. But to make their case, they needed to locate the murder weapon. And after viewing the area, investigators were not optimistic.
Frankly, when I went there and noticed where she did throw it up, I thought there was little or no chance of ever recovering that weapon again.
Members of the search and rescue team from the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Department were brought out to the site. After surveying the area, the team meticulously mapped out their mission. They double-checked all of their equipment to ensure their safety, and then geared up. It was now up to them to rappel down the perilous cliff and search the beach below for the weapon believed to have been used to kill John and Lori Rainwater. As investigators in Atascadero, California, continued searching for evidence in the slayings of John and Lori Rainwater, they finally got a break. An informant admitted that at the instruction of her boyfriend, Dennis Dwayne Webb, she had thrown the murder weapon off a 300-foot cliff into the Pacific Ocean. Though finding the weapon seemed like a long shot, the search and rescue team slowly made their way down the sheer cliff. Because of the treacherous conditions, it took the two-man team nearly 3 hours to reach the bottom. Once there, they began searching for the gun. For over an hour, the search turned up nothing. But then, under some rubbish, they found what appeared to be the frame of a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. Though it was badly damaged, police believe they had found the murder weapon. team made their way back up the cliff and turned the gun over to investigator Hanley. For him, its value as evidence was questionable.
Looking down the barrel of this weapon, this was covered completely in rust. Frankly, I didn't think we were going to be able to get any type of ballistic help at all from this.
Police sent the gun to the California Department of Justice Crime Lab. Technicians managed to reassemble and clean the gun enough to test fire. The test-fired bullets were then compared to those recovered from John and Lori Rainwater. The markings left on the bullets as they traveled down the barrel of the gun matched in some areas, but not all. Investigators were building a good case, but they were still a long way from proving murder.
Hello, Mrs. Harris. Has anything changed? Insurance?
Actually, yes. Changes have been made to my plan for the coming year.
Really? I thought it was only years.
You have to call. Every year during the Medicare annual enrollment period, plans change. The new plans come out. You could be missing out on a plan with additional benefits. Medicare annual enrollment period is right now. Call the number on your screen and give them your zip code. Compare Medicare Advantage plans available in your area. Medicare Advantage plans may be available with low $0 monthly premiums, but you don't have to call. Don't miss out on a plan with important benefits that you need. Even if you called last year, you should call today. Each year, you can be eligible for plans with additional benefits available in your area that may better fit your healthcare needs. Call or explore Medicare Advantage plans from Humana, United Healthcare, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Aetna, HealthSpring, WellCare, or Kaiser Permanente. Medicare Advantage plans may be available in your area that include vision, hearing, prescription drug coverage, but you don't know unless you call. So call the number on your screen and give them your zip code. They can call Medicare Advantage plans available in your area. Find the one that's best for you. You can find a plan with the benefits and savings you're looking for. The Medicare annual enrollment period is right now. Call for your free, no obligation 2026 Medicare benefit checkup today.
Call 800-521-7021. 800-521-7021. 800-521-7021. Call now.
Police turned to their informant for help. Coached with him to confession. They asked the girlfriend to wear a wire and record conversations with him in prison. She agreed to cooperate, despite the danger of being exposed.
I'm convinced that the informant's motivation was only to see that justice was done. At no time during the investigation did the informant ask for any leniency on any pending case that she had, nor did she ask for any type of reward that was out there. It was only to see that justice was done.
During their conversations, Webb made no admissions to the murders. He believed that the correctional facility recorded their conversation. But when the informant told him she was worried that police suspected him in the murders, he began talking. But he spoke in code. Police were able to break it.
For instance, when he referred to the weapon that was recovered off the coastline, he referred to that as a cat. When he would talk about killing somebody, he would talk about popping grapes. It was that he had deciphered.
Webb assured the informant not to worry. In addition to discarding the murder weapon, he said he made certain that none of his prints had been left behind. Though Webb's statements were incriminating, they fell short of a confession. But they were enough for investigators to obtain a warrant to search Webb's car. Underneath the driver's seat, investigators found a roll of the same type of duct tape found in the rainwater system. In the trunk, they found a receipt for the tape, stamped with the date and time, February 4th, 1987, at 8:37 p.m. The purchase of the duct tape had been made just hours before the Rainwaters were murdered. Though convinced that Webb was the killer, police still needed to physically link him to the crime scene. Because the print on the duct tape found at the scene was from high up on the finger, examiners were unable to match it to any of Webb's fingerprints already. But investigators were able to obtain a court order to get new prints, this time from the area high up on Webb's fingertips. Marty Collins of the Department of Justice Crime Lab performed the analysis.
With the use of a 5-power magnifying glass, I compared the photograph that was taken of the print on the tape with the inked fingerprints of Dennis Webb, and until I found the finger that was identified and found sufficient number of his characteristics to make the identification.
The analysis proved that Dennis Webb had bound the victims with the duct tape. The information was enough for investigators to charge him with 2 counts of capital murder. Police theorized that after seeing the money in the Rainwaters' apartment, Dennis Webb began plotting to take it from them. A few days after that chance encounter, he returned to the couple apartment and forced his way inside. Not only did he steal their savings, he also terrorized and tortured them for hours. When the couple managed to somehow escape, Webb chased them down and murdered them in cold blood. Destroy any evidence he may have left behind. On June 20th, 1988, Dennis Webb was convicted of burglary, robbery, and 2 counts of murder with special circumstances. And for the first time, admitted his responsibility for the deaths of John and Lori Rainbow. After hearing his admission of guilt, the jury sentenced Dennis Webb.
One of the most chilling murder cases. Killer cases. Next.
I wasn't really prepared for it when I walked up on the scene. It was pretty gruesome. They were tortured. Something lit on fire. Their blood flew together. Inseparable.
There's no reason on earth this should be taking place.
Bryce Rhodes was active in the neighborhood. He had grabbed a leader that he took out.
He went by the street name of Rambo, if that tells you anything about his character.
I had no idea that somebody was running around with him and doing those things because that wasn't him.
He was significantly older than any of the young men that he surrounded himself with. They're enamored by this man. And when you're enamored by somebody, you tend to do things that you would not normally do in your own life.
I don't blame the young boys at all. Young men can be very impressionable when they don't have a positive male role model in their life.
You tell the truth about
You know, see how I get shot. I'm not laughing. He was on street.
If you don't
surveillance camera on 41st Street south of
Mr. Jones walking down the street, and he goes out of frame. There are two vehicles that come quickly down the street. He's just off the camera, maybe 100 yards up.
Jones was put on his feet a short time later.
When we were on scene, we knew his wallet, his phone, and his that indicates that robbery is not a motive.
They got the family together and asked if we knew any enemies or anything he had problems with, and we were curious because we didn't. I mean, he wasn't a person that killed himself. My brother wasn't that type of person.
No violent, no beef for nobody. Didn't make sense at all.
There really weren't any leads. There wasn't much of a crime scene. There was just some casings in the street and methamphetamine. It was pretty hard. It was pretty hard not to cry.
It was the 38th murder of the year in Louisville, and at first didn't even make the 6 o'clock news until a few weeks later.
He was at the wrong place at the wrong time as much as the victim that I encountered. I wasn't really prepared for when I walked up on the scene. It was pretty gruesome. It was pretty intense. You could see the two young boys were both stabbed several times throughout their torso, and it appeared initially that they attempted to burn the bodies by laying a sheet over the top and setting the sheet on fire.
This case did go about the 6 o'clock news.
A double homicide investigation and now underway in the Shawnee neighborhood. The victims are believed to be two teenage boys.
Any motive for this crime remains a mystery, but neighbors say nothing could merit what's happening.
It's senseless. There's no reason on earth this should be taking place.
When it affects such young men in such a violent and terrible way, I think it strikes a chord with anybody. You know, they're scared for their own children. The first mystery that police had to solve is who those two young men were. They don't have a driver's license. They don't have a name tag. What are we going to do to try to identify these two young men? So I came up with the idea that we would contact a forensic artist from our crime scene unit. We took photos of their faces and gave them to her, and she was able to do a rendering of both young men. And we used those on all of the news channels in the Louisville area to try to get some way of identifying these children.
Police released sketches of the boys late last night.
We were lucky because an assistant principal at Olmsted Middle School recognized the two boys from the renderings. That was a huge break.
Whatever happened here is not a reflection of who those young men were.
16-year-old Maurice Gordon and his younger half-brother, 14-year-old Larry Ortman.
They're brothers. They had the same mother but different fathers. They grew up together, went to school together, inseparable.
It was a nightmare because they died hugging each other. So awful. It was awful. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. They were full of energy and they were really good kids. They loved sports and playing music and watching Kentucky football and basketball and their pop-pop. Happy boys. They never really got in trouble.
Their mother told police she had last seen them when they went off with a man she had briefly dated.
That's the first time we hear the name Bryce Rhodes. He went by the street name of Rambo, if that tells you anything about his character.
Bryce Rhodes was active in the neighborhood. He has rap videos that he puts out talking about drug game and running the streets.
It's not going to be on MTV anytime soon.
see the two victims. As he's rapping one of his songs, you see the first victim, and then you see the next victim, and you see them together.
When I watched those videos, it made me sick. I had no idea that Bruce and Ray was running around with him and doing those things because that wasn't them. He had on hooked.
He was significantly older than any of the young men that he surrounded himself with, and that was because he needed people he could get to follow his orders and people that he could manipulate, talk him into doing things.
The fact that Rambo came into their life and gave them things, you know, food, shoes, other things, took them out. They're enamored by this man. And when you're enamored by somebody, you tend to do things that you would not normally do in your own life. We had a connection. We had a possibility of a suspect, but we didn't have anything to kind of sort of rack it together to understand why this gruesome thing happened.
Until detectives pinged the cell phone of one of the dead boys, and it lit up across town in the hands of one of Bryce Rhodes's followers.
Then the pieces started to fall into place.
If you are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, annual enrollment is here and ends December 7th. So now's a great time to consider a United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan. It could give you even more benefits than original Medicare. To find out if you are eligible, it's easy. Call now to talk with us. Medicaid gives you benefits, Medicare gives you some too. But a dual complete plan can help you get more of the extras you want. You'll have $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions, as well as $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care. And you can earn rewards for healthy activities. And to make things easier, there's the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's so much more. Use your credit on your U-Card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food for qualifying members. All for a $0 monthly payment. If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you could get a plan. So call now to talk with us. Our Medicare plan experts can help find the right coverage for you. We know healthcare can be confusing. United Healthcare can help straighten things out. And with over 45 years of experience, count on us to be there every step of the way. With Dual Complete, you'll have access to a large network of Medicare Advantage providers, including doctors and specialists, plus $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions. And use the credit on your U-Card to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities if you qualify. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, learn more about America's most chosen dual special needs plans. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. Call or click to connect now and see how you can get comprehensive and affordable coverage with the United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
Are you over 50 and thinking about final expense insurance? Hold that thought. Many seniors pay too much or get too little coverage. In fact, if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself overpaying for very little life insurance coverage with a long waiting period. Senior Life Insurance Company can help you get money back from your overpriced policy. We specialize in helping people over 50 find the right final expense coverage at the right price. We'll help you understand how to get more coverage for less money. We listen to your needs and help you pick the right insurance plan for you. Our experienced agents explain everything in simple terms, with no pressure and no hidden fees. Call Senior Life Insurance Company today for a free quote and personalized consultation. Don't leave your family with unexpected expenses. Call now and get the peace of mind you deserve.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
I know what to do. Go to CashNetUSA.com. I can apply minutes and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
They went and they got Bryce Rhodes and had him come into the police station.
Well, here's the thing, man. We are looking for two missing kids. And we don't know. We heard that you might know where they might be.
He came in and acted like nothing was going on. He doesn't nobody's there, but he's happy to help out the police, you know?
Detectives did not tell Rhodes that they had already found the bodies of the two brothers, Maurice and Larry.
For anything you can help us to find them, we would appreciate it. Who are they? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. You all right? Maurice. And who else? And Larry. I don't know. Yeah. Have you seen him lately? I haven't seen him about a week. You haven't seen him in a week? Yeah, I've seen him about a week. Well, let me ask this, how tight were you with him? Did you hang out with him on a regular basis? That was cool. Yeah, we met at different times. Different times.
Admits he knows them, but he distances himself from the idea that he hangs around younger people or kids or these kids in particular, because even he knows this is not normal behavior.
I'm talking about no family. Yeah, I know her uncle. I know her mother. I'm cool with her mother. I used to date her mother. Probably like last summer. Was to talk to her and stuff. Not date her, but like just kind of like hang out. Yeah. I believe her mother's on drugs now. You know, she's an alcoholic and she's on heroin. You know, that's not what I know of. And I know they always like they're never home. They always run away. Not run away, but they're never home. What else have you read there else? Probably like 2 years or something, 2 months.
Rhodes did not know that down the hall, another one of his followers, 15-year-old Anwan Carter, had agreed to cooperate with police.
You don't have to worry about me because you label us okay? We're beyond that. We're way beyond that, okay? This is you telling the truth about the scenario that Larry and Maurice were involved in.
He gave up the fact that he knew Larry and Maurice, they were best friends, according to him, and that he knew Bryce Rhodes.
And then he told detectives Bryce Rhodes killed the two boys and flied.
I'll tell you why this all happened.
This is truth. It was told. All these things.
Okay, what were they telling?
They really all this fast wagon. At the park.
When was that?
This one.
This one. The guy died? What's the circumstances there?
I don't know what that means.
What happened? Why did you shoot that?
Because he had some money in his head.
Bryce told the boys that this guy has a price on his head for $10,000. Now, all of these boys, $10,000 is a lot of money.
I mean, that's how it was like this. They would get this, it was either for somebody, and they see somebody just walking on the street, and they see the railroads on the street, just shot him. And Maurice, he was killing each other.
You said they pulled up to the guy and he shot him from inside the car? Come on, 41st. 41st.
First and 41st, I don't know the street.
41st Street was the site of the still unsolved murder of Christopher Jones.
That's when the light bulb went off that this case the police didn't think they were going to be able to solve, perhaps. Now suddenly they had a really good shot at getting it together.
I get a call at home saying, I've got something that you need to come in for. They're talking about your case on 41st Street. That is when a lot of things started coming together.
Well, that's why Maurice and them got killed.
Because he told his mom, he told her, oh, this flash. He told him, this flash.
Once that murder was committed, Larry and Maurice got a little scared. They've never seen anybody killed before. None of them. Bryce becomes scared that they're going to talk. That they're going to tell somebody about this murder. That's the beginning of the end for Larry and Maurice.
Bryce Rhodes invited the two brothers to this apartment. First, targeting Maurice.
I was smacking real hard. He tied him up. Tied him up with something. He tied his brother up. And his brother see him back too. He had his knees.
collected that, but later tested positive for Larry's blood.
Bryce had taken some of the evidence inside the apartment where the killing occurred and had taken it to a dumpster and set it on fire. And they weren't sure which dumpster.
So they began searching dumpsters all over town that had been reported for dumpster fires over the weekend. And in one of them, they found items that seemed to have come from the apartment, and a blanket came out with Lisa's blood on it.
And two people who lived near the dumpster also came forward.
They described Rhodes, and they described the two juveniles that were with him, and they had the license plate, which was Rhodes' license plate.
It adds not just evidence, physical evidence to the crime, but also adds to the validity of Anwar Carter's story. And the pieces are starting to fall in place.
You close to these kids or
Not cool, we play basketball. He believes that he's smarter than everybody else and that he can con everybody else because he's used to manipulating kids. And now dealing with professional interrogators.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary, call now to see how a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan could get you some big benefits. Find out how easy it is to get all of your original Medicare coverage plus extra benefits. A WellCare Medicare Advantage plan is designed to fit your needs so you can be your best every day. You could have medical coverage, prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage. Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource. And here's more good news. You can get a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. How can WellCare offer all of those benefits for a $0 or low monthly plan premium? It's simple. Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 844-975-0005. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you are eligible to enroll today. And call today to get your free copy of the All-in-One Guide with absolutely no obligation. Your free guide will provide information to make a smart choice for your healthcare coverage. Just call 844-975-0005. Remember, there's no obligation for requesting this free information. So call 844-975-0005. Call today.
Next on True Crime Network.
Bryce Rhodes, completely just gone down a rabbit hole. It's not me, I didn't do anything.
Have you seen him lately?
No, I haven't seen him in about a week. You haven't seen him in a week? Yeah, it's a couple of weeks, about a week.
The police start asking a little bit more pointed questions.
Has anybody said anything about him? Anything like that from the neighborhood?
Actually, TJ, he texted my phone today. Now,
Yeah.
talking about, it's like, something like that where they're dead or something like that.
Just a totally bizarre statement to make after you've walked into the homicide office, you've talked about these boys, and acted like there was nothing unusual going on, and then you tell police that you already knew they were both dead.
Is there anything we have to ask? You think I might help us? Y'all will answer questions.
Oh man, we're just trying to find the kids.
Y'all, y'all got the questions, I'll answer, whatever you want to know.
No, I mean, I respect that. What I'm saying is, like, oftentimes people won't tell you something but you didn't ask the right question. So is there something that we're not asking that, like, you think maybe?
Where they run away to? Like,
If we knew that, then we wouldn't be here.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
might have been seen at the boys' house on the night that they disappeared, which was really all the police needed. An implicit admission that was incredibly powerful and then requested his counsel.
Metro Police arrested 25-year-old Bryce Rhodes seen right here just before 10 last night.
Rhodes was arraigned this morning on 2 counts of murder, abuse of a corpse, and other charges. Rhodes is also charged with the murder of Christopher Jones in a case that dates back earlier this month.
They told us that he was murdered for mistaken identity. I just feel like that guy was like a coward, you know, who does that? Who just walks up on someone that's not expecting confrontation and take their life like that. You know? It's just sickening.
But long before the trial began, Bryce Rhodes remained in the headlines, at one point mocking the mother of the 2 boys in the courtroom.
He was blowing my daughter kisses, just anything to taunt her and get her going. Look at me now! The next thing I know, she was up on the floor. They got her and took her out. He started laughing. You know, like, you're not gonna get me.
There's no recognition on the part of Bryce Rhodes that he is no longer hanging around with young kids that find his juvenile conduct either threatening or amusing.
And then he was caught on camera spitting on another inmate awaiting a court appearance, after his own lawyer said he spit on him too. The lawyer asked to be taken off what was becoming a difficult case.
Your excuse if you'd like to give it.
He's just used to getting his way. He's a bully that never fully matured.
He is considered one of the city's most notorious killers. How close was he to escaping from the Louisville jail? Tonight, Bryce Rhodes faces new charges. The 26-year-old is now being charged with attempting to escape from his jail cell.
Wheeled into the courtroom in a restraint chair, a mask covering his face. New charges for the alleged triple murder suspect Bryce Rhodes.
He implied at one point in time that my co-counsel must have been sleeping with the judge because the rulings were going our way.
Are you some type of racist? Are you have some type of sexual relationship going on? Which one is it? Or are you just wrong in everything that you think?
He has no respect for anyone or anything.
Rhodes' antics in court and delays due to the COVID pandemic stretched the case out for almost 7 years.
Mr. Rhodes, you can just bring him up right here. I think you know why. You know exactly why. Now, listen, stop talking. You have been... Are you done?
He threatened the life of the district court judge, and she was clearly not amused by that whatsoever.
I'm going to keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this. You're saying you're going to find out where I live at? That was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do next.
He did not behave well until Judge Kalin was the judge.
And Judge Kalin told Rhodes he would be forced to wear a stun cuff that would shock him if he acted out again.
I'm going to give you the option of either staying with word with that device on or just going back.
It's been since 2011 that I've really started getting into precious metals, moving money out of the stock market, trying to protect some of it. I had a lot of fun doing that commercial. I had a belief back then that precious metals were something stable to be in, and I still believe in that today. I did that first commercial 5 years ago, I believe, so it's been another 5 years that I've been associated with U.S. Gaineville, and they have never let me down. Everything they said came about. I'm a crane operator by trade. I have only a few more months left, and I will be calling it quits and trying to enjoy the rest of my life. I do want to see some of the world. I want to be able to travel. To prepare for retirement, I found precious metals to be a little more stable and has a continuous growth. And so that's basically the route I took. Stocks to me are just too volatile. But when you look at the precious metals market, it also has what I believe a floor. And that floor is where I find that safe haven. Holding cash is not lucrative. It doesn't pay you anything. Physical gold is just that. It's physical. It's tangible. And it belongs to you. You can hold it in your hand. You can touch it. You can feel it. Buying something like precious metals and gold is something that you're probably going to throw in the safe and you're going to have tomorrow and the next day and the next week. And you know it's there with it. You have something to fall back on.
At U.S. Money Reserve, they believe a strong financial future begins with the right information, empowering you to make confident decisions about diversifying with precious metals. Call now to receive the complete guide to buying gold, featuring exclusive content and important facts you should know about purchasing precious metals as part of a well-balanced portfolio.
I've had quite a few friends that have also got involved with precious metals. My research, my knowledge that I gained, I passed on to them. They ran with it. And I've had them call me back and say, hey, thanks, because it's sitting there in my safe and I'm not doing anything and I'm making more money off of it than if the money was sitting in the bank. U.S. Money Reserve, I have to say, is the only company that I've purchased physical gold from. So I have researched other companies. I never found any other company that could compete with U.S. Money Reserve. The people that I've worked with made a big difference. I never felt pressured. Great customer service. I mean, everybody I worked with, they treated me with the utmost respect and they helped me through the process. They've done an excellent job with me and helping me build my portfolio. It's just been a wonderful experience for me. And would I recommend people to U.S. Money Reserve? Absolutely. I have, and I still will today.
Don't wait until the next crisis. Start securing your financial future today. If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium.
Call to get your free copy of my new special report, The Global Gold Forecast. Inside, you'll find the key factors I've covered on gold ownership and why you may need to start owning gold today. When you speak to your account executive, be sure to ask how you can get a copy of my new special report, Protecting the Risk Zone, covering the 10 years prior to retirement through the 10 years after retirement when your portfolio is most vulnerable. Along with the Global Gold Forecast, these two reports provide powerful, practical insights for building a stronger and more confident financial future. You'll also learn how physical gold can help protect and grow your portfolio in the years to come. Call now to get both reports free with your gold ownership guide.
Pick up the phone and call America's Gold Authority, U.S. Money Reserve. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
Happening today, huge trial now underway at the Judicial Center in downtown Louisville. For 7 years, several families in town have been waiting to see what happens in the case of Bryce Rhodes.
Me and my brother Sean went to the trial every day. It was hard to sit there and look over at this person that did all of those things. It was very trying, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually. Are you ready for opening? Thank you, God.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Alice was the first murder. The two that followed were calculated and cruel. In May 2016, Bryce Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon.
so inherently emotional. So during the opening right away, when the picture of the boys laying in the field, touching each other for the last time, when that image came up, jurors were already sobbing.
You hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Conures case, you will give that justice. And I can.
All right, would the defense like to make an opening statement now?
Sure.
First of all,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Bryce is also grateful that you are here because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence.
The strategy of defense lawyer Wesley Boyowski was to attack the credibility of the prosecution's two key witnesses, Ann Ron Carter and another team, Corey Taylor, who got plea deals in exchange for testifying against Rhodes.
I felt like they were to some extent victims themselves. He manipulated them into doing this and turned them into killers.
The evidence will show you all that those responsible for the murders have already been convicted and are now trying to put the blame on Bryce Rhodes. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. I ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient. And tell them that we will not wrongfully convict Bryce. Thank you.
Ma'am, how do you connect us to this case? Your ass's photos. You spoke jury about race and
Similarity. Really good kids.
One of the difficulties with the trial was the kids that are the victims of our case.
Prosecutors knew the jury would soon hear that Maurice and Larry were close with Bryce Rhodes and were along with him the night Christopher Jones was killed.
There's no way to sugarcoat the fact that they were knowingly going along with a hit on somebody.
Prosecutors hoped the grandmother's testimony would paint a different picture.
They were really good-natured boys. They never been. They were very loving.
when I was up there testifying, I kept looking over at Bryce Rhodes. That's where you go for the step down, thank you, ma'am. And then when I finished and I stepped off the stand, I looked right straight in his face, and he would not look at me. He turned his head.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary, call now to see how a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan could get you some big benefits. Find out how easy it is to get all of your original Medicare coverage plus extra benefits. A WellCare Medicare Advantage plan is designed to fit your needs so you can be your best every day. You could have medical coverage, prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage. A digital mental health and social support resource. And here's more good news. You can get a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. Can WellCare offer all of those benefits for a $0 or low monthly plan premium? It's simple. Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 844-975-0005. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you are eligible to enroll today. Call today to get your free copy of the All-in-One Guide with absolutely no obligation. Your free guide will provide information to make a smart choice for your healthcare coverage. Just call 844-975-0005. Remember, there's no obligation for requesting this free information. So call 844-975-0005. Call today.
If you are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, annual enrollment is here and ends December 7th. So now's a great time to consider getting all-in-one coverage with the United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan. It could give you even more benefits than Medicare. Call now to see if it's Medicare benefits and Medicare gives you benefits. The Dual Complete Plan can help you get more such as physical exams, lab tests, and the U-Card, only from United Healthcare. It's your member ID and so much more. Use it to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities for all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Don't wait. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call and see how you can get comprehensive and affordable coverage with United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
Crime Lab Secrets. Forensic breakthroughs. Finding agents who cracked the cases. True Crime Network.
You're on a call screen.
And Ron Carter, one of the teams who made
The jury knows that he is
Mr. Rhodes in the court. What did he go by?
You have to figure out how you're going to present the kids when this happened. Can't be like kids.
You guys. Is he the one that's
the grisly details of what happened to the suspected them of
how long did this?
the same for what we do.
He's talking to his dead.
Who did he pass
Thank you. Did you tell me you remember telling me during your last interview that you you also
674-1236 now.
We all want the max. But how do you know if you're getting the max? Plans with additional benefits based on where you live. You should call the number on your screen. Even if you called last year. The licensed insurance agent won't check your zip code to see what plans with additional benefits are available. Here's the good news. It doesn't cost anything to call to see if you're getting the max in your plan. That's right. The call and Medicare plan review are free with no obligation to enroll. To help you get the max.
Just call 800-674-1236 now. That's 800-674-1236.
Advantage Max. And if you're anything like me, I always want the max. That's why I'm here to tell you that the Medicare annual enrollment and this is other plans.
Call 800-674-1236 now.
Get in there, get in there.
explain to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Happy your advisor. They'll do the same no matter which Medicare you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live Advice or get started on your own at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service. See if you could get more for less. Please list it.
The savings are unbelievable. I can see the costs side by side.
eHealth is wonderful. $100 savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
Call 1-800-568-2261 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
It's December 4th, 2022, and an officer is pulled over a truck at a Dollar General.
Hi. Sergeant Brown, this is PD. We know it's traffic, not wearing your seatbelt. You need a license registration email.
citizens believe they are independent from the U.S. government and therefore U.S. laws don't apply to them.
Yeah, this is strange, dude. All day. Yeah, we're not finding it at all.
Well, I'm going to tell you about the paper system.
Okay.
Hold on, do you have my driver's or hold on my passport ID?
I have, did he have it?
It's all on there, it's an electronic card. And what is this that happens when my passport is this and I don't think yeah, but we're not a resident of the state of Florida.
As the officer wearing the body camera stays at the truck to talk to Williams' husband, you can overhear Williams becoming heated with one of the other cops on the scene.
It's small, it's small.
As Williams is put in cuffs, she calls for an OIC or an officer in charge.
Hello?
You guys gotta have a driver's license. You can't have a passport except for ID purposes. For ID purposes, but for driving a motorized vehicle in the States, you need it. You got traveling. You need a driver's license. You do not need a driver's license to travel. Yes, you do. No, you don't. If there's any restrictions,
Well, she's over here too, so if she really wanted to roll down, she could grab them.
That's not the point. I don't want
Oh.
I'm kind of nosy.
Yeah.
The officer has more bad news for the couple. That being said, unfortunately, it's not. It's not even up to date. But if you're traveling, you have to have the registration
Huh?
up to date.
Yeah.
What do you know?
I'm always spending my money.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have to.
In charge with not having a valid driver's license, not having any vehicle registration, attaching a fake plate to the truck, resisting law enforcement without violence, and refusing to sign a settlement. In January 2024, Williams was accused of taking her 2 biological children from their foster home in Florida. After an Amber Alert, Williams and the 2 girls were found safe in Louisiana. The mother now faces a kidnapping.
Here's good news about Medicare. The Reliance Medicare helpline can make it easy to research, compare, and shop for Medicare Advantage plans. Just call to speak with a licensed sales agent and tell us what matters most to you. And we'll help you find a Medicare Advantage plan with the plan benefits, doctors, and co-pays that fit your budget. You see, every year, Medicare Advantage plans change, and new ones may arrive in your area. It can be overwhelming, but Reliance makes it easy. Just call and ask for a free, no-obligation Medicare plan review, and we'll show you in one convenient place what leading national carriers like these have to offer in your area, and how your current plan stacks up. You can count on us to explain all the plan details and variations between plans. We can check to see if your preferred doctors are in network. We can even explain the difference between original Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans, which may offer extra coverage and benefits. Whether it takes 5 minutes or 55, we'll help you get the answers you need. And there's no pressure and no obligations remaining. We're by your side step by step, reviewing your Medicare Advantage plan options, their costs, doctors, and prescriptions. We can even help you enroll. More good news? Our knowledgeable licensed insurance agents are just a phone call away. They're Medicare Advantage specialists, and their service is at no cost to you, regardless of the plan you choose. Look, every year, your choice of Medicare Advantage plans changes. Let's compare the Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side. In one convenient
So what's
place,
that
so
for,
you
huh?
don't have to. Call today at 888-986-1057. But don't delay. The annual enrollment period ends December 7th.
What?
If you're covered by U-Card, only for United Healthcare. U-Card that can help open doors to comprehensive and affordable coverage. And it's all yours when you join a United Healthcare. With this plan and your U-Card, you get more
Because
benefits.
they run out of research and they ain't getting done.
Plan premium. Medicare
So I guess I take it upon myself to fix it
We can
myself.
tell you about plans in your area. With your U-Card in hand, you can use your credit every month to help pay for all your medical products. Cold remedies, or your daily vitamins. Shop at thousands of participating stores nationwide or online. The U-Card can also be used to help pay for healthy food and activities for qualifying members. And as your member ID card, the United Healthcare U-Card opens doors to a large of Medicare Advantage providers. people with Medicare and Medicaid choose United Healthcare and get the United Healthcare U-Card. As part of your card, you can use your credit on your U-Card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities for qualifying members, all for a $0 monthly plan premium. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. So call or click to connect with us today to get the reliable, all-in-one coverage of a United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
Next, we head to the Key West area of Florida, where a woman suspected of DUI did a flip to try to prove she was sober. The woman, who wasn't identified in the body camera footage, was pulled over October 21st, 2021 for speeding.
Have you had anything today?
No.
No.
Our ex just left us. He's actually like in our ex.
Okay, so how much have we had to drink today?
Nothing.
Nothing, so why are we speeding? I'm doing 45. You're coming up on me like I'm standing still. In a 35 mile an hour zone. You have your ID on you?
Of course I do. Do you want my passport or which one do you want? No, no, okay.
We end up in there chewed up.
What?
We were chewed up.
Good morning.
Yeah, and I think you were out because you were coming on your own.
So give me
Let's go.
record him.
Who's in mine?
This side. She's refusing to come out.
Not refusing anything.
Put the cigarette down. No, put the cigarette down.
Come on. Man, you need to listen to this. Let's go. Alright, watch out. We're gonna close the door. Listen, man. I'm not over here, alright? No, I'm gonna stay here. Come on.
Deputies suspect the driver was drunk, so they asked repeatedly if the woman wants to do field sobriety tests.
Alright, so have you had anything to drink today?
No.
Well, I didn't really come back to you because we were supposed to have that.
The real
this one is,
The
other one, he works a regular job Monday through Friday, or Monday through Thursday, so he'll be available to do that. So I think look at this one. And I might as well just go up and look at that one too. You know,
Well, we must have more than one when we get up there.
the girls can ride along with it.
Alright, so I told my wife when I drove up. You drove up on me while I was standing still.
And you said, no.
Well, you all have somebody ride along if they want to. You know?
Okay.
Everything that I'm and three of my different
I realize she was 10 years older than me.
Okay, well I'm not here.
She don't look like she is, but she don't know it. She don't drink.
So do me a favor. So with your eyes and eyes only, what you're doing is you're gonna keep an eye on this blue light. So here's your sides. How much we have tonight? Nothing? Alright, so where are we coming from? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and play this game. Alright, so based on your driving pattern, not really driving, but I care about your boyfriend. I'm thinking you're under the influence of alcohol. Good. Now, I'm not gonna do alcohol. Do you want to participate in the field sobriety exercises?
The driver then decides to actually offer the deputy some advice. She says if they had done just one thing for her, she would have cooperated.
Stand right there, just like I told you.
Your test, don't even.
Okay. So do not start until I tell you. Do you understand?
The woman's stretches create the perfect opportunity to then take her into custody.
Come here, I can use your one for you. Yes.
Have you compared your Medicare plan recently? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So we invite people to give eHealth a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
Why do
Very
almonds in the
So that's
shell
covered. I
more
love
than
that.
freeze?
I'm going on vacation with this money.
I had quite a few prescriptions.
That's why people call us. We're going to compare these different plans, and I'm going to try to get you as much bang for
Why
your
do
buck as
almonds in
possible.
the shell go more than
This one here
freeze?
covers your prescriptions, your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I have a hard time with this.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today, I would highly recommend this plan.
That sounds very good.
Are we happy with your selection?
You're so helpful. You don't know.
Perfect. I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sam. If you have any other questions, give me a ring.
Thanks very much. No, that was super easy.
See how your Medicare plan starts with the big changes for 2026. Maybe it feels like you pay too much for too little. Maybe your current plan is changing, or your needs are changing, or you have questions.
Why do almonds
Either way,
in the shell go
eHealth
more
can help.
than the freeze?
Just call this number or visit eHealth.com before December 7th. Compare plans that cover your doctors, your prescriptions, your pharmacy, and your budget. Compare your current plan to newer plans and benefits. And compare plans from the nation's top
Are
insurance.
the almonds moldy or just the?
I don't know. Why do almonds in the shell go more than the freeze?
The eHealth experience together. How much do you think you're able to save using eHealth?
At least $300 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
Yes, I did. What Sam should explain to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Shan, come on out. Feel like to meet face to face.
You helped me out quite a bit.
I'm very happy that we got connected today. Now it's your turn. Call to meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live Advice or get started on your own at eHealth.com. See if you could get more for less with eHealth, like these folks do.
This is unbelievable.
I was impressed with how much coverage you could get.
I could see the costs side by side. This made it so much simpler.
My advisor, he answered all my questions.
Why do almonds in the shell go more than the freeze?
I was really pleasantly surprised.
Call 1-800-586-0187 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
Your Medicare matchmaker.
They thought they got away, but time had other plans. New science, new clues, new witnesses turn cold cases into justice. Finally caught on True Crime Network.
Next, we head to Bluffton, South Carolina,
How long
where a
do
woman
almonds
hopes to
in the
list
shell
her
last?
accomplishments might result in going Cutshall in the back of his car while he finishes up with the scene. Cutshall, who worked as a real estate agent, is in pure disbelief and tells the officer why she shouldn't have to spend the night behind bars.
As soon as they take these diamonds out, anywhere they're up for a couple of days. Daughter's only good up to 2 years.
Oh.
The bag that we're on right now has been in there at least 2 years.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has.
plea deal in 2019, agreeing to plead guilty to a misdemeanor DUI. In exchange, charges of speeding and possession of marijuana were dropped.
It's been since 2011 that I really started getting into precious metals. I had a lot of fun doing that commercial. I did that first commercial 5 years ago, I believe. I had a belief back then that precious metals were something stable to be in, and I still believe in that today. I'm a clean operator by trade. I have only a few more months left. To prepare for retirement, I found precious metals to be a little more stable and have those continuous growth. Physical gold is tangible. You can touch it, you can feel it, and you know it's there, that you have something to fall back on.
Call to get your free copy of my new special report, The Global Gold Forecast. Inside, you'll find the key factors I've covered on gold ownership and why you may need to start owning gold today. Pick up the phone and call America's Gold Authority right now. Start protecting your hard-earned money today. Call now to receive exclusive information on how you can begin protecting your assets with physical gold, silver, platinum, and palladium.
I've had quite a few friends that have also got involved with precious metals. My knowledge that I gained, I passed on to them, and I've had them call me back and say, hey, thanks, because I'm making more money off of it than if the money was sitting in the bank. So I have researched other companies. I never found any other company that could compete with U.S. Money Reserve. The people that I've worked with made a big difference. They treated me with the utmost respect, and they helped me through the process. Would I recommend people to U.S. Money Reserve? Absolutely. I have, and I still will today.
Did you recently get a letter in the mail from your Medicare plan? It could be your annual notice of change, and it's one of the most important documents for people on Medicare Advantage plans. If you recently received this letter, read it carefully and call the number on your screen for a free Medicare benefit review. Your annual notice of change informs you about all of the changes being made to your current Medicare plan for the upcoming year. That could mean changes to your benefits, premiums, deductibles, or copayments, network of participating doctors and pharmacies. Medicare plans change every year, so if you're unhappy about the changes being made to your plan, we can help you shop for other coverage options in your area. The Medicare annual enrollment period is happening now, so you may be eligible to enroll today. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th. This is your chance to shop, compare, and perhaps switch plans, but you must take action to do so. Call the Medicare Benefits Helpline at the number on your screen. You don't need an annual notice of change to call. Even if you lost your letter, tossed it out, or never received one, the Medicare Benefits Helpline can assist. Medicare plans can change every year, and those changes can affect benefits, premiums, deductibles, or copayments, network of participating doctors and pharmacies. Call the Medicare Benefits Helpline now to see if there are any changes being made to your current Medicare plan for the upcoming year. Take action before the annual enrollment period ends December 7th. This is your chance to make changes to your plan for the upcoming year. Make sure you're in the best plan for your needs. Even if you called last year, you should still call to see if there are plans in your zip code that may be a better fit for your needs. Remember, new plans may be added every year, so call today. The Medicare Benefits Helpline is open now and ready to assist. Call before the deadline for your free Medicare benefit review. Call 800-361-0823. That's 800-361-0823.
Drive time makes it easy to buy a car.
Yeah, already approved. That was easy.
Yep, and you can even customize your own terms on every car.
Oh, there's a little slider thing. I can change my down payment?
Yeah, and we have thousands of cars under 15 grand.
I've never had this kind of power. Lower. Lowest down option. Low monthly payment option. I'm making my own deal on all these cars.
Welcome to Car Buying Made Easy. This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Next, we head to Williston, North Dakota. That's where the subject of a DUI investigation turned out to be a state lawmaker. It's December 15th, 2023, around 11 o'clock at night. Police have pulled over a driver who was later identified as Representative Nicholas Nico Rios.
What gotta let like this all the time. How come you always wanna let like this?
No, okay. I'm just like I said, I'm giving you guys a card to let you know.
No, I don't want the card. I need your registration, buddy. One of the officers notices an open bottle of beer and a cup holder in the backseat of the truck. Rios says it's from several days ago, but the officers see he's also wearing a wristband for a local nightclub.
I don't mean to be any. Right, like, so you said it's been 6 hours since you made the last drink? Okay. So, that's like 2 a.m. 2 blocks away. Right. So what I'm going to do, I want to conduct a series of field sobriety tests, okay? To make sure you're good. It's not alcohol in your breath, and you're slurring your words a little. Like I said, with the slightest wristband, but you said you're coming from famous days. So I just want to run some field sobriety tests. You happy to do that? Absolutely. Why not? Awesome.
Rios initially cooperates with the officers, but during part of the roadside testing, he accuses the men of targeting him.
If you're gonna try and ruin me, destroy me, I mean, just do me a favor. You guys do your job. Just keep following your eyes, okay? I'm gonna done.
When Rios fails the tests, the officer asks him about a breathalyzer.
What I'm gonna request is that you provide a specimen breath of this one alpha sensor, otherwise known as a breathalyzer. Are you happy to provide that? I'm not gonna do that. Do you know why? Why is that? I figured I'm like 2 blocks away. Okay. You guys are picking on me. Okay. You guys are gonna regret picking on me. Because you don't know what. Just 1 second. I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna give you a chance again. Will you provide the test? No, sir. Okay. You know what? There's no time to unroll the DUI.
The men then argue about what to do with Rios' truck, as Rios insists he can just take it home even though he's under arrest for DUI.
This is literally like 2 blocks away. Listen, this is why I can do that. Instead of leaving it on that side, I can put it over there. I can put it right over there with... No, I want to drop my... Alright, we're not doing that. So we're going to go to this vehicle. Okay. The rear passenger side of the vehicle. Okay. And nobody respect you. Okay. That's going to be useful. Do you want your phones? There's 2 phones in there. Do you want those and do you want your... I would take 2 phones here. I really appreciate it. Okay. Because I got to call Attorney General Drew Egley to let these guys know you're being to me.
Rios repeatedly asks the officer, identified as Officer Welch, about his accent and where he's from. But after several demeaning comments, Officer Welch stops responding.
Soften your nose. Feel bad. What the f*** do to you? What the f*** do to you? Nothing. Hey, look at me, bro. Look at me while you're doing this. I'm locked up. My hands are I'm not gonna You're ruining my life. So you can make a paycheck and go. Look at me. Look at this to me, bro.
Police report stated that Rios was, quote, verbally abusive, homophobic, racially abusive, and discriminatory towards Officer Welch for the entire duration of the incident following the roadside testing. Once inside the station, another officer asks Rios if he'll consent to a breath test, but Rios again refuses. Officer Welch, who told Rios he's from the United Kingdom, takes Rios to booking, where Rios continually refers to him as Australian.
Where are you from?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Rios eventually apologizes to Officer Welch, but the officer has had enough.
I'm trying to be nice.
Rios was later charged with DUI, DUI refusal, and having an open container. Rios entered a guilty plea in January. He was given a 10-day suspended sentence, fined $100,000, and put on unsupervised probation for 1 year. Despite calls to resign from his position following his arrest, Rios is still the representative for District 23.
She'd been murdered. Uncover the truth with Forensic Files. Next.
Dallas Pistol and Revolver Club in 1991. Trey Cooley, a young spectator, was watching a shooting competition seated behind an air gun range. He was struck and killed by a stray bullet. This is how ballistics, lasers, and forensic animation solved the riddle of the magic bullet. 14-year-old Trey Cooley. Look at him and you see the All-American boy. Trey attended Bowles Junior High School in Arlington, Texas, near Dallas. He played cello in the school orchestra, played baseball, and was a Boy Scout.
Every kid has the whole world open to him. He could have done anything he wanted to do.
Most of all, he enjoyed spending time with his family. Trey and his father, Butch, were best friends.
We did everything together.
September 29th, 1991. Butch Cooley woke early that Saturday morning, then went to wake Trey. The two shared a passion for shooting. Butch was judging a competition. He gave Trey a choice to sleep in or tag along. Trey chose to go with his father.
Trey started shooting when he was 7. Enjoyed it. Shot his first deer when he was 8. He wanted to be a pistol competitor. And he was pretty good at it.
At the Dallas Pistol and Revolver Club, Trey volunteered to help out by running results from judges to the official scorer. In between assignments, he set an ear gun dome to get out of the hot Texas sun. He sat just inside the door near 2 women who were working the scorers. But behind people shooting air pistols, nothing more than pellet and BB guns. Then, a blood-curdling scream. Trey Cooley slumped to the floor, blood flowing from his temple. His baseball cap had a tiny but telltale hole. Butch Cooley was outside the building, just a few yards from his son when he heard the screaming. Although Butch Cooley spent 21 years as a state trooper and was trained to handle emergencies, no training could prepare him for what he saw next.
When I got there, I found that he'd been shot. Checked his pulse. I knew it wasn't good.
Butch walked in and I asked him, "Where are you going from?" And I said, "Well, where is Trey?" And then he came in and he told me, he said, "There's been an accident." And I was thinking, well, he's cut his foot, cut his hand, or broke his arm, And I said, "Well, it's okay. He'll be okay."
Trey was rushed by ambulance to Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas.
He was just laying there. He was bleeding. The machine was bleeding for him. His little hands were so warm. It just looked like he was asleep.
6 hours later, Trey died.
I just wanted to tell him that I was very, very proud of him. I loved him dearly.
Trey Cooley was seated in the club's designated safety area. It was an accident that shouldn't have happened.
Have you compared your Medicare plan recently? With eHealth, you can compare Medicare plans side by side for free. So we invited people to give eHealth a try and discover how easy it can be to find your Medicare match.
This is pretty amazing. I can go on vacation with this money. I have quite a few prescriptions.
That's why people call us. We're going to compare plans, and I'm going to try to get you as much bang for your buck as possible.
That's great.
This one here covers all your prescriptions, your doctors as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I have a hard time with this.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Based on our conversation today, I would highly recommend this plan.
You're so helpful. You don't know.
I'm excited for you, sir. Again, my name is Sheena. If you have any other questions, give me a ring.
That's your list. No, yeah, that was super easy.
See how your Medicare plan stacks up with the big changes for 2026. Just call this number or get started at eHealth.com. Compare plans that cover your doctors, prescriptions, pharmacy, and budget. And compare plans from the nation's top insurance companies. They pay us to help you. How much do you think you'll be able to save?
Hmm?
$200 a month.
Would you say you found your Medicare match?
I heard a noise, but I didn't need it.
Explain to me exactly what I need to know.
Well, I have a surprise for you. Champ, come on out.
Oh my goodness!
It's a pleasure to meet you today, sir. What does it feel like to be face to face?
You helped me out quite a bit.
It's called to meet your advisor. They're paid the same no matter which Medicare Advantage plan you choose. Ask them about eHealth Live advice, or get started on your own at eHealth.com. Either way, it's always a free service. See if you could get more for less with eHealth, like these folks did.
The savings are unbelievable.
I can see the costs side by side. eHealth is wonderful. $1,200 savings in my pocket. I was really pleasantly surprised with that.
Call 1-800-568-2261 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit eHealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart?
My heart's pretty good.
You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
Protect your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile. And enjoy the convenience and reliability of medical grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $69 for a limited time only. Our lowest price ever. So you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical grade EKG. There it is. You look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which when left untreated can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Cardio Mobile is available for just $69 for a limited time only. Our lowest price ever. Get yours today at cardio.com or Amazon.
You need some help.
I know. I'm going to cashback.usa.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the
I'm ready for bed already.
Sell in all the places with Shopify. Online, in person, and across social. And track every cha-ching. All in one place. When it's time to sell everywhere, it's time for Shopify. Start your free trial today.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But I am. And I can go to bed and I can go to sleep and I can sleep until the morning.
Tough job to figure out where the
What's wrong with that picture?
truly came from, and to determine if the shooting was.
And usually you end up waking up in the middle of the night.
My life is just full of blood.
Decades as a state trooper, was it
That's what the
possible
problem
shooting
is.
had
I
something to
have
do
no
with
life.
the enemy he
Other
possibly
than get
made
up,
during
take
his
care of the
tenure?
birds.
Or had the bullet come from the
And
outside
tomorrow I'm
from
gonna
one
be
of the
busy.
outdoor shooting ranges, or possibly the
For a
nearby
little while,
railroad
maybe.
tracks where kids had a history of taking shots at the air gun buildings.
What's the size of it? It wasn't
Through what?
What?
What'd you just say your last part was?
You said I'm going to be busy tomorrow.
From Trey's skull would
For a
provide
little
some
while,
answers
I
and
hope.
raise new questions. The bullet was small, about half an inch long, but lethal. Larry Fletcher is the firearms expert who conducted
Hopefully
the ballistic
things work
examination.
out the way I
The
planned.
bullet was not that damaged. The bullet was in rather remarkable condition.
This is a 45 caliber bullet after striking a cement wall. It is badly mangled, especially when compared to the bullet that killed Trey Cooley. That lack of damage could be telling, except for one thing. This was not a typical 45 caliber bullet.
This particular bullet is a hand-loaded or hand-made bullet. It's not a commercial made bullet, in which they can add other materials to the lead and make it much harder. It can withstand a lot of damage on impact.
Who makes and uses these types of bullets? Butch Cooley knew.
Compared to shooter flak to load their own ammunition. Primary reason being the cost savings.
Most of the competitive shooters on the outside ranges that day were using hand-made bullets, so there was little doubt that the bullet came from somewhere here rather than from kids on the railroad tracks. Police collected the weapons and ammunition samples from the shooters in the competition. When Larry Fletcher examined the bullets used that day on the outside ranges, he noticed something else.
The powder charge, which increased the velocity of this particular type of bullet.
Basically, the shooters used bullets with more gunpowder. More gunpowder means these bullets travel farther and faster than a regular .45 caliber bullet. Fletcher's next task was to match the bullet that killed Trey to one of about a dozen guns. Each of the guns from the shooting competition were test-fired and compared to the bullet taken from Trey Cooley's skull. Fletcher had trouble getting an exact match because the extra gunpowder created extremely high temperatures during the firing of the gun, actually melting some of the distinguishing marks. But Fletcher noticed a red wax on the bullet that killed Trey. All shooters use a lubricating wax, but only one of the guns used a red wax. Larry Fletcher found the gun that fired the fatal shot.
At that point, I was pretty much convinced.
A pistol competitor named Dan Smith was using that gun on the day of the competition. He was firing on this outdoor range, just behind the airgun building. But Smith told police he couldn't have fired the fatal shot.
He felt that all his shots had made the target. There were no errant rounds.
But something just didn't add up to Butch Cooley. He spent his entire life around guns and won awards for marksmanship and gun safety. He knew shooting ranges are supposed to be safe. Not supposed to happen. It just didn't make sense.
Did Dwayne scare you? Huh?
Now's the time to review your Medicare plan. Are you getting the benefits you want? Are you spending more than you need to? We know finding the answers can get confusing, but we made it easy for you. It all starts with one call to Reliance, where you'll be connected to a licensed insurance agent ready to help. So make the call today at 866-316-7907. The licensed insurance agents we work with are Medicare Advantage specialists. They can help explain the difference between original Medicare and convenient Medicare Advantage plans, which offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus additional benefits you may want. They also keep up with yearly changes to Medicare Advantage plans, right down to your zip code, so you get truly personalized help in finding the plan that's right for you. We are by your side every step of the way, reviewing your Medicare plan options, their costs, doctors, prescriptions, and helping you enroll. When you call, you will get clear answers to your questions, as well as detailed information about leading insurance carriers offering Medicare plans. Aetna, Humana, United Healthcare, and WellCare. We compare Medicare Advantage plans available to you side by side in one convenient place, so you don't have to. When you're ready,
Did my card show up for Medicare yet?
and they can even guide you
That
through
might have
enrolling if
been.
you're eligible.
Yeah.
Call
Well, the mail came.
866-7907.
It had it when I got home, so.
And don't forget,
Well, I've seen the mail card come by.
I'm just saying there's a couple of different things. You asked me a question, let me finish answering.
call 866
Hmm.
7907.
It might be in there.
ShopReliance.com today.
Police were satisfied that Trey Cooley's death was an accident. The ballistics results from a gun fired from an outdoor range during the competition. But the owner of the gun said he didn't miss a shot, and the range was designed to contain any errant bullet. First, there's a barrier between the airgun building and the firing range. It's called a burn. It's a small mountain of dirt, 12 feet high. The burn sits right behind the targets in the event a shooter misses either to the left or right. Directly above the targets are a series of wooden planks fastened end to end and side by side. These are called baffles, and they're designed to catch bullets fired a little high of the target before they leave the range. Then there are two additional sets of baffles, one just a few yards in front of the firing
Kurt, I
line.
bring him in, and Kurt brings him and don't bring him back in.
Directly over the firing line. Ken Buster, safety management consultant, with years of experience as a shooter and with a special expertise in firing ranges.
Between the straight bullet would be stopped.
Safety should be the number one priority of everybody's mind anytime that you participate in marksmanship as a sport.
Butcher began a personal crusade to learn the truth. He needed to know how a bullet could bypass the range's safety features and kill his only son. Butch hired attorney Mike Schmidt to find out where or if the safety system had failed. Schmidt put together an investigative team. Steve Irwin was the first member. As an accident reconstructionist, his job was to create an exact, computerized, three-dimensional scale model of the air gun building and the firing ranges. Using laser technology, precision measuring devices, and sophisticated computer programs, Irwin would also uncover the path of the bullet.
We wind up starting at, unfortunately, the young boy getting shot and then working your way backwards.
Police have already identified some important clues. The outside wall of the air gun building was riddled with bullet holes from all angles. Irwin needed to know exactly which one was the culprit. Police also found bullet holes inside the building, in a sheetrock strip to protect a lighting fixture, and in a wall that separated the indoor range from a storage shed. There was also a fresh gouge in an ordinary ceiling tile. Irwin's laser survey equipment traced the bullet's path from where it was sitting through all those tiles, through the sheetrock strip, the ceiling tile, and through the back wall. It seemed unlikely, but it matched the evidence.
It was roughly a straight line, but I couldn't see from the interior wall to the exterior wall. And it wasn't until we got back to the office and got it mapped that it formed a straight line.
A straight line led directly to one of the bullet holes in the aluminum siding, then down to the shooting range behind the air gun building. It led to the range where Dan Smith was shooting, but oddly enough, not to the firing line. The laser pinpointed a path that landed 10 yards in front of the firing line. When Ken Buster was back in the investigation, he immediately inspected the firing range to see if there was any way it could get past all of the range's safety features.
At the time and now, I think that was the worst range that I have ever seen.
He found dozens of potentially deadly safety flaws.
The berm separating the back range from the front range was not standard height. It was 20 feet.
The berm behind the air gun building was only 12 feet high. The back edge was far below standard. The wooden should have a steel or concrete backing. And look closely at the planks themselves. They had separated, leaving big gaps. A bullet could easily pass through.
In this case, the rifle might well have not been there, and so my purpose
In the back of the building.
several of these holes had been plugged. That means to me, as a safety person, as a range person, as a long-time shooter, that they knew that bullets were getting out of that range, and they accepted that fact and continued to shoot.
The laser directed the bullet path to the middle of the outdoor range, well in front of the firing line. How could this be? It was due to a monumental blunders. During the competition, players were required to fire from several distances. First, from the firing line at 25 yards. Then they moved forward to 20 yards. And finally, 15 yards.
That's the work, ain't it? The open enrollment?
What's it say? Florida Blue.
An exact computerized reproduction of the recall for the animation. I wish I could do that from the shot from the side and shot from the front. Next, Parrots created wireframe models of a competitive shooter with chest and then animated early laser studies of the firing range.
Badge!
What are you getting excited about?
Forensic animation was able to show what happened to
Way out.
on the morning of September 29th, 1990. The animation showed that the bullet almost defied belief. Medicare and your state
I'm gonna run over there. What there?
So now's a great time to consider a United Dual Complete plan. It could give you even more benefits than to find out if you are eligible. It's easy.
Johnny's not home. His phone must be here or something.
Medicaid gives you benefits, and Medicare gives you some too. But a Dual Complete plan can help you get more of the extras you want. You'll have $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions, as well as $0 annual physical exams, lab tests, and preventive care. And you can earn rewards for healthy activities. And to make things easier, there's the new card. It's your member ID and so much more. You can credit on your new card every month to help pay for over-the-counter products. Plus, taking food from your family for qualifying members. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you can get a Dual Complete plan. So call now to talk with us. Our Medicare plan experts can help find the right coverage for you. We know healthcare can be confusing. United Healthcare can help straighten things out. And with over 45 years of experience, count on us to be there every step of the way. With Medicare, you'll have access to a large network of Medicare Advantage providers, including doctors and specialists, plus $0 copays for Tier 1 prescriptions. And use the credit on your new card to help pay for over-the-counter products, plus healthy food and utilities if you qualify. All for a $0 monthly plan premium. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, learn more about America's most chosen dual special needs plans. Annual enrollment ends December 7th. Call or click to connect now and see how you can get comprehensive and affordable coverage with the United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan.
Many seniors pay too much or get too little coverage. In fact, if you purchased a $9.95 guaranteed acceptance plan, you could easily find yourself paying for very little life insurance coverage with a long Senior life insurance companies can help you get more back from your overpriced policy. We specialize in helping people over 50 find the right final expense coverage at the right price. We'll help you understand how to get more coverage for less money. We listen to your needs and help you pick the right insurance plan for you. Our experienced agents explain everything in simple terms, with no pressure and no hidden fees. Call Senior Life Insurance Company today for a free quote and personalized consultation. Don't leave your family with unexpected expenses. Call now and get the peace of mind you deserve.
If you're over 50 and can't work due to physical or mental health problems, you may be entitled to Social Security disability. Call Disability Help today. If you can't regularly lift over 10 pounds, or if you can't stand all day long, you may be eligible for disability benefits. Disability Help today connects Social Security disability applicants just like you with representatives nationwide. Call now.
Revolver Club on September 29, 1991. The range was a tragedy just waiting to start. Outside on the firing range behind the air gun building, Dan Smith, one of the last competitors of the day, steps up to the 15-yard line. This moves him in front of two sets of safety valves. Using a modified gun, Smith takes aim and squeezes the trigger. In a fraction...
Welcome back to your first look at 4. Let's recap with the top story we're following this afternoon. Susan Lawrence is threatening a defamation lawsuit against the children and mother of Owens. Lawrence was convicted of manslaughter for shooting and killing Owens in 2023. In the letter, Lawrence says she wants to sue for slander, libel, and defamation. I'll break down this letter coming up at 6 tonight. And in a few minutes, we'll tell you what's causing a spike in calls from debt collectors around the country. But first, and tomorrow isn't just election day here in North Central Florida. Candidates in some key races are delivering their closing messages today. Reporter Allison Cossack tells us what elections to keep an eye on.
It's the final sprint to Election Day, and in New York City's mayoral race, New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani making the rounds at the New York City Marathon. Mamdani's main rival, independent candidate and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, pitching his experience.
Has solutions that can actually work, and who has the ability to make those solutions a reality.
The race drawing national attention, even being mocked on Saturday Night Live.
Free healthcare, affordable housing, free Wi-Fi. As mayor, can I make that happen? I'm not sure yet. But together we're gonna find out. But the answer is no.
President Trump casting Mamdani as an extremist.
Communist, not socialist communist. He's far worse than a socialist.
The president staying off the trail but endorsing several Republicans, including Jack Ciattarelli, who has gained significant ground on Democrat Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey's governor's race. Former President Barack Obama campaigning in New Jersey and Virginia, taking aim at his successor.
Every day, this White House offers up a fresh batch of lawlessness and recklessness and mean-spiritedness and just plain craziness.
In Virginia, he's backing Democrat Abigail Spanberger in her race against Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. The results in New Jersey and Virginia expected to signal how voters feel about his second term and set the stage for next year's midterms. Key in that fight, California's Prop 50. Democrats pushing to flip
What do you think you're doing?
Republicans did the same in Texas.
For the 2026 midterm elections, Democrats are trying to gain control of Congress as Republicans attempt to maintain their slim majority for the remainder of President Trump's second term. Allison Cossack, ABC News, New York. New details this afternoon. A judge has granted a request by Sean Diddy Combs to speed up his appeal. Arguments could be heard as soon as next spring. Combs was sentenced to more than 4 years in prison after being convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He reported to federal prison in New Jersey last week. Combs asked the court to expedite the schedule for an appeal of his sentence and conviction. His lawyers argued the normal appeals process could take too long. This past weekend marked the worst for air traffic control staffing shortages since the government shutdown began on October 1st. That's according to Federal Aviation Administration operations plans. There were 98 staffing trigger reports at FAA facilities between Friday morning and last night, which means air traffic controllers had to alter operations to keep the airspace safe with fewer people working. We reported on issues at the Orlando International Airport early Friday morning, causing several delays and canceled flights. Let's get another check on the weather now. Danielle, you have a time-lapse of High Springs.
You're right, Kayla. Beautiful day once again. Not just High Springs, but all across North Central Florida. But not a cloud to be seen across the viewing area. Of course, that sunrise came a little bit earlier report today due to that time change we saw yesterday. Still, 4:30 p.m. Not a cloud in the sky. Plenty of blue to be seen, and sunshine continues on at this hour at least. Nice dry air across not just North Central Florida, but the rest of the state. The rest of the country is doing pretty solid as well. If there's going to be any rain, around our area at least. On this side of the country, it's going to be well off into the north, into the northeast, at least moving closer to that direction. While here, once again, the Panhandle, North Florida, Central, South, all nice and dry. Levy County temperatures right now, not into the 80s, 60s, this low 70s. Otter Creek 72, Gilchrist County 73 degrees, all matching up. Certainly does beat those 80s and the pesky 90s. Not seen the 90s anytime soon for a long time. Dixie County 72, Cross City 70, Horseshoe Beach 71, Swanee, Union, Bradford counties, once again, matching up. All north central Florida counties, you catch the theme, they all tend to be the same. If we look into the future, moving around 8 o'clock, since then, of course, sunset will be earlier. Temperatures will be dropping earlier, already moving into the 50s. As we begin to move into 6:45, give or take 6:30, 6 a.m. Tuesday, we are still into those 40s. It is going to be a bitter and a chilly one. More on your forecast coming up.
This traffic update is sponsored by attorney Dan.
Here's a final check of traffic during your first look at 4. This is a live look at US 441 at Paynes Prairie in Alachua County this afternoon. Traffic is moving without any problems in either direction, so if you need to drive through this area later, you shouldn't have any problems. Covering the state, some jail inmates in the Panhandle are being given a second chance through a job fair. We've seen similar opportunities in our area, most recently in Alachua County back in September. For the first time, Walton County Sheriff's officials hosted a job fair over the weekend. Saying they want to prepare inmates for life after being released. Inmates were given jobs and haircuts for the job fair to feel their best when talking to employers.
Some have never sat for an interview before. Some have never resume completed before, and be able to sit down with an employer who already knows how it sucks, but they have a criminal history. They felt this was, it meant a lot to them.
Officials say the jail also offers multiple rehabilitation programs and certification opportunities. Inmates can learn how to operate heavy equipment, harvest food, and earn a commercial driver's license. Developing now, debt collection calls are on the rise, and the tactics to get a hold of you are getting more aggressive, according to experts. The staff saying why the calls are becoming more frequent.
The calls can be ridiculous. They just call it all time during the day. They just want the money. They don't care what time they call, how many times. You know, they try to act like they're your friends or family. I will say I probably was like $40,000.
Shortly after her divorce in 2020 was the beginning of Kiana Blake's debt downfall.
I went from 2 incomes to 1, but just about the same amount of bills. So they just started calling me. So I had so many cards that I had like an Excel spreadsheet. If it's highlighted, if it's a credit card, I'm just trying to work on paying it off.
Mentally, what does that do to you when you're getting, especially the aggressive ones, the kind of threatening debt collector calls?
I would say it stresses you out. It almost makes you, kind of want to comply. The more aggressive ones, you probably tend to pay first because, they're going to call you.
Blake is not alone. Millions of Americans face mountains of debt, which, when unresolved, lead to non-stop calls from debt collectors. Now, while legitimate debt collectors have the right to call, experts tell us many still blur the line on what's ethical versus harassment. The Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, or FDCPA, makes it illegal for debt collectors to harass or threaten you when trying to collect on a debt. For example, collectors can't generally do things like threaten violence, use obscene language, or repeatedly call someone with the intent to annoy them.
Well, it can be very deceitful. The first thing that I always tell people is initially, before you make any arrangements, any agreements with anybody, you ask them to send you validation of the debt in writing.
Debt collection reports from the Federal Trade Commission show that calls are surging from 219,000 in 2024 to over 278,000 so far this year. That's around 27%. And 41% of consumers reported receiving calls for debt they did not owe, or found the calls were abusive and threatening.
They think that because the person is coming off aggressive, they feel threatened, they feel like I have to make the decision at this moment, and that's just really not the case.
Investigate TV combed through 15,000 consumer complaints made to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, dating back 10 years, about frequent debt collection calls. We found most of the complaints surrounding credit cards, medical debt, auto, and payday loans. Danny Karen is a consumer attorney, law professor, and author. He's had his own battle fighting with debt collectors in the courtroom and recently settled a case for $7.5
when a debt collector crosses the line, when they do certain things that the FDCPA says they can't do. They call earlier than they should, call after they should. They threaten, they lie, they say the debt is worth more than it is. They say they're going to sue you. Certain ugly things, like borderline harassment or harassment, are things that often check or trigger the FDCPA, can trigger a federal case.
So how are things right now, Keanu? Are things looking up? How are they right now?
I would say things are definitely looking up from about 40,000 to probably like 13,000. So I should have that paid off in the next year or so.
And has the call stopped?
Absolutely, because I'm not behind on anything. No reason to call me. If you are having issues with a debt collector, officials say you can also file a complaint with the Florida Attorney General's office. The season of giving is right around the corner, and it's important to have your wallet in check if you plan on giving out gifts. We'll tell you how you can spread joy without breaking the bank. That's next step 4.
We've all experienced the peace of mind feeling when you finally find an honest company that will give you top quality products at a great price and then stand behind what they sell you. That's exactly what Gaineville does. Keep more money in your bank account with the highest quality selling doors. Gaineville is a no-hassle professional clean installation, all backed by the strongest lifetime limited warranty in the industry. Search Window Room for a free no-pressure pump from an experienced design consultant today.
Bacon Law did a phenomenal job on my case. I am so thankful I went with Bacon Law because they really got me what I deserved.
Bacon Law did a great job.
Felt confident that they were going to handle the case.
If you're looking for trustworthy and hardworking attorneys, you've got to call Bacon Law.
Bacon Law won me a huge settlement and the money was truly life-changing.
Bacon Law won us $475,000. Bacon Law won me $625,000. Bacon. Second telegram! Happy holiday cash scratch-offs. That looks like a great gift for everyone on the list, including me.
The Florida Lottery. Good fun.
News on TV 20 is supported by Zinnia Wealth. A relaxing retirement starts with smart planning and execution.
You're watching WCJB TV 20.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp law. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Our show is timeless. You never saw America before America saw itself. There's no message. Sorry, I love Lucy. It brings us back. It's powerful. All those years ago, and the heart still goes on. It's like an old friend.
As a combat veteran of the United States Army, I understand the importance of service. That's why after my accident, I called Attorney Daniel. Dan's team won my case, giving me the highest level of service, getting me $900,000.
Insurance companies just don't hand that money over. If you've been involved in a car accident, I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 352-222-2000.
Dan, your service was 5-star all the way. Thank you.
News sponsored by Dan Newland Injury Attorneys.
Staying within your budget during the holidays can be tough. Tina tells us how to get into the holiday spirit even if you're on a budget.
'Tis the season when gift giving can take over our lives. But with many Americans still worried about rising costs, resale or secondhand shopping is becoming a more popular way for finding value and meaning in gifts.
What we're finding is that consumers are ready to spend nearly 40% of their holiday budgets on secondhand, which is up significantly from last year.
Alon Rotem of ThreadUp, an online thrift store, says the stigma around buying secondhand is starting to disappear, with it becoming more mainstream.
Because value is king with consumers, this is a great way for them to extend their dollar and get more for their money. Secondhand is also a way to sort of cut through the noise of the ordinary and find more unique items that tell a story, items that are more personal.
Other ways to save. Start early and take advantage of end of summer clearance sales. Don't wait until Black Friday. Use your Pillar credit cards, taking advantage of cash back or points. And to keep your holiday shopping from turning into a financial horror show, remember, for your debit card, know your balance, don't overdraft and suffer fees. For your credit card, even if you have a high limit, don't spend beyond your budget. And with buy now, pay later options, try not to use them for discretionary spending that can quickly add up.
Very easy to forget, say 2 out of the 20 small purchases with different payment due dates that you made from a few months ago. And once you have missed payments, they may get reported to the credit bureaus.
In Washington, Michael Yoshida.
Turning to health news, walking on a daily basis is not just good for your body, it may also help your mind. A new study published today says increasing the number of steps taken daily may slow cognitive decline in older adults who already have signs of Alzheimer's disease. The study's lead author says physical activities like walking could slow the buildup of the protein usually linked to memory loss. If you woke up wanting to stay in bed this morning, it might not only be because of yesterday's time change. Reporter Randy Gaither tells us what signs to look out for with sleep apnea.
Whenever the time shifts, so does your sleep routine, and it may mean you wake up sleepier than usual, but if it's a consistent problem, the fatigue and lack of energy may not be due to daylight saving time.
You are giving yourself 7 to 8 hours of sleep and you're still waking up tired, you're tired during the day. They're definitely looking for a sleep disorder like obstructive sleep apnea is reasonable.
Dr. Mina Conures at University Western Medical Center says obstructive sleep apnea is a medical condition where a person's airway closes off and on during sleep. Some subtle signs of this sleeping disorder include waking up feeling tired, like you haven't slept at all, having low energy, or difficulties with concentration and focus. She says more obvious symptoms are snoring, gasping during sleep, and dozing off during the day.
Their severe obstructive sleep apnea has been associated with development of high blood pressure, heart issues, strokes, and memory problems.
Khan says there are several ways to treat obstructive sleep apnea, the most common being the use of a CPAP device, which works by delivering pressurized air into the sleeping person to keep the airway open. If you suspect this sleep disorder, a doctor can have you tested.
It is done with a sleep study. There is a home sleep study that is used mainly to diagnose obstructive sleep apnea. So not everybody has to come to the sleep lab and sleep overnight.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
Well, Danielle, it's already been pretty chilly. When can we expect the next cold front to move through?
Well, we just had that recent cold front now just in South Florida attempting to leave the area, tracking for the possibility by the end of the weekend, leaning closer to the beginning of the next work week for possible cold fronts to return. Due to the lack of the cold fronts, find out if our temperatures will be warming back up. Find out.
Imagine navigating life around the next experience instead of the nearest bathroom. The lack of bladder affects 1 in 6 U.S. adults. It's time to expect more from life and your health.
Thank you so much.
Medtronic therapies have treated nearly 500,000 people worldwide with bladder or bowel control problems. Let Medtronic show you what's possible. Go to medtronic.com/bladderhelp to learn more.
I have some exciting news. Due to popular demand, Westshore Homes buy one get one sale is back. So if you missed your chance last time, now's the perfect moment to transform your home and enjoy massive savings on bathroom remodel. Here's how it works. Purchase a full bathroom remodel and you'll receive a tub and shower conversion and a second bathroom absolutely free. That's right. Upgrade your main bathroom to a beautiful modern space and say goodbye to that outdated, hard to clean tub or shower in another bathroom absolutely free. But it gets even better. To celebrate paying back this amazing sale, we're making it even better than before with 18 months of no interest financing, making it easier than ever to knock out 2 projects while saving big. Act now to lock into a buy one get one savings from Westshore Home. Visit westshore.com Call the number on your screen for more information and lock in this offer. We can have somebody out as early as tomorrow. That's westshorevans.com before buy one get one savings are gone.
If you've been in a big truck accident, you need a lawyer that specializes in big trucks. A lawyer who knows all the federal traffic rules that can affect your case.
And who can navigate the complex web of laws dealing with the trucking company, the leasing company, the shipper, and all the other details that can complicate your case.
And Sarah, we've seen it all. We're ready to go the long haul to fight for you.
Hi everyone, welcome to my kitchen. I have something great to cook up for you today. Every Wednesday on 5 Live, I'll be cooking a new signature dish. Join me for Paige's Kitchen only on TV20.
You're watching WCJV TV20.
At Magnolia Ridge Rehabilitation Center, we recognize that restoring quality of life is a personal journey, and we are dedicated to meeting the unique needs of each patient. Our team of highly trained staff offers a range of specialized services, including, but not limited to, physical, speech, and occupational therapy. Discover how we can make a difference in your journey to recovery. For more information, please visit our website at magnoliaridgerehab.com.
Weather sponsored by Magnolia Ridge Rehabilitation Center.
Slowly but surely, North Central Florida, we're moving back to the 60s. Lake City for a brief few moments was 70 degrees, but now they're back to the temperature they were at mostly throughout the day. 68, still 74 in Gainesville, 73 over in Ocala. Definitely, of course, more 70s compared to the 60s for the highs for today, but no 80s to be seen. We could begin to see more 80s returning starting on Wednesday this week, and the 60s returning for early morning lows. Right now, early morning lows into the 40s. If we zoom out, South Florida not into the 40s, not into the 70s either for South Florida. Fort Myers 83 degrees, 82 over in Miami. Still, high temperatures fluctuating throughout Central Florida from the upper 70s to the mid 70s. North Central Florida, and especially over into the Panhandle, going to be the coolest in the area. 66 over in Pensacola. Nice and dry across the region. Panhandle for sure at 25%. It's going to be the driest across the state. North Central Florida not too far behind into the 30 percentiles here. Certainly beats those pesky 70-80% humidity levels. South Florida slightly more humid, but there's no rain across the state, so everyone is seeing drier conditions than what they're used to seeing. We're definitely seeing that fall-like pattern. Nearly winter here because the 40s are into the state for North Central Florida, at least, of course, slightly warmer down south, starting with the villages at 50 and only moving into the 50s and 60s all the way down to the edge of the state down south. Here in North Central Florida, though, another round of the 40s. Watch out from 6 all the way to 8 a.m. for one of the most coolest, chilliest, bitter temperatures. 45 for Gainesville, 47 Ocala. We're watching, though, for our friends from Lake City, Live Oak, Cross City, 42 degrees. Few degrees to go until they reach all the way down to the upper 30s. Of course, not on track to be reaching those 30s, but they definitely do have a higher possibility compared to areas such as Alachua and certainly Marion County. They're almost there, but we're expecting a bit of a warm-up throughout the rest of the week. You can expect early morning lows by the end of the week, especially the weekend into the 60s once again. Future feels like temperatures, the highest, the warmest you could be feeling throughout tomorrow afternoon is going to be into the upper 70s for North Central Florida, 77 Gainesville, 77 Ocala. The 80s return starting in the villages down south. The 80s return back to North Central Florida, on track to start on Wednesday once again. Cold front throughout the state has been moving through South Florida. Of course, it is finally pushing off the region here. Looking into your future cast, no rain to be expected across the region. A few passing clouds here and there. No rain. Speaking of no rain, of course, no tropical threats to the area throughout the Atlantic in the next 7 days. All is looking well. And for your evening forecast, clear and mild, calm and chilly. And of course, early morning lows into the 40s. For the next 7 days, high temperatures will be into the 80s. They will be returning starting on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so on. Plenty of sunshine, a few passing clouds here and there. But early morning lows now into the 40s anytime soon, eventually the 50s, and off to the 60s, Kayla.
Okay, now you do work at night, so seeing those lows, I definitely gotta keep a jacket handy, it seems like.
Especially for our morning show friends too.
Yes.
They're gonna have probably the chilliest start to the Yes.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
After waking up with TV20 20's Morning Edition, Good Morning America also helps get your day started. And the show is marking 50 years on air today. Reporter Rena Roy speaks with current and former anchors about the milestone.
Good morning, America.
For 5 decades, these 3 words have helped kick off the morning for millions of Americans. Good morning, America. The country's #1 morning show marking a major milestone, 50 years on television. GMA premiered November 3rd of 1975.
Good morning. I'm David Blackman. Today is Monday, November the 3rd.
A big anniversary calling for a big celebration.
Good morning, America. I've always wanted to say that. I know that I've never had a chance. This is a milestone worth celebrating 50 years.
It's hard to put into words. To be a part of that legacy means everything.
Members of the GMA family, present and past, gathering on the show today.
I love you, Charlie. I love you all. I always felt when that light comes on, the first thing we're saying is, we're here together.
We got a chance to chat with the GMA anchors, current and former, about what makes GMA so special.
It's always been about, as David Harder was saying this morning, bringing people information, but also just showing them different parts of life that they can enjoy as well.
The show that wakes people up, gives them the news, gives them the truth, and give them something to wake up and look forward to.
Former anchor Charlie Gibson says he still remembers just how nervous he was his very first time on the show.
I was scared to death, but it was be curious, have fun, and for 19 years, that was essentially my mantra.
And though it's hard to pick just one moment from over the years, these are some of their favorite memories.
I think the best moments were when we took the show on the road, and you realized that you had millions of friends that you didn't know.
And as for the future,
I just hope we keep on doing what we've been doing for the last 50 years.
Rena Roy, ABC News, New York.
Yes.
We'll get a final check of your weather before we go out. Stick with us after the break.
The plan was a leisurely ride up to Williston on the 500. I had a pretty bad accident. There was only one name I thought of, Bill Allen. I knew that Bill was a UF law school graduate. I knew that he rode motorcycles himself and that his law firm specialized in motorcycle accidents. What I didn't know is how much Bill cares about all his clients. And I feel honestly like I hired a law firm. What I got was an extended family.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica, who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
If you're watching this Life Guaranteed Life Insurance commercial, there's a good chance that you're alive. And if you're not, well, this may not be of interest to you. Now, I know what you're thinking. Life insurance? I'm going to live forever. Death is what happens to other people. Well, for the sake of argument, let's assume you're wrong. And that someday you won't be watching TV anymore. It's not easy to talk about. So I'll do the talking. If you're 50 plus and alive, you can apply for Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your health. And since this life insurance is guaranteed, you don't have to get a medical exam. In fact, you don't even have to fill out a health questionnaire. For a free quote, just call 800-482-6991. Then when you stop, if you stop watching TV, your family can use the insurance money to help cover your final expenses or anything else. For a free quote, call today, 800-482-6991. Your kids already inherit your ears, allergies, and questionnaires. Please don't make them inherit your final expense tab.
Feeling like the world needs a little more positivity? We've got you covered. The TV20s tell us something good. Come on, check it out. Senior wins $1 million in scholarships. Cancer survivor scores a brand new car. Girls rescue after an island search. Their family in a tree. Wilson footballer goes to the NFL. Food Network baker makes it to the finals. 11-year-old shines on MasterChef Junior. This is the same month in different years. Skydiver breaks jump record. Local boy donates a pen to charity. Woo! Got a feel good story? Tell us. Head to WCJB.com and click Tell Us Something Good.
Right, Danielle, I love when we get to do the 4 together. Do you have your pet walking forecast?
Yes.
It's always exciting to see what animals you have.
It's been a while since Kayla and I have done the 4 together, so, I wasn't here last week, so Obviously, you're gonna do more than one pet today. So we have 2 pets today. The best combo, of course, the dog and the cat. This is Otis and Mo here. Thank you, Cindy, for sending in this adorable photo. Now, of course, the window is a little closed there with the shades, but I'm sure they both, yes, both, will probably want to go outside in this beautiful weather, 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. temperatures. Not into the 80s, barely into the 70s. There's a few areas still holding on to those low 70s, but we're going to get moving into the 60s shortly here. Lake City already back into the upper 60s, 68 degrees. Eventually, Gainesville will be moving into the 60s. The time change. Sunset 5:41 p.m. 7 and 8 p.m. temperatures are moving down into the 50s. Early morning lows are going to be to the 40s. And of course, by Wednesday, highs should be back into the 80s there. So once again, another cool night expected, especially tomorrow morning. Here is the QR code on WCJB.com. You can submit a photo of your furry friend or friends, and we'd love to have them on the show to help them forecast the temperatures with us at the end of the 4.
That's super cute when it's going for a walk your dog, any time of the day.
Bring your own pets. They show up and walk outside.
Thank you for joining us here at 4 5 Live. Up next.
When you've been in a crash and your mind's racing,
When you fall in a store and are blaming yourself.
you're at work and don't know what to do, you know who to call. Fair and fair.
Palm Chevrolet, we've been #1 in sales and service for decades. During our summer sell-off, right now, drive home a new Silverados from $449 per month. That's new Silverados from $449 per month. Or a new Palm Chevrolet SUV starting at just $19,990. There's a reason everybody shops at Palm Chevrolet. Shop online 24/7, come by the store, or give us a call. PalmChevrolet.com. We're here for you.
So, tell us, how long have you known?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why don't you explain this, Mark? Found this in your house.
You ignored it, did you? Thought I had more time.
Really, Mark? Does this look like you had more time? You know what you should have done, right?
I should have called True Force.
Well, now you can.
Ignoring the signs won't make the problem go away. Call True Force Roofing today.
Would you buy a life insurance policy if you knew your rate increased every 5 years? What if $9.95 a month bought you less than $1,000 in protection? Sadly, many policies that seniors buy today fail to mention this in their advertisements. You could buy a policy that might not give you enough coverage when you need it most. Call now to receive free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life Insurance Company. The Senior Care Plan guarantees your rates cannot increase. Your benefit will never decrease. There is no medical exam, and you will have lifetime coverage. You could qualify for up to $30,000 in whole life protection, and rates start as low as $5.90 a month. With the Senior Care Plan, your coverage can start immediately, unlike other policies that don't give you full coverage for 2 years. Free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life by calling now to lock in the lowest rate possible. No obligation. Call now.
Weeknights on MeTV. It's funny, it's memorable.
Leave it up, you like Mount Rushmore.
And monumental.
Seeing that monument up against the majesty of that purple mountain, that's what it's all about.
This is 5 Live on WCJB TV 20, your local station.
Changes could be coming to High Springs tomorrow as residents go to the polls.
Several questions are on the ballot in High Springs this year, but 2 are drawing the most attention. TV 20's Alyssa Berry joins us live at City Hall in High Springs. And Alyssa, what are those 2 major items?
Yeah, there's 2 things on the ballot that will stand out the most that High Spring residents will be able to vote on tomorrow, and that's the Commissioner's Seat 3 and the proposed alcohol ordinance. Now, High Spring residents will be out and about tomorrow to vote and possibly make some changes to the city. And one of the main topic is the proposed alcohol ordinance, and the one that is currently in place right now is...
So currently, if you do not derive 51% or more of your revenue from food, you're prohibited from selling alcoholic beverages on Sundays.
The change could open new things for breweries and other local businesses, or even attract new ones, like cocktail bars.
So the amendment to this chapter looks to lift or something like that that produces malt beverages and does not sell food or derives 51% or less from their daily revenue to open and serve on Sundays.
City leaders say this change has been a long time in the making, and they're ready to see what residents decide. Voters will also weigh in on the charter amendments. Also tomorrow, Seat 3 Commissioner Tristan Runder is being challenged by Julie Ann Tiapa Ruando tomorrow. Reporting live in High Springs, Elizabeth Perry, TV 20 News.
And alcohol sales in Lake City will also be discussed tonight during a commission meeting that gets underway at 6 o'clock. Last month, Lake City leaders approved an ordinance prohibiting selling alcohol beverages in businesses where people under the age of 21 are present. The measure will be adopted tonight after its second reading.
Voters in Gaineville will head to the polls to decide who controls GRU in that special election tomorrow. So far, more than 4,000 mail-in ballots have been counted, and more than 3,500 people showed up for early voting over the weekend. That's just under 10% turnout so far. If voters say yes, it would remove the utility from the governor-appointed authority board and return control of GRU to the city commission. Voting begins tomorrow at 7 a.m. and runs till 7 p.m.
Let's take a look at the weather now for North Central Florida. We're off to a great start this week.
And Bradley's here to tell us if that's going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful weather across North Central Florida today. A front moved through. It is now south of the area, thus giving way to just spectacular weather conditions for our Monday. Seasonable temperatures. Most of us got to the mid-70s this afternoon. Now temperatures coming back down into the upper 60s to lower 70s at this hour. 70 in Live Oak and 69 in Columbia. 68 up in Lake City for Whitehead. Sitting at 70, 71 in Branford, same for Brooker. 70 for Hampton, Stark, Lawdy, Rayford, Lake Butler as well. We get into the time at 72 in Gaineville, same for Noble and Hawthorne, Melrose, 71, 72 up in Honey Springs, 72 for Ocala, McIntosh, 70 degrees, 72 there in the evening. Looks like this. Temperatures will be dropping off, especially once the sun dropping to the 50s.
After Pamela Diaz, Owen's mother, filed a wrongful death lawsuit against her. Lawrence claims Owen's children lied in their deposition. She wants to sue for slander, defamation of character, for damages exceeding $50,000. She's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence in South Florida.
This one received help from the federal government. Officials with the Trump administration say they will provide partial benefits for November while the government shutdown continues. The U.S. Department of Agriculture will tap into more than $4 billion from its contingency fund. That would cover 50% of current allotments for eligible households. However, recipients will not get the payments immediately.
And Bring the Harvest Home, one of the largest food drives in North Central Florida, is currently collecting donations for non-perishable food, personal hygiene items, and baby supplies to help families in their community. If you'd like to donate, we have a list of donations and the needed items at financial.com. We'll be following the latest developments and throughout our newscast. Next, from Florida lawmakers have different suggestions how to get families
Rely on food assistance when we come back.
Looking to secure your future? The experts at Coin and Jewelry Gallery are here to help.
What are you doing?
We're there.
Hello. Hi.
This segment is brought to you by
Hi.
opportunities.
Don't have money to buy food due to the federal government shutdown.
And Congress argues over a federal spending plan. SNAP benefits weren't handed out on Saturday. In Florida, 1 in 8 people rely on
What's
insurance.
the
Democratic state lawmakers are
What's
state
the
officials to step in now, which Governor Ron DeSantis pointed out, saying Democrats in Congress should vote to reopen the
delay before people get the money into their accounts. And pantries and fridges could be empty until that's sorted out. So even with these qualities, there's still a place for the state of Florida to step in and help our people.
Any U.S. senator who's concerned about what could happen with those programs, they have a very easy solution. They can just simply go to continue programs and continue funding them.
State officials say families will still get their November benefits when the federal government reopens.
Impacted by the loss of food benefits.
Reporter Emma Bucher shows us how one business owner in Illinois.
One tattoo artist Amy Ford learned snap funding was out. It was just in my nature to figure out a way. She stepped in to ink for impact. I'm going to draw a flash. When can I do this? When can I do this fast? Over here. Appointments filled in just hours. I'm ready. Like Jen Craft,
Hello.
the issue is close.
What are you doing? Hmm? What was that all about?
Says losing access to staff could ripple through communities in ways beyond a missed meal.
I love you.
Not being able to eat balanced meals, the stress that comes with that, mental health, I would imagine there will be increased anxiety and stress regulation.
Saying it's about basic human needs.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Make sure that the children had
Parrots, and he's also doing some stuff on figuring out where to donate.
It was a beautiful day outside, but good for a beautiful sunset.
Yeah, I believe the sun may be descending
What
about
are you doing
30
here?
minutes or so across
What are you
Central
doing?
Florida. It's going to be
Arr,
a
arr,
beautiful
arr, arr,
day.
arr, arr, arr.
Chilly tonight, slowly warming up. The 80s make a comeback before the end of the week. We'll talk about that. Everything you need tonight across Central Florida for the next 7 days.
At Green Digital Media, develop the right message to grab attention, drive leads, to grow your brand across the same apps you know best. Green Digital Media, we go local. NorthCentralFlorida.com.
North Central Florida, Travis here from Good Florida Keeper. And we have seasonal promotions just for you. Get a $500 trade-in credit when you upgrade your working AC. Install a new home
What?
Get 24/7, 65 days a year with no overtime. Orange truck, call me at 40. Call 352
What are you doing?
537.
What are you doing? Hmm?
If you're watching this Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance commercial, there's a good chance that you're alive. And if you're not, well, this may not be of interest to you. Now, I know what you're thinking. Life insurance, I'm going to live forever. Death is what happens to other people. For the sake of argument, let's assume you're wrong. And that someday you won't be watching TV anymore. I know, it's not easy to talk about. So I'll do the talking. If you're 50 plus and alive, you can apply for Gerber Life Guaranteed Life Insurance with guaranteed acceptance regardless of your age. And since this life insurance is guaranteed, you don't have to get a medical exam. In fact, you don't even have to take a health questionnaire. For a free quote, just call 800-482-6995. You stop. I mean, if
What are you doing? What are you doing? Phoenix? Phoenix? Phoenix?
That's not my chat.
Artists, 3 stages of live music and entertainment, kids activities, and food trucks with international cuisine. Learn more at Gainesville Downtown Artists.net.
What?
Visit Gainesville, Electro County.
What? See? Aww.
What is reducing energy costs? You might not need siding and doors. Guaranteed low pricing and high backed by the strongest lifetime the largest local weaponizing free no pressure
Don't hurt me.
Hi, baby. Aww. Aww.
Another cold front has worked its way through the honestly, that gave way to spectacular weather conditions across the area today. Plenty of sunshine. Comfortable temperatures this afternoon in the mid-70s. Pretty much right where we should be for the time of year. A whole lot of sunshine as well. A touch warmer tomorrow in the 80s. Maybe come back to the middle and so slowly but surely we'll be warming up here across north central Florida. Current temperatures in the upper 60s, 70s. Sun right away now in about 25 to 30 minutes.
What are you doing?
Going back to this weekend, 72 Gainesville, Central Ocala, 68 up in Ocean, 70 across the line, coming in at 70 degrees, and with each passing hour, those temperatures will be dropping. Certainly,
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Once again throughout the day on Tuesday, like I said, warmer. Most of us today, lower mid-70s. Tomorrow, we're talking mid-upper 70s, and some places around 80 degrees, especially over Ocala, parts of Marion County, points to the south.
Hello.
And as we head into Wednesday, we'll start off cool. It's not quite as chilly as where we'll be tomorrow morning. Most of us in the 50s, and then you get the idea. A lot of our locations making pushing over into the lower 80s Wednesday afternoon. As we start to favor a partly cloudy sky, the lower 80s will remain with us for the rest of the week. And as we head into this upcoming weekend, low in nature, only at Friday, that's mainly across our southern counties. Another strong cold front will make its way through north central Florida at some point this weekend. This particular point in time, it doesn't have a whole lot of rainfall. So at least for now, 20% parts of Saturday, parts of Sunday, and then big time. And we have some pretty cold air starting next week. Just how cold yet to be seen, considering we're so close. So how that plays out, but in the short term, we like to see
good. So I was thinking I might just come up there on Friday.
What are you hollering about?
So far, so good.
Simone. Simone. What's everybody hollering? Why are they so smart? Well, how come? Tell me. Tell me, why are they so smart? You do. Why do you make so much noise? Huh? How come? you're supposed to try it.
Some ice
Yeah.
cream makes its way through. You can see this. A little bit of a winter chill. 60s next Monday. Overnight lows.
We're good.
It's beyond the 7-day forecast. We'll have more longer range forecast there this week.
Let's just think about it.
Yeah, well, it's great. Playing upper 70s, so eventually
Hi, baby. Hi, baby. How are you, Phoenix?
Good morning. I celebrated a big birthday today. 50 years on television.
Good morning. This is a milestone worth celebrating 50 years. It's hard to put into words. That legacy means everything.
What? What?
The first thing we're saying.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure? Careful.
Just show them different parts of life that they can enjoy.
Charlie Gibson says he still remembers just how nervous he was his very first time on the show.
I was scared to death, but it was for 19 years.
Aw.
It's hard to pick just one moment from over the years. These are some of their favorite memories.
I think the best moments were when we took the show on the road, and you realized that you had millions of friends that you didn't know.
And as for the future,
Aw.
ABC News.
Careful. Ow, 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 ow.
We'll talk about the latest from federal lawmakers about it when we come back.
Well, I'm also a Morgan and Morgan. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. If you've been injured in a car accident, Morgan and Morgan, ForThePeople.com.
What sets us apart at Cancer Care of North Florida is the way we combine advanced treatment and personalized and supportive care. We offer 30-year radiation therapy, medical oncology,
I'm not paying attention to nobody tonight.
When you need us most. We are the only oncology practice that provides 24/7 care. For years, we've delivered compassionate, expert care to the community we call
Absolutely.
Blanca.
We feel safe. And they are above and beyond knowledgeable in their field. Us with Medicaid. Made this process much easier, faster, and they knew about the details instead of me. I recommend absolutely 100%.
I was involved in a bad wreck, and Attorney Gaineville got me a big check for $650. I was hit by a big truck in Ocala, and the Attorney Gaineville got me $980,000. I was hit by a big truck. My family has got me $1.3 million. Involved in a car accident? Put our reputation for success to work for you now. Call me at 352-5220.
What?
Football is my first love.
What was that?
Wellness has become my
What
passion.
was that for?
Low-dose CT scans for heart and lung cancer. In football and in life, the best defense is a good reason. Book your free heart scan today at Clearway
Oh, look at Phoenix. Look at Phoenix.
You never think about your garage.
You see Phoenix?
Precision
Ah.
garage can fix it fast, turning uh-oh into alright.
Ah.
U.S. Friendly Ability Company.
That's not all the weather except today either.
Park operators aiming to make holiday weekend safer for workers and families.
What else did you buy?
This live outside the
I
governor's
bought goat shit.
been missing
I bought.
other changes, including in
I paid off two deductibles.
Two.
Yes, you had one from the cardiologist and one came in today from Simon.
Oh.
During holiday weekends, a large number of visitors allowed in the park and enforce a strict policy. Those rules include 5 hours after midnight, no amplified music, and enter. Leaders say the 2-day restrictions at the Springs last Memorial Day weekend. Then reduced significantly. Policy changes already put in place designated parking areas and stronger
Marcos, stop!
Keep going, shut up in here.
I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The trailer and the tractor hit us.
Comfortable. Handle the case.
You've been involved in an accident. Visit us at Gaineville.
It's good fun. Park for you and the family. My first steps, yes. Every step from application to
This is my account online.
yes. You can do it from anywhere.
Yes, and your next steps with Florida Credit Union. Loan for $1 million since 1954.
On the flip side, things go with the plan. Also have to shift their strategy at a moment's notice.
And that's what a high school athlete in Minnesota had to do when he was diagnosed with rare bone cancer and sidelined. Obviously, and the others.
Planning is certainly in football,
Yeah, I like that.
but you always need to be ready.
Your grandma
16-year-old AJ Walker is known for not sticking with the original plan.
No moments. I just gotta fill it in.
Just ask his dad, Derek.
Every situation, he moves quickly. It's like water, he just stays still.
But his mom, Melissa, and sisters, Audra and Aaliyah,
Water's so fun.
love to support AJ through all 3 sports he does at St. Francis because he reeks of passion. But last season, his momentum shifted.
The diagnosis was grade osteosarcoma in my femur, and I had several metastases in my body.
So he was diagnosed with a fairly rare cancer in teenage patients.
Dr. Arthi Common is a pediatric specialist at Mental Health Therapy in Masonic Children's Hospital.
I was always trying to get back to playing and get back to football.
Removed 10 inches of his femur.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to tell him the sports he was doing just weren't going to be possible.
administrative plans moving forward after high school is just devastating.
That is just a piece of their concerns.
There came a point in the middle of his treatment that I told him straight up that this is not going to end well, and we don't have a lot of hope. So he was nice on the night at the kitchen table, and he was like, I just want you to know, Mom and Dad, the two of us, that I'm okay with dying.
There was a time that I had them even serve them, but I want them to be older than 7.
He went through 10 rounds of chemotherapy, but still supporting his teammates at practices and on the sidelines.
He just finished his last treatment, and so we have scan coming out.
And instead of mourning his old life,
I have adapted to the situation by going to TikTok.
he pulled an audible.
I found a creative outlet in making sports videos, sports edits.
AJ has hundreds of thousands of views on his montages, and there's no telling what he'll do next.
He's in remission.
Recovery.
His family has his results back this week. AJ is already coming up with a plan for the future.
Sports journalism, sports therapy, sports broadcasting.
But no matter what, he's ready to adapt.
I'm ready to make a lot of plans too. Very positive.
Yeah, very excited and overcome with a
Well, the weather, as far as we are concerned, it's staying like this for at least a couple of weeks, David.
What do you think, brother?
That would be about nice. We have another very beautiful day in store for tomorrow. Highs in the 70s, but eventually we'll be warming up, getting back to the 80s for the minute. Beautiful sunset across all of north central Florida. By the way, the sun will 15 minutes or so in clear skies in place once the sunset temperatures will be dropping. 72 currently in Gaineville, Central Rose Hawthorne 71. St. Clair, Macaws 69 in Archer, 71 across the board. From Bell over towards Watersburg, Trenton, 69 in Horseshoe Beach, Cross City, 68 degrees, 69 in Cedar Key, Treefont, 70 degrees, 72 in Ocala, Macintosh, 68, 72 in Cedar Springs, Denali, 71. So, most of us will be 40s by tomorrow morning, mid-40s for most of us, lower 40s possible across our northern counties, so you may want to consider a jacket or sweatshirt on the way out. Otherwise, a lot of sunshine on Tuesday, Friday, warm across, but still very cold. Top out, upper 70s, locations, east and northeast, winds are coming out around 6 to 12 miles per hour. As mentioned, movies are back for the latter part of the week. We'll talk more about that and the forecast.
Children's Hospital in Florida are getting a financial boost. Today, Governor Ron DeSantis announced a $1.5 million grant through the new Cancer Connect Hospital Research. Now, the money's being split among all Children's Hospital, that's in St. Pete, Nicholas Children's Hospital in Miami, and Wilson Children's Hospital in Jacksonville, and Children's Hospital in Orlando, to expand clinical trials and help patients. U.S. ICE agents say every day they are deporting about 1,400 people who are in the country.
TV20 senior national correspondent Peter Sanders authorities to move quickly to send undocumented workers home.
Since President Donald Trump took office a second time, communities around the country to arrest and deport each week. The president's worldview here in Portland, that means sleepless nights. So tells us where he tried to sleep for more than 7 nights. 14. When he was 6, his family was killed and he was kidnapped in his he fled in 1995 without documentation after nearly 20 years building a life and family in Portland.
Huh?
Lisa
Cook what?
Santa Fe for $279 a month.
I don't worry about it, but
How we do?
I'll cook it tomorrow.
ID Credit Union. We believe in giving back. So each month through our charity gift program, we're giving $1,000 to a charity. Charity. Charities located right here in North Central Florida.
Right?
Organizations that you nominate for the amazing work they're doing in our communities. Go to radiantcu.org to nominate your favorite charity today. Get involved as we help the water community to shine. For 30 years, Comfort has been your #1 innovation company. Our personal technicians provide top-tier service and
Crust was salty,
communication.
What? I don't think it's salty.
You'll probably be ready by the time you get home.
Reporter Chad Klein shows us how he uses a chainsaw at his paintbrush.
Midday, come on, let's go potty. You won't come outside, but you put it in the door. Midday, come on.
The chainsaw artist is thankful for the opportunity.
I'm caught at the house. Nobody will see me carving around, so this is where you meet up with a lot of customers. The staff is really nice. I've made some great friends.
For the past 15 years, Keith has been gnawing away wood, creating amazing works of art with his chainsaws. His saying, you gotta see what I saw.
Art and helping out on the ground in form of a tree stump. It's really gratifying to see somebody lay down their hard-earned money for something that you created.
About 40 years ago, Keith started carving Santas with small hand tools. But his art got a lot bigger and louder after a trip to Eureka's home with his wife Carrie, where he saw the chainsaw carving contest.
I said, I'm going to do this. And she said, no, you're not. You'll cut yourself. And I said, no, I'm going to do this. So I carved my first bear with a regular saw, and it sold. Something.
Since then, Keith has put the carving tools down and picked up chainsaws, creating Grizzly Mountain Sawworks. He's done commission work, has turned dead trees into school mascots like Hero and has been in competitions. He's even set a world record with this rooster he made for what used to be the Great American Steak and Chicken Restaurant on the Branson Street.
Branson is the largest chicken statue. 37 feet enough. Branson
I see it somewhere.
5 feet tall. So that was quite a job.
Years of serenading saw has resulted in shoulder surgeries. Keith admits tomorrow is not guaranteed, so he puts everything he can into each carving and takes breaks often.
Every time I'm carving into the crowd, I say, hey, we're going to let everybody leave with 2 pockets full of sawdust today.
But that gives him a chance to say hi to the people, especially to thank them.
What happened there?
Yeah, sunset literally right now or so across North Central Florida. Beautiful out there and likely across the Crystal River, and that's the way it's going to go across much of North Central Florida. Pretty chilly tonight and much warmer tomorrow in the 80s. Make a comeback for the
Clean up.
I'll let you know if you have any meaningful energy.
Probably eat and then clean up.
Plus our next chill down and
Shower and shave.
Open his door. I let the dogs in first.
Mm-hmm.
solid gold and diamonds that pop. Rings, earrings, chains. Your desires are our mission, with price and selection to beat all competition. If you want coins or bullion, we have them in surplus. On top of 45 years of sensational service. Need something fixed? Come see us today. Our on-site repair work will blow you away. Silver City Jewelers, we promise we'll wow you. 3205 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Ocala.
If you haven't called Senior Life Insurance Company for your free quote, you're probably paying too much. Senior Life was able to get this 65-year-old woman a $10,000 immediate benefit whole life plan for under $41 a month. She saved over $450 a year by choosing Senior Life. Some competitors cost twice as much. This 65-year-old man was paying almost $110 a month before he called Senior Life. We were able to cut his rate to $52, saving him almost $700 a year. These low rates are locked in, and so is the coverage amount. Hundreds of thousands of seniors have taken advantage of our low-cost plans built with seniors' budgets in mind. We saved this couple almost $1,400 a year with more coverage compared to what they were paying. Call now to find out if Senior Life Insurance Company can cut your rate in half. The quote is absolutely free. Switch to Senior Life and stop paying too much. Call now.
Wonder World stands for Exceptional Energy and Money-Saving Windows, made in the USA. We stand for local ownership with low-pressure sales. We stand alone with the strongest warranty out there. Window World. Not only do we stand behind our windows, we stand on them.
In every community, there are people who feel unseen. Youth, families, neighbors, struggling silently, just needing a little help. The E.B. Mills Foundation of Florida is here to ensure Marion County has no forgotten voices. We provide support, scholarships, and opportunities, reminding people they are not alone and that they matter. Because when we lift one person up, we lift the whole community. Let's create change together. Join us in building a stronger, more equitable.
You're watching WCJP TV 20. This holiday season, stop by Gaineville Carpet Plus and explore an incredible selection of in-stock flooring. From vinyl planking, cozy carpets, to tile, hardwood, laminate, even cabinets. We've got everything to transform your space. For over 45 years, we've been delivering top-quality products and expert installations at prices that fit your budget. And with 12 months interest-free financing, giving your home the gift of new floors has never been easier. Visit us today and experience the personal touch only a family-owned business can offer.
Happy holidays!
Weather is brought to you by Gainesville Carpet Plus Color Tile.
Okay.
Well, with the time change, the sun is pretty much setting across all of north central Florida as we speak. A live look out in Horseshoe Beach and just a beautiful sunset. Mother Nature doing a great job painting the sky, and so can't ask for much better than that. Meanwhile, our forecast back to the surface picture across the southeastern United States. Our boundary off to our south, and that gave way to spectacular weather conditions today. Plenty of sunshine, seasonable and comfortable high temperatures. Most of us in the 70s, and we'll still be in the upper 70s tomorrow, so not bad, but the 80s will make a comeback thereafter for the rest of the week. All the while, rain chances will remain pretty slim tonight, at least in the short term. All right, current temperatures, we have 60s to the north and west, Cross City at 66, St. for Live Oak, 64 in Lake City, Gaineville 72, Ocala coming in at 72 degrees, 67, sweatshirt on your way out tomorrow morning. 46 the projected low temperature. That's in Gaineville, so that means we'll be slightly colder outlying areas, especially to the north. Mainly sunny sky tomorrow afternoon. Beautiful November day. Highs will top out in the upper 70s, and then, yeah, check it out, the lower and mid-80s. Stick with us Wednesday for the rest of the week and into the weekend. Some isolated rain chances this weekend. It's still up in the air just a bit, simply because, we're going to have that front pushing through, so you can't rule out the possibility of slightly higher rain chances even on Saturday or Sunday. But for now, not really in the forecast. And thereafter, another chill down with that highs a week from today, maybe struggling to get out of the 60s. Eventually, if we were to go another day or two, we'll back down into the 40s.
Well, it's still a great time of year to get outside and get things done. We got work outside.
Yeah, me personally, I loved October, and really had a nice couple of weeks. Just beautiful weather. We can use the rainfall, so we'll keep hoping for that. Keep our fingers crossed there, but overall, not much to complain about.
Thank you. Well, people expected a Coach Billy Gaineville come back from the Gator football team. Yeah, they're upstanding over the weekend, and then.
This week's Russell Report.
Even with the coaching change, the Florida football team continues to lose football as the Gators fall in Jacksonville to Georgia. While the operation under interim coach Billy Gonzalez were clear, the results were about the same for Florida. Against the Georgia defense that was playing down there, Florida only mustered 2 total offense, while going just 2 of 66 yards, and his team receivers on balls to turn the outcome of the game around. The Gators did play hard. They did for Billy Napier, but statistically, first SEC win last week. I wonder what Billy Napier done with Coach Gonzalez in the game. The Gators went 4th and 1 to Georgia 18-yard line. Came up empty, getting the ball back, on the field, and scores a touchdown. To win the game instead of kicking a field goal. Not knocking the decision, but it was a pretty season would end. Most are really and they should be. Returning talent and an influx of good portal talent. The Gator women also opened their season night at home against North Florida, with Coach Kelly Ray Bailey relying on veterans like Liv McGill, Lando Reynolds, and an influx of youth players to hopefully make the NCAA tournament this year. It's going to be fun to start watching Parrots again. While we start to watch college basketball, the Major League Baseball season come to a close, and the LA Dodgers have now won back-to-back World Series titles. The first time that's happened since the 1998. And they've won 3 in the last 6 years. Leadership for the Dodgers was up, and continued as it's exciting with plenty of emotional ups and downs for both teams and their fans. This series is about one dude, in this game, the starting pitcher not going deep in the game, was a throwback to the old days. He started game 6, throwing 95 and came back the next night and got 8 outs of the game while throwing 34 pitches on 0 days rest. He never throws another pitch, throwing himself squarely in the floor with his stunning effort. Really amazing. I'm Steve Russell. That's Russell.
And to stay up to date on the latest Gator sports news, check out every Russell Report. You'll find it on our streaming app on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Google Play.
Alrighty, we'll all float on. We got the Big C Thanksgiving parade. Joined by some fantastic characters. You see them there?
We'll show you who's joining this year's
You see injury returns on every billboard and all over TV. But there's one place you don't see many lawyers. At Avery Smith, justice is never an ad slogan. It's what we fight for. And insurance companies know it. We've won some of the largest verdicts in the state. So if you're injured in an accident, do you want to settle for less, or do you want to win? Aaron Smith, 70 years away.
A truck weighs 20 times more than a typical car. At Fair and Farrah, we have a whole department that handles nothing but trucking cases. If you get involved with a lawyer who doesn't really understand handling a trucking accident, you're gonna get run over. On the other side,
My name is Rebecca. I'm 24 years old, and I currently live in Orlando, Florida. Bacon Law did a phenomenal job on my case. They were there for me to get through this time and to help me move to the next chapter of my life. I am so thankful I went with Bacon Law because they really got me what I deserved. Bacon Law won me a huge settlement, and the money was truly life-changing. Bacon Law fought for me.
Thank you for letting us be part of your journey to recovery, Rebecca. If you've been injured in an accident, call us at 1-800-BACON-LAW.
It's better with bacon.
Care is more than a checklist. It's conversation, connection, and comfort. At Concierge Care, we help you find caregivers who truly fit your life and personality, not just your needs. Because feeling cared for starts with being understood. Concierge Care, personalized care, peace of mind.
Get 0.99% financing on certified pre-owned Hondas. A 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty and first-year oil changes on us. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Alcohol sales in Maya Springs are on the agenda for city leaders. The meeting tonight will tell you what could change.
And Gilchrist County is considering heightened security for this year's holidays. Well, discussion coming up tonight at 6.
Well, for many people, watching the annual Macy's Thanksgiving Parade is a tradition.
Jerry Roth gives us a sneak peek into who's headlining this year in tonight's Take a Look at This.
Everyone have a good Halloween. Moving on. Thanksgiving is up next, so no time like the present to start all that. Hullabaloo. What can I say? Americans love a good holiday, and we have such short attention span for creating and finished. Hey, Buzz Lightyear. What was I saying? Macy's lifted the veil on their annual Thanksgiving Day Parade balloon lineup to balloons that will be flying high
wife told me, forget that guy. We're calling attorney Dan Newman. That 1-minute call really saved my life. Dan got me $980,000 and I'm eternally grateful.
If you've been involved in a car accident, allow me to fight for you. Call me now at 352-222-2000.
Pomodoro Cafe in Gaineville has a sensational offer for you. Buy one, get one 50% off takeout on select pizzas, pastas, and subs every single day. Crafted from homemade ingredients, customers rave about the authentic Italian flavors in every bite. Whether it's a family dinner, to catch up with friends, or an emergency craving, call 352-380-9886 to order to go. Or dine with us at Spring Hill Commons off Northwest 39th Avenue. Bonissimo guaranteed.
Are you ready to make your money go further? With Radiant's 9-pack rewards, you're ready to earn while you sip. Ready to pay fast? Go contactless with your Radiant digital card right from your phone. Not ready yet?
Are you ready?
Stop by any branch and get our great low rate on your new Radiant Visa credit card. Now you're ready to pick up the check. Radiant Credit Union. When you're ready, let's get started.
This is News at 6 on WCJB TV 20, your local station.
Gulf County leaders are finalizing a new agreement with Jenny Springs aimed at improving safety and reducing crowds during holiday weekends.
Commissioners say it's a step toward keeping the popular park family friendly, but not everyone agreed it was necessary initially. TV 20's Misty Webb joins us live now outside the Gilchrist County Board of Commission building. And Misty, what were some of the debates over this agreement?
County leaders say this agreement has been in the works for more than a year following 2 deadly shootings at Jenny Springs last Memorial Day weekend. The new agreement spells out stricter safety requirements at Jenny Springs, including mandatory security on holiday weekends, monitoring crowd sizes, and limiting vehicle access inside the park. Camping is now restricted to designated areas. Quiet hours will be enforced after midnight, and amplified music will only be allowed for park-sponsored events. Commissioners say the goal is to create a family-friendly atmosphere, one that discourages the rowdy behavior and heavy drinking. Deputies say they've had fewer calls for service and fewer disturbances at the Springs over the last year, but not every commissioner thought a formal agreement was necessary initially. Said his main concern was liability. Even so, the board voted unanimously to move forward with the agreement. County officials say it gives them something to fall back on if safety rules are violated. Officials say it's still early, but the changes are already making a noticeable difference. Reporting live in Gilchrist County, Misty Webb, TV 20 News.
And again, those fatal shootings happened last year. Well, security has certainly been a focus of discussions around Jenny Springs for more than a year and a half now. That was in May of 2024. Those 2 deadly shootings happened during Memorial Day weekend. In May of this year, officials with FDLE released some photos trying to identify several men involved in a fight that escalated into one of those shootings. The victim, Marco Manduano, was not involved in the fight, but was shot and killed while he was walking through the area.
Commissioner Watts is charged with second-degree murder for the other shooting that Memorial Day weekend. He has a hearing scheduled for November 21st. Prosecutors say he murdered Cody Stewart. Stewart's family sued the LLC that operates the Park Jenny Springs Outdoors. We reported in May of this year that the 2 sides reached a mediated agreement. No details, though, were released.
Let's take a break from the news to take a look at the weather. And I certainly hope you have a chance today to get out and enjoy all the sunshine.
It's certainly worth it if you wanted to take your lunch outdoors today, brother.
Yeah, I sure did spend some time outside before coming into work. Just a beautiful November day across north central Florida. Now the sun has set, and that means our temperatures are starting to drop. In fact, the last hour, Gainesville was at 72. We're now down to 65 at 61 in Lake City, 68 in Ocala, 63 for Williston. Cross City coming in at 61 degrees, and those temperatures will continue to drop with each passing hour. In fact, most of us in the 40s by tomorrow morning, mid-40s, Gainesville on southward, but across our northern counties, below locations will briefly dip down into the lower 40s. So I think most people, will need a jacket, sweatshirt on your way out. Otherwise, another beautiful day for our Tuesday. A lot of sunshine into the afternoon. A touch warmer, yes, but still very comfortable. Upper 70s, pretty much right where we should be for the time of year. East and northeasterly winds will come in at around 6 to 12 miles per hour. The 80s make a comeback for the latter part of the week and into the weekend. We'll talk more about that. And I'll let you know if we have any meaningful rain chances over the next 7 days coming up.
Susan Lawrence, the woman convicted of manslaughter for shooting and killing her neighbor, Audrika Owens, in 2023, is now threatening a defamation lawsuit against Owens' children and her mother.
TV 20's Kayla Lewis read the letter Lawrence wrote and joins us now live in the studio. Kayla, what does Lawrence want to sue Owens' family for?
In this nearly 4-page letter, Lawrence says she wants to sue A.J. Owens' mother, Pamela Dias, and Owens' children for slander, libel, and defamation of character for damages exceeding $50,000. This comes in response to Dias filing a wrongful death lawsuit against her. Lawrence claims Owens' kids lied in their depositions and trespassed on her property. She says, quote, Miss Owens did in fact scream, threatened to beat me multiple times while trespassing. Also mentioned is how Lawrence recounts one of Owens' children saying she hit him with a roller skate, but says during his deposition he told prosecutors it only came near him. The last person named in the letter is Lawrence's old landlord. She claims he did not secure her property correctly, which allowed Owens and her children to, quote, harass her and make physical threats of harm. Now, nothing besides the letter is filed into court records just yet, and Lawrence is currently serving a 25-year prison sentence in South Florida. We have the full letter on our website, WCJV.com. Live in the studio, Kayla Lewis, TV 20 News.
Food stamp recipients will get reduced benefits from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Trump administration officials, recipients can expect partial benefits for November while the federal government remains closed. The Agriculture Department will use $4 billion from its emergency fund after federal judges order the money to be used. It will cover 50% of current allotments for eligible households. Recipients will not see the payments immediately.
Officials in Marion County are collecting donations of non-perishable food, personal hygiene items, and baby supplies to help families bring the harvest home. Is one of the largest food drives in North Central Florida. You can donate at drop-off locations in Marion County before December 5th, or bring your donation to the Downtown Square December 5th. We'll have a link with the list of needed items and drop-off locations on WCGV.com.
Road safety is once again on the agenda for Ocala city leaders. Officials are getting ready for their second community road safety planning meeting. Residents can hear about upcoming projects and share their ideas. The meeting is this Wednesday from 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. at the Institute for Human and Machine Cognition. The city got a $104,000 grant last year to make safety improvements suggested by residents. The first meeting happened September 4th.
Road safety is top of mind for the family of an 18-year-old high school student from Ocala. The family of Shannon Rushing is calling on state lawmakers to mandate safety features such as lighting and signage on certain roads. This morning marks 1 week since Shannon was hit and killed by a car while walking to her bus stop. Residents of an apartment complex in Williston may want to double-check their smoke detectors tonight after crews from multiple fire departments responded to a fire there today. Crews with Lee County, Bronson, and Williston responded to the Arbors apartment complex where fire broke out on the second floor inside a kitchen. Officials say everyone inside was safely evacuated and no one was hurt.
Voters in High Springs have to decide on more than who will fill a city commission seat.
Well, hey, what else is on the ballot for tomorrow's election in High Springs when the TV 20 News at 6 o'clock?
My husband and I were badly injured by a reckless driver. Our attorney, Dan Newland, asked $900,000. Thank you, Stan.
My father and I were involved in a very bad wreck, and attorney Dan Newland got us $1 million.
All right, actually turned over. We called attorney Dan Newland. Dan won her case and got her $750,000.
Thank you, Dan.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 352-222-2000.
supports in your shoe and you walk around and realize there's not pain and you think, how can this arch support in my shoe make my back pain go away? But it works. And how can it make my knee pain go away? It was incredible.
Hip, knee, or back pain? See if arch supports can help you at the Good Feet store.
We're the Morgan Boys. I'm Matt. I'm Mike. And I'm Dan. Our family has been fighting for families for over 35 years. So if you're injured, call Morgan Morgan.
Watch for cash flow accounts 7 days a week right here on WCJV TV 20. You're watching WCJV TV 20.
High Springs voters will be filling out their ballots tomorrow.
From 7 to 7, the polls will be open. TV 20's Alyssa Perry joins us live now at City Hall. And Alyssa, how many items are actually on the ballot in High Springs?
6 questions are on the ballot this year, and they have elections each year, but this one is very different. Every year High Springs has elections, but the ballot always has some different questions. Tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., voters will be casting their ballots for 6 things, and this year 2 stand out the most. The Commissioner Seat 3 and the proposed alcohol ordinance. And the alcohol ordinance has been
This has been a long time coming, and this has been something that the commission has been working on for years and getting input from both sides and, hearing arguments, both in support and against.
Currently, the city's ordinance does not allow businesses selling alcohol on Sundays unless at least 51% of their money comes from food sales. If that rule is changed, it could open the door for more businesses such as breweries or even cocktail places. City leaders say they're hopeful for a good turnout as changes could shape the future.
Every year and every election cycle is going to be a little bit different. And certainly in 2024 with the presidential election, there was a huge turnout, and not just in High Springs, but nationwide. Typically on these types of just local city elections, we see the voter turnout be a little bit lighter, depending on what's on the ballot, because of the items that are on the ballot. This year, we expect a much larger turnout.
Just last week, the commission voted to create exceptions to the city's 500-foot buffer zone between places that sell liquor and houses of worship. Other items on the ballot tomorrow are a series of charter amendments, and the polls run from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and people will find out what changes will be made in High Springs that night. Now, make sure you guys tune in for the 10 and 11 show, because you'll be hearing from the High Springs candidates that are the Commissioner 3 seat. Reporting live in High Springs, Alyssa Perry, TV 20 News.
As we've been telling you for weeks, tomorrow is also election day in Gainesville for that referendum on GRU. Voters are asked whether the city commissioners should take back control of the utility from the governor-appointed GRU Authority Board. So far, more than 4,000 mail-in ballots have been counted. More than 3,500 people showed up for early in-person voting on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so the turnout stands at just under 10% right now.
Well, I vote for the weather. Continue just like this.
Yeah, well, really, let's get more of the same, Bradley. It sounds like we may.
Yeah, the sun sets, yes, and we have some mixed reactions regarding that. It's a beautiful one across all of north central Florida, this one in particular in Horseshoe Beach. Now tomorrow, another winter of a weather day. However, temperatures warming up as the week wears on. We'll talk more about that, and honestly, everything you need to know weather-wise for north central Florida over the next 7 days.
I'm Franklin Graham. Have you noticed how much the world is focused on peace right now? Well, the real question is, do you have peace? Peace with God. You see, God made us and created us, but we've been separated from Him because of sin. And Jesus Christ is God's Son, and He came from heaven to this earth to save us from our sins. And you can have true peace with God through faith, simply believing on Jesus Christ. And if you're willing to turn from your sins and invite Christ into your heart, God will forgive you, and you can experience that true peace right now. Just pray this prayer with me. Just say, God, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry, I want to turn from my sins. I believe Jesus Christ is your son. I want to trust him as my Savior and follow him as my Lord from this day forward. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. If you prayed that prayer, call that number.
So, tell us, how long have you known? I don't know what you're talking about. Then why don't you explain this, Mark? You found this in your house.
You ignored it, didn't you?
I thought I had more time. Really, Mark? Does this look like you had more time? You know what you should have done, right? I should have called True Force. Well, now you can.
Ignoring the signs won't make the problem go away. Call True Force Roofing today.
Everyone's heard the saying, look twice, see the light. As a writer, it's more than just a warning. It's the reality of what happens to distracted driving that we face on the road. I'm attorney Kyle Bagan. As a lawyer, I've had the privilege of representing injured riders in court every day. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, I'd be honored to put my skills as a trial lawyer and a rider to work for you. Time at 1-800-BAGAN-LAW.
Weather is sponsored by Bagan Law.
Tomorrow morning, most of us in the 40s. Mid-40s, Gaineville on Saturday. Cedar Creek, 50s along the lower 40s. Sweatshirt on your way out. Otherwise, a whole lot of sunshine once again into our Tuesday afternoon. Another beautiful weather day. Highs will top out a touch warmer, but still pretty much right where they should be for the time of year. Very comfortable and seasonal. Lower 80s most likely across portions of Oregon County and certainly points to the south. East and northeasterly winds will come around 12 miles per hour. Wednesday will start out it's not quite as chilly as where we'll be tomorrow morning, so we'll favor the 50s. And a sunny start on Wednesday. Highs will top, or excuse me, lead out to a partly cloudy sky Wednesday afternoon. There's the 80s, the lower and eventually mid-80s here to the rest of the week. And as we head into this upcoming weekend, as far as rain chances for the week ahead, pretty slim to none, at least through Friday. On Friday, can't go much higher than 5-10%. That's mainly for Marion County and southward, but the will stay dry for the rest of the work and school week. Some isolated rain chance returning Saturday and Sunday. As a strong cold front is going to be pushing through, the big meaningful rainfall with it. At this point, it doesn't look like it will. At the start of next week, and we could be looking at another round of some chilly weather moving back into north central Florida. So we'll see how that longer range pattern plays out. Week to 10 days away, but at least at this point, certainly a more changeable weather pattern over the next 7 to 10 days. Tropics quiet. We're not expecting any new developments at least for the next 7 to 10 days. And keep in mind, November, the last official month to get Atlantic hurricane season. Hopefully we just get through the rest of the month with no named systems, no surprises. However, if we were to get another named storm, maybe a subtropical storm in the North Atlantic, that's always pretty popular this time of the year. Next day would be so we'll see. But so far, so good, not only here in Florida, but also for much of the mainland of the United States. Tomorrow morning, 46, the projected low temperatures here in Gainesville. It's going to be slightly colder, though, outlying areas, especially to the north.